was trapped for 30 years in another world, fighting alone like a lone wolf, until he finally defeated the king of monsters. His name was Cheolho Kang. After decades of fighting, he finally returned to Earth. But now, Earth had also been invaded by monsters. Kang still possessed all of his monstrous power. He had an incredible gaze that could see through everything. Now he prefers to hunt the most powerful monsters, to cook them, because to Kang, monsters aren't enemies, they're ingredients. In the middle of the ruined city, an emergency alert starts blaring loudly. The radio reports that rank 4 monsters are attacking, and a hunter has been dispatched to the scene. But before the message can finish, something smashes the device, and some strange creatures destroy the city. A hunter charges at the monsters. He realizes there are actually several of them, and they all start to puff up their chests together. Then, one of them lets out a piercing shriek that echoes throughout the destroyed area. The hunter says the noise from 10 of them will burst his eardrums. He then unleashes his purple energy, which shoots up into the sky with incredible force. This energy forms into a kind of whip, aimed directly at one of the creatures. With a serious look, he wonders if the monster considers itself dead already. Suddenly, a very bright light shines in the sky, making everyone look up. And then, a beam of pure energy comes crashing down, hitting the monsters head on. But this leaves the hunter surprised, not understanding what it was. A woman appears, praising the captain for finishing them all off in a single blow. He tells her it wasn't him, as he doesn't have area of effect attacks like the so-called Blade Queen. With that, the two of them stare into the distance, trying to understand what just happened. Then he asks if another hunter unit was sent, but she says no. The hunter finds it very strange, since he doesn't know anyone in Korea with that much power. The woman notices they left the mana stones behind, the most valuable part. He thinks that only a hunter could make such a clean cut, and wonders what his goal is. The captain then tells her to collect the stones and call the cleanup crew to the site. But as he observes the destruction, something nearby catches his attention. He spots a restaurant with a very simple sign that reads, "Eatery." With a smile, he remarks that if that guy had missed, the bodies would have crushed the place. He sighs and says he's leaving, as he needs a drink after all this. Our protagonist appears on a building's balcony, smiling. He walks calmly, wiping his mouth with a napkin after eating. And then, he goes down the stairs and enters the very restaurant the hunter saw. Inside the kitchen, he presses a button, turning on one of his special machines. Next, the cook grabs a frying pan and places it on the stove to heat up. Using a crystal viewer, he analyzes a large piece of meat he just acquired. He then throws the meat onto the counter, getting ready to start his work. With his back turned, the man thinks about the best way to cook it. He wonders if he ended up grabbing much more Velto meat than he needed. Pondering, he concludes that maybe he should turn some of it into jerky. But suddenly someone knocks on the door, calling for Mr. Cheolho Kang. At the door, a man introduces himself, saying he's from the National Hunter Association. The agent informs him that the area was attacked by monsters, but the situation is now under control. He explains they're doing a routine check, and our protagonist seems to understand. With a smile, he comments that luckily few people live there, so the damage was minimal. But out of nowhere, the agent smells something different in the air and looks very surprised. He gets closer and starts sniffing, saying that something smells incredible. The protagonist replies that this is a restaurant, making the agent's stomach rumble loudly. The agent asks if he can get breakfast, as he hasn't eaten anything since dawn. With the sound of a bell, he enters the restaurant, looking around with curiosity. He's impressed, saying the place looks like it's straight out of an old TV show. The man then asks for a menu, but our protagonist explains that he cooks with the ingredients of the day. He understands it's a kind of dish of the day, and the cook confirms it's something like that. With a smile, the protagonist reveals that today's special is Velto steak. The agent is shocked to hear the name Velto, unable to believe it. He quickly deduces that the meat came from the 10 monsters the spear mage defeated earlier. The cook confirms, saying that thanks to the hunter, he got some fresh cuts. Excitedly, the agent fumbles for money, worried if he can afford the dish. The scene focuses on the chef, who starts cutting thick slices of the exotic meat. He then begins seasoning the steaks with expertise, preparing to cook. A flashback begins, showing us that 30 years ago, something incredible happened. It's revealed that he woke up to find himself summoned to a very different world. And in this world full of dragons and monsters, he had to fight hard to survive. In the flashback, he faces a giant dragon, narrowly dodging a powerful attack. After becoming stronger than them, he finally managed to defeat the terrible Demon King, and by a twist of fate, he found a way to return to Earth. But upon his arrival, he saw that Seoul was no longer the place he remembered. He spent 30 years fighting, so he knows the weaknesses of all monsters. While cooking, he wonders if he still needs to get involved in these things. After all, the people here have already created their own system to protect themselves. This is the new world he lives in, so he decides to focus on his food. With the dish nearly ready, He holds the spatula and announces that it's done. And thus, the magnificent Velto steak is presented, looking succulent. The agent gulps, shocked by the beauty of a dish he never expected. He then picks up a piece of the meat with his fork, preparing to take a bite. And with the first bite, his eyes widen, completely shocked by the flavor. He shouts that the meat is melting in his mouth, relaxing his entire body. But suddenly, he stands up from his chair saying, "This is no time to think about that." He decides to forget about the price, thinking he deserves to treat himself today. With his plate now clean, he asks for another Velto steak, leaving the chef in thought. After scraping the second plate clean, he takes a deep breath and asks for the bill. The cook says the first customer of the day eats for free, but the agent insists. He says he feels recharged, and since he plans to return, he's adamant about paying. Hearing that, our protagonist gives a slight smile, seeming to agree with the idea. He then says the price is 10 silvers, and the agent leaves the money on the table. Thanking him for the meal, the agent turns to leave, but stops and turns back. He advises the owner to be careful, as times are tough for ordinary people. With that, he hands over his business card, warning that it's still dangerous outside. The card shows his name is Jae-woo Choi, from the association's patrol unit. The protagonist is lost in thought, repeating that it's a difficult era for ordinary people. Watching the agent leave, he thinks that the guy's not a bad person, and hopes he lives well. Back in the kitchen, he cuts a piece of the dish he prepared for himself, and upon tasting it, he confirms that the flavor, as expected, was very good. Later that night, an owl appears at the window, breaking the street's silence. Our protagonist stretches, thinking it was another quiet day of work. He then remembers the Velto egg and wonders what he could cook with it. But suddenly, the restaurant door is kicked open with a loud bang. A red-haired guy appears at the entrance, saying he's finally found him. Cheolo turns around, confused. With a furious look, the intruder announces that he's come to take back what's his. The scene cuts to a few hours earlier, in a bustling city market. We're told that monsters have wiped out crops and livestock. With little choice, humanity started eating monsters, and the idea caught on. Thanks to this, the monster market boomed, and a vendor offers fresh eggs. He asks if they are Velto eggs, but the vendor says they're all the same. Our protagonist then uses his skill, the detector eye, to check the goods. This skill comes from a dragon artifact and reveals the identity of anything. It allows him to see the tier and species of each egg there. The skill is so powerful, it can even tell if someone is lying. That's why he avoids using it on people and just decides to take a bunch of eggs. But among them, a shiny blue egg showed no information. Even though he finds it strange, he asks the vendor to put the mysterious egg in the box. Back in the kitchen, he cracks an egg, remembering how he used to think eating was a waste of time. Back then, a good meal was a luxury, but now he cherishes everyone. With that in mind, he prepares the dish of the day, Velto scrambled eggs. He remembers sharing this dish with his comrades on the battlefield. Taking a bite, he thinks that the milk really did make the Velto eggs creamier. Alone in the restaurant, he realizes the dish turned out great, and the memories come flooding back. The faces of those he misses begin to reappear, making him feel old. But then he shifts his focus, remembering that the detector eye couldn't scan that one egg. He recalls that dragon artifacts are formed when a dragon is born. That's why they're super effective against everything except their own kind. He then touches the egg, wondering if it could possibly be a dragon egg. As he was thinking about the taste, the door is kicked open, interrupting him instantly. The intruder looks around, questioning if this place is even a restaurant. With a shout, he announces he's there to take back what's his. Pointing directly at him, he says he knew he'd find him with the egg in his hand. Chiolo then realizes his detector eye doesn't work on the intruder either. He simply asks if the guy is a dragon, leaving the redhead shocked by the question. Seeing the intruder's body burst into flames, he's surprised that dragons exist in this world. Engulfed in fire, the intruder yells, demanding to know how he discovered his identity. The fire starts to burn the ceiling, and Cheolho just complains about the damage to his restaurant. He explains that he has an artifact that sees through everything, except for dragons themselves. Cheolho thinks this makes things easier, leaving the dragon even more confused. He offers the egg back, but tells the guy to clean up the mess first, irritating the intruder. Just then, the dragon spots a blue knife and asks if it's a dragon scale. The scent of the cutting board also catches his attention. He recognizes it as a dragon bone. Absolutely furious, he screams that the human used his people as kitchen utensils. He then attacks with full force, launching an energy sphere and yelling for the human to die. Cheolo just looks a little bored, as if it's no big deal to him. The attack sends him flying back, and he complains that now it'll be harder for the dragon to clean up the mess. But he gets up, unleashing a powerful aura and talking about the nature of dragons. From his hands, a frying pan materializes, ready for combat. With a single swing, he bats away the dragon's attack. The intruder is completely stunned, unable to believe the power the human just displayed. With his eyes glowing, he advances, saying that dragons only learn one way, and as he attacks with the frying pan, he says it's the hard way. The scene leaves the intruder confused, as he remembers hearing those words before. In a flashback, the protagonist demanded the artifacts from the dragon's father. The great dragon was offended, unable to believe the human's audacity, but his son tried to warn him, saying that this was the feared warrior, Miro Lycus. From what he saw 30 years ago, he knew his father was about to get a bad beating again. Snapping out of the flashback, our hero realizes the intruder is just a kid. He then says he has nothing against the boy, which startles the redhead. Already seated, he tells the intruder to come talk about the mess he made. The protagonist tells him to clean everything up, and then he can take the egg and leave for good. He also warns him that he doesn't like dragons, and that their next conversation could be more violent. The boy then starts cleaning the floor, wringing out a cloth with his hands. He explains that he came from the continent of Espan, sucked through a dimensional rift. The cook understands, and the boy asks if he's from Espan too. He reveals that in the other world, his name was Miro Lycus, and here, he's Cheolho Kang. Hearing this, the dragon frantically scrubs the floor, now certain this is the man who terrified his father. Seeing the floor shining, the protagonist tells him to grab his things and finally leave. But the boy stands up and asks why he never returned his father's relics. The cook recognizes the aura, remembering Rex, the dragon of flames. He then beckons the boy closer, saying he stopped beating up dragons 30 years ago. The boy asks his age, and he reveals he's a little over 50. Then the protagonist says he's older since he's almost 60, which shocks the dragon. He jokes, asking if it's because he's so handsome, making the boy blush. But he quickly gets serious, saying that back then, the only language dragons understood was brute force. Our protagonist starts to laugh, finding it funny to see a dragon being so submissive. He then explains that he never killed a dragon and that his utensils were gifts. As for the relics, he says they were broken during the fight against the Demon King. Seeing that this will be a long conversation, he offers the boy a drink to relax, but the dragon gets furious, yelling about how he dares to think he would drink with a human. And after all that shouting, the dragon simply passes out, face planting on the table. Slurring his words, he says the human should feel honored to drink with him. The protagonist asks if the egg is his, but the dragon yells that it's his little sister. He explains that a rift opened in their nest while their parents were away. So our hero asks how long he's been here, and he replies it's been about half a year. The cook notes that's around the same time he returned to Earth, leaving the dragon confused. He explains that he needed some time to sort things out over there before coming here. The boy then asks why he's hiding out in some random restaurant. He insists, saying a monster with so much power could easily dominate this world. But the dragon slams the table, yelling that humans are greedy and only want power. The hero replies that he has a point, but all of that is just noise to him now. He then tells the boy he doesn't trust humans and that he should take care of his family. With a goofy smile, the dragon hugs the egg, asking if his sister isn't adorable. But he suddenly loses his balance, and Cheolo is startled to see him almost fall. He then just sighs, looking very tired after all the commotion. Cheolo suddenly wakes up the next day. He notices a cute little dragon staring at him. Just then, the baby dragon reveals herself, and her brother shouts with joy that it's his sister. He celebrates that his sister has finally hatched, right there on the restaurant table. The protagonist then asks what they call a hatchling, and he replies that he's still thinking of a name. He picks her up, and her older brother yells not to treat her like a pet. He then pinches her cheeks, noting that even though she's small, she already has sharp teeth. The redhead proudly says she's the cutest thing he's ever seen. With a gentle pat, our hero agrees, admitting she is indeed very cute. He then asks the boy where he's planning on taking the little dragon now. The cook remains silent for a moment, just waiting for the dragon's answer. With a smile, he says it doesn't matter where they go, and a noise starts up outside. The scene shows the restaurant, and he tells them to eat before they leave. The scene shifts to a rainy day, setting a heavy and melancholic mood. He remembers how the demons would arrive with the storm, and the scent of blood would ride on the wind. The image of the last drink he shared with someone very dear comes to his mind, and her last words echo, asking him to live his own life. Back in the present, he serves a hamburger steak, which makes the little dragon girl squeal with joy. The red dragon gets startled and asks if it's time to leave and how much the food costs. Our hero says it's 10 silver, but that he can leave without paying, making the boy feel awkward. With a jump, the dragon asks if by any chance he rents out rooms at the restaurant. Hearing that he doesn't, he gets discouraged, thinking that dragons aren't always so proud. Then he gets an idea and places a giant mana stone on the table as a gift. He explains that it's a tier 4 stone, and that he knows it's worth something in this world. Seeing this, the hero can't hold it in, and starts laughing at the situation, covering his face. Suddenly, the little dragon girl's stomach rumbles, and he asks if she's still hungry. He understands that raising a child on Earth isn't easy, not even for a dragon. With that, he thinks that deep down, he also misses that other world a little. He thinks that even if he can never see her again, the longing is still there. With a smile, he tells them they can stay, and that he won't need the mana stone. But the boy feels embarrassed, saying he can't just stay there without paying. The hero then accepts the gift, and black smoke starts coming out of his finger. At that moment, an energy portal opens in the middle of the restaurant, leaving the dragon shocked, and from within it emerges Kasim, an immortal goblin who greets the king of the world. The protagonist explains that he manages his subspace and tells the goblin to cut it out. Then he asks how many mana stones are stored in his private inventory. Kasim replies that he has as many as grains of sand, but only a few of supreme tier. The hero hands over the stone he received, telling the goblin to add one more grain to the pile. But before leaving, Kasim says he needs to take one of those stones back. He then hands one to his master, leaving the dragon completely confused by the situation. The goblin says goodbye, almost calling the protagonist the king of the world again, but he corrects himself, bidding farewell to Mr. Kang, a simple, ordinary man. With the portal now closed, he turns and says he's going to need the dragon's help. The restaurant's facade appears on a sunny day, looking much calmer than before. Inside, the little white dragon girl is sleeping soundly, enjoying the peaceful moment. But suddenly, an explosion goes off outside. Out back, the hero teaches the dragon how to control his fire without burning everything around him. He then tells the boy to try again, focusing the flames on a skewer he's holding. And with that, a piece of meat is grilled perfectly, cooked just right. The dragon gets curious, asking about the skewer he took from the subspace. It's shown to us that it was the greatest masterpiece ever created by a dwarven master blacksmith. The boy doesn't understand why he's wasting a treasure in the kitchen, but the hero retorts. He says it's better than letting it gather dust, and the dragon ends up agreeing. Suddenly the bell rings, and Jae-woo Choi enters the restaurant. With a smile, he says he was just passing by on his daily patrol. Meanwhile, the red dragon appears, washing dishes covered in suds. Jae-woo Choi sits down to eat, commenting that the food is as good as ever. He then notices the boy working and says the owner must have hired a helper. Jae-woo Choi mentions that a new dungeon has opened in the city and they're recruiting hunters. The protagonist becomes thoughtful, processing the news about this new dungeon. He knows that dungeons are like nests, a perfect place for monsters to reproduce. And he's sure they are portals because that's what happened to him and the dragon. The agent explains that the estimated difficulty of the place is tier 5, which is very dangerous. Because of that, they're sending the hunter Sang-hoo Kim and the Zenkak team there. And Ms. Cheon, the Ice Witch, will also be protecting the other end of the area. He laments that the square is full of hunters looking for work on these missions. The agent is sad because many have families to support, and the competition is fierce. With the chat over, he says goodbye and thanks him for the food, as he always does. The dragon looks proud, and the hero confirms that the customer liked the dish. With cash in hand, he thinks about buying more of that Ataho meat for his stock. The scene shifts to the market, where he asks the butcher for 10 kilos of Ataho sirloin. Just then, he hears someone shouting for anyone wanting to join the raid to form a single line. He watches the crowd, and a spear-wielding hunter in the middle of them looks very familiar. He finally remembers that's the spear mage, the one called Sang-hoo Kim. Seeing the party recruitment ads, he's reminded of the games he used to play. Since the world turned into a big fantasy game, a lot of the slang has caught on. And just like in games, healers and tanks are highly valued, but most are damage dealers. A desperate hunter even tries to get a spot, but the group says they only need healers. The memory of the association agent comes back, saying everyone there has a family to support. Hearing that, our protagonist seems to make a decision, his expression turning serious. He thinks that Agent Jae-woo is a good guy, but that he should worry more about himself. The scene changes to a man with a backpack, who seems to be looking for something in his pocket. He then takes out a wallet, but upon opening it, he sees that it's completely empty. With a weary sigh, he just keeps walking, with little hope in his eyes. But he stops for a moment, gripping his backpack strap a little tighter. Back at the restaurant, Cheolho calls for Khan and sees that the kitchen is spotless. Suddenly, the door's bell rings, and he turns to see who just arrived. It was the same guy from the street, who asks in a tired voice if the place is still open. Our hero then serves a glass of water, and the man thanks him with a weary tone. He asks if the restaurant serves instant ramen, and the owner says yes. He just needs a moment. The cook grabs a package, thinking that even after 30 years, instant ramen is still popular. At this, the man asks how much a bowl costs, and the owner replies that it's 2 silver. With a huge smile, he's surprised by the price and immediately orders 5 bowls. The owner doubts he can eat it all, but the customer guarantees that he can. Finding this all very strange, the hero activates his skill, Detector Eye. He discovers the guy is a food god, a class an old friend of his once had. This ability makes the user stronger depending on the quality and quantity of food. It's explained that they gain a lot of strength by eating high-rank monsters, getting buffed up. But until they can do that, they barely see any results and live with an endless hunger. The man's stomach rumbles, confirming he's still in the initial stage of the skill. Our hero realizes that this guy was never able to get past this level and reach the top, so he serves a giant bowl of instant ramen with several pieces of a Tahoe meat on top. The customer is speechless, and the owner tells him the meat is on the house. He thinks that good people always have it rough, and in times like these, they're the first to suffer. So he tells him the Tahoe meat will give him a nice boost, since it's on the house. The man thanks him with tear-filled eyes and takes a generous bite of the meat. And with the first bite, the flavor explodes in his mouth, leaving him in complete ecstasy. He shouts, wondering how something can be so good, and the owner just laughs at his reaction. Without wasting any time, he starts devouring the noodles with a lion's appetite. And to make sure nothing is left, he tips the bowl, drinking all the broth in one go. With the plate completely clean, he takes a deep breath, thankful for the incredible meal. The customer stresses that everything was wonderful, and the owner says he's glad he enjoyed it. But when it's time to pay, he fumbles, dropping his wallet and coins on the floor. As he gathers his things, he's surprised to find a folded tie in his wallet. He hands over the crumpled money, thanking him again, and the owner accepts it without any issue. Before leaving, the man waves goodbye and promises he'll be back again. Cheolho notices that his clothes were dirty, but that tie looked new. He thinks the guy is just trying to get by in a chaotic world and forgets about it. But not long after, he ended up running into that same guy on the street again. Suddenly, the man stops upon hearing a noise, his face turning very serious. He then sees that a dimensional gate has gone out of control in the middle of the city. In the middle of the city, a sinister portal opens in the sky, spreading dark energy across the entire region. The authorities act quickly, cordoning off the area and shouting for all civilians to evacuate immediately. A hunter approaches the blockade and asks if he can help, but the guard immediately asks what his tier is. He replies that he's a food god, and the guard dismisses him, warning that the situation is too dangerous. Suddenly, a girl appears amidst the chaos, using healing magic on one of the injured. The hunter recognizes her and is shocked, realizing that it's Mi Jin, his own daughter. Desperate, he knocks down the protective barrier and runs towards her, shouting the girl's name. He asks what she's doing there, and she explains that the school sent support hunters. Mi Jin tells her father to leave, but he insists, saying he was just worried about her. But she explodes in anger, yelling that all he does is eat and work and is never home for anything. She shoves him away and yells for him to evacuate, causing his phone to fall to the ground. As she turns, Mi Jin spots a strange item on the asphalt and asks if it's a tie. She then stares at her father with a confused look, saying he doesn't even own a suit. At that moment, a portal of light opens, and an armored boot steps firmly on the ground. From it emerge Sanghu and his team, elite hunters arriving to handle the situation. One of the hunters announces that the dungeon has been cleared, congratulating everyone on the great teamwork. She asks the healers to gather and tend to the injured, and Mi Jin immediately runs to help. Her father is left behind, standing still, as the team celebrates their successful mission. The scene changes, and we're told about classes, the types of abilities hunters have. There are 5 levels to mastery, and young hunters train at the Cipher School to evolve. Once someone masters their first class, it's possible to unlock a second one with great effort. Those who achieve this feat are treated as the elite of the Hunters Association. But if a person awakens a low-level class, evolving becomes an impossible task. That's why it's better for them to just find a job that better suits their lives. The scene shifts back to Cheolho, who remembers awakening his 6th class during the final battle. He then gets annoyed in the kitchen, thinking this must be his limit, since he never found a 7th one. Just then, a red-haired girl bursts in, calling him Miro, before correcting herself to Cheolho. She says something incredible happened. Kyul shed his skin and just spoke. The girl then shows him the small creature and asks it to say the name Khan. But the little creature stares intently at Cheolho and excitedly shouts the word, "Daddy!" Cheolho feels awkward being called Daddy, while the red-haired girl is amused by the scene. He tries to play it off, questioning if the name Kyul isn't too Korean, but she retorts that the creature was born in this world. Then, she gets the creature to say its name, Khan, and excitedly celebrates the achievement. Cheolho then asks what class he has mastered, since dragons are born with one, but Khan says he doesn't know yet. Suddenly, the door's bell rings, and the girl quickly hides behind the counter. The door opens, and the hunter from earlier walks in, asking for 5 bowls of instant noodles. Khan doesn't understand why he's doing that, as the man sits down, completely dejected. He starts venting to Cheolo, telling him he went to the attack site and found his daughter. The hunter laments that he couldn't help her, since he's a tier 7 and was treated like a civilian. But he explains that his daughter is a tier 3 healer, very talented and recognized by the association. About the tie, he reveals he went to buy a suit for her school event, but everything was too expensive. The only thing his money could buy was that simple tie, which left him devastated. He wonders if it's better not to even show up, since he can't even pay for her studies. With a hand on his stomach, he laughs at himself for still being hungry at a time like this. Cheolho listens in silence as the man says that if he doesn't eat, he won't even be able to get work in the reconstruction. Cheolho approaches Khan in the kitchen, who is preparing the noodles for the customer at the counter. He then asks if he can slice him up thinly, leaving the red-haired young man completely terrified. Khan screams, accusing Cheolho of fattening him up all this time just to eat him later. But the cook explains it was a joke, and casually points to the skin Kyul shed. The young man is outraged by his look, and yells that he was going to keep it as a memento. The scene then reveals an extra-large bowl of ramen, topped with several pieces of meat. Cheolho serves the dish to the hunter, saying it's on the house, while Khan freaks out in the background. The man tries a piece of the meat, still with a sad expression, but is quickly surprised. With that, he begins to cry silently as he eats, letting out all his frustration. After a while, the bowl is empty, and the hunter leaves a crumpled bill on the table. He thanks him not just for the food, but also for listening to his pathetic life story. Cheolho just watches the man leave with a satisfied smile on his face. Mission accomplished. At the door, the hunter stops and comments on how life is full of hardships. But Cheolho replies that for those who try hard, sometimes life gives something good back. He finishes by telling him to keep on living, because he'll always be there to serve him again. With a slight smile, the man leaves the restaurant, promising he will definitely be back. Hiding, Khan asks why nothing happened, but Cheolho says he did what he could with the food. Khan then gives him a serious look, wanting to know why he helped that stranger so much. Cheolho doesn't answer, just looks away with a slightly darker, more distant expression. He then pets Kyul and comments that his own father once had that same lonely look. Khan is a bit shocked, realizing that even someone like Cheolho had a father once. The scene changes, and we see the hunter arriving at his simple apartment in the dead of night. Inside, he finds his daughter Mijin asleep, her phone still by the bed. He then notices she picked up the tie he dropped, and he hears her apologize. Half awake, the girl apologizes again for her harsh words. He comforts her by stroking her head and says it's okay, that he's sorry too. Kneeling by the bed, he laments not being able to give his daughter a better life. But as he covers her with a blanket, he silently promises that she will always have his unwavering love. The next morning, the hunter runs desperately through the city, shouting that he's going to get the last spot. Out of breath, he finally reaches the recruiter, who asks to see his hunter ID. The recruiter recognizes him on sight and asks for his name, and he replies that it's Manhwa Kim. He then remembers that Manhwa was the guy left behind in the monster zone last time. The guard tells him not to screw things up now, since the mission is easier without the boss. With the entire cleanup crew assembled, the leader gives the signal, and they enter the portal. Far away, Cheolho yawns as he leaves his house, seemingly starting his day as usual. He goes down the stairs and walks down the street when a van flies past him. The Zenkok team's vehicle disappears over the horizon, leaving the cook with a bad feeling, and he's left thinking, as if he senses something isn't right. Back at the portal, a deafening alarm starts to blare, and the rift's energy becomes unstable. Sanghu runs out of a base as someone announces that the gate has been sealed. It's explained that a collection team with weak hunters went in, and Mijin calls out for her father. But the worst happens, as a hidden boss has appeared, trapping them all inside the portal. The team steps onto the dungeon's grass, a completely new and wild environment for them. Inside, the leader yells to hold the formation, while Manhwa is captivated by the scenery. But out of nowhere, a bizarre dinosaur leaps towards him, its mouth open to attack. On pure reflex, he raises his arm and blocks the monster, taking the direct hit. He throws the creature away and is confused, feeling strong and not hungry today. A teammate notices his strength, but is soon startled by something else in the sky. High above, a rift in space begins to form, cracking the dungeon's reality. With that, the entire ground begins to shake violently, and everyone looks up in terror. A giant, clawed paw descends from the sky, crushing the ground with a dull thud. The monster reveals itself completely, a colossal tyrannosaurus that roars, showing it's the hidden boss. Manhwa is in a total panic, unable to believe their terrible luck. We're told that a hidden boss is a second boss that appears from an extra rift, and when that happens, most cleanup squads don't make it out alive. Everyone stares at the creature, terrified, and Manhwa recognizes it as a Tigrex monster. The beast starts running towards them, and Manhwa yells for everyone to move, fast. He stops for a moment, sweat dripping as he makes a risky decision. On the fallen monster, he sees a glowing mana stone, a unique opportunity right there that would pay the bills, and he could finally give his daughter, Mijin, a better life. Ignoring the screams, he runs toward the reward, not thinking about the fatal consequences. With his heart in his throat, he reaches out, thinking he just needed to grab that stone. But the Tigrex emerges from the shadows, opening its massive jaws to devour him in one go. With a violent swipe, the monster hurls him through the air as if he were nothing. On the ground, he remembers Mijin's harsh words, wondering if this is what she saw. He sees himself as a desperate man, a pathetic father who can't protect the one he loves. Various memories of his daughter flash through his mind, from her school ceremony to the present. He remembers her smile as a child, and her sadness at her mother's funeral. The image of her as a baby in his arms surfaces, and he can only apologize. But suddenly, a spark of pure determination lights up his eyes, changing everything. He struggles to his feet, yelling to himself that he can't die and leave her alone. With newfound strength, he faces the beast, which now stumbles, and shouts that he won't die here. The beast digs its claws hard into the ground, preparing for the final attack. With a roar, the beast charges at Manhwa, who refuses to die in this place. He then clenches his fist with determination, gathering all the courage he had left. With a cry of pure fury, he swears he can't and won't die like this. On pure instinct, he stops the monster's paw with a punch, unleashing a hidden power. A crackling red energy explodes from his fist, engulfing his entire body. From a distance, the team leader sees the scene and shouts that it could only be a rank up. Manhwa himself is in shock, unable to believe he blocked the hidden boss all by himself. He then realizes his fists don't hurt, and stranger still, he wasn't feeling hungry. For the first time in his entire life, the constant hunger was just gone. With that, he charges forward and grabs the monster's jaw, stopping the creature's attack. Using his new strength, he matches the giant dinosaur. Manhwa slides across the ground and with a defiant look, tells the monster to take the hit. He yells for the beast to hang on, because the real fight was just beginning. Elsewhere, the elite team's weapon shatters, proving the enemy's strength. Sang-hoo arrives on the battlefield and asks if everyone has evacuated, wanting to know where the boss is. A hunter points in shock, not believing that guy stopped a Tier 2 Tigrex by himself. With a smile, Sang-hoo confirms the feat and calls him a cool old guy, finding it incredible. Seeing Manhwa hold back the monster, he recognizes his potential and says he needs to get his contact info. A status window appears, revealing Manhwa's class is God of Food. It's explained that this class reflects damage, acting as a super durable tank in combat. From a distance, Cheolo thinks that in the Korean system, this power is equivalent to a Tier 3 hunter. Seeing that Manhwa and Sang-hoo have handled everything, he decides his mission here is over. The scene cuts to little Kayul yawning, showing that her life is going on peacefully. At the restaurant, a newspaper on the table announces that the hidden boss, Tigrex, has finally been defeated. The news reveals the hero of the fight was Manhwa Kim, who became the MVP and rose to Tier 3. The association admits its mistake and promises a re-evaluation, while Cheolho picks Kyul up. He comments that she's gotten a little heavier, and the little one responds by calling him Daddy. He tries to deny it, saying he's not her father, but Kyul hugs him tightly anyway. With a smile on his face, he accepts the little one's affection as other news plays in the background. On the radio, a news report talks about a wave of petty thefts happening in the city. The culprit seems to like food and shiny things, and even stole mana stones from the market. Cheolho gets lost in thought over the news, while little Kyul plays with water nearby. With a cute look, she approaches and offers a mug full of liquid to her daddy. But suddenly Khan bursts into the kitchen and desperately yells for Cheolho not to drink it. With a disgusted look, he warns that the mug is completely full of dangerous bacteria. He then explains that Kyul learned from a picture book about water wells for drinking. At that, a shiver runs down Cheolho's spine, as he understands that to her, the toilet looks like a well. In another scene, Agent Jae-woo Choi tries some kimchi, saying the dish is incredible. Cheolo comments that he used premium ingredients, which is why his food has a special flavor. Suddenly, the doorbell rings, and Jae-woo announces that more people are arriving. He then says he brought someone with him today, and a man appears from behind him. There stood Captain Sang-hoo Kim, the famous spear hunter, in his leather jacket. Cheolho bows and greets him, politely saying that he's heard a lot about him. The association agent then introduces himself and recognizes Cheolho as a spear mage. Sang-hoo arrives complaining that the day was rough, full of meetings that never ended. At that, Agent Jae-woo points to the side and announces that the famous god of food was there. He excitedly explains that this was Manhwa Kim, the hero who turned the tide in the last raid. Manhwa smiles humbly and says he owes it all to the boss who helped him in his darkest moment, but Cheolho replies that it was nothing and that he was just hoping he'd come back to eat again. The newcomer then asks for his usual noodles, and Cheolho gets ready to cook. Seeing this, Sang-hoo gets a craving and asks for the same dish, making the cook happy. As soon as the food arrives, Manhwa tips the bowl back all at once, drinking every last drop of the broth. Sang-hoo is left speechless by the scene, impressed by his colleague's hunger and appetite. He then reminds Manhwa that he should get going, since he promised to visit his daughter's school. Cheolho says they need to rest, and with that, the agent says his goodbyes and decides to leave. He watches their interaction from a distance, thinking that the two seem to get along very well. But suddenly, he realizes the restaurant has become very quiet, finding it strange. He looks at the table and sees Sang-hoo slowly swaying, almost falling asleep right there. And just like that, the captain passes out completely, taking a nap after his meal. The scene changes to a flashback, where Sang-hoo grabs a man by the collar and yells, completely outraged at him. He questions how the man could have messed with a mystical creature as the fire beast descends on the city. The monster, a giant wolf in flames, snarls at the hunters, baring its teeth with pure hatred. With a deafening howl, the creature unleashes its power, preparing to destroy everything around it. Back in the present, Sang-hoo finally wakes from his nap, a bit confused by the situation. He jumps to his feet, seeing Cheolho still there, calmly reading the newspaper. Cheolho then notices the time and apologizes, but the cook tells him not to worry about it. The captain declines the food, saying he has no appetite, as the radio starts talking about the robberies again. But then he changes his mind and asks for a drink, and Cheolho quickly moves to fill the customer's order. Sang-hoo asks for soju and leaves the side dishes up to the chef, who considers what to make. With the fresh ingredients he bought, he suggests sashimi, surprising the captain. He confirms it's raw fish, explaining he got a very fresh catch that morning. We're told that with the arrival of the monsters, the oceans were also completely taken over. As a result, fish that were once common became rare delicacies, almost impossible to find. Instead, they now fish for monster species like this young German fish. Cheolho begins to slice the creature, saying its flavor is a cross between sea bass and flounder. As he prepares it, he confesses he didn't used to like sashimi, but learned to see it as a luxury. He then serves the dish, recommending that Sang-hoo try the seaweed noodles underneath. The captain is impressed, but finds the combination of sashimi and seaweed noodles strange. Cheolho assures him he used special ingredients, and is certain he'll enjoy the taste. With that, Sang-hoo picks up a piece with his chopsticks and eats it, feeling the crunch of the mix. In an instant, a jolt of flavor runs through his body, and he feels renewed by the meal. He then downs a glass of soju in one go, to cleanse his palate before the next bite. With a cry of satisfaction, he says that it really hit the spot. Sang-hoo finally relaxes, feeling like his grueling week of work is officially over. He mentions he got 2 days off, his first break in almost 2 years of service. The life of hunting monsters every single day had worn him down mentally, pushing him to the edge. Creatures poured out of the rifts non-stop, and he never had a single moment to breathe. Looking at his spear, he remembers it's made of adamantium, a very valuable material. He says that when he graduated, he thought he could save the world with that weapon in his hands. But in the real world, he quickly learned there's always someone stronger than you out there. Sang-hoo then stretches and complains that he's already tired, and Cheolho reveals he's been there too. He reflects that for everyone, there comes a day when it hits you that you're not so special. And the best solution for that, according to him, is to force a smile and have some good soju. Cheolho tries to cheer up the captain, saying he's still one of the 5 guardians of Korea, but Sang-hoo confesses that the weight of carrying so many lives on his shoulders is sometimes too much. Seeing the rain outside, Cheolho asks if something specific happened to make him feel this way. The captain then confirms that yes, something did, and that he remembers what happened very well. Cheolho then asks him if he's ever heard of a mythical creature called a gumiho. The scene shifts to a flashback, where hunters were running in the rain, furious with whoever provoked the beast. A subordinate explains that the culprit was the hunter, Gentleman, leaving Sang-hoo even more confused. As they prepare, the gumiho howls at the sky, showing all its fury. Back in the present, Cheolho explains that these creatures are mythical beasts with no defined rank. He says they live in isolation, and that in 30 years they've never attacked humans first. They're hard to find, but someone went and disturbed the peace of one of them. In the flashback, Sang-gu finally finds the man he was looking for in the rain, the so-called gentleman. Without hesitating, he grabs him and yells, demanding to know what he did to cause all this. The man in the hat just stares at him coldly, showing no concern about the threat. Sang-gu is shocked by the culprit's identity as his partner shouts his name. The gumiho lets out a cry of pure rage, its red flames illuminating the entire night. The beast then leaps toward a building, and someone yells for everyone to get into formation. Sang-gu leads the attack team, yelling that they're going all out against the monster. The creature then gathers energy in its tails, preparing for a devastating attack. A massive sphere of fire forms, pulsing with a power that makes the ground tremble. Suddenly, the gumiho unleashes the attack, and a rain of fire falls upon the entire city. The beast's eyes glow with a hypnotic light, paralyzing anyone who stares directly at them. As a result, several hunters lose consciousness and drop their weapons, falling into a deep trance. A subordinate yells not to look at the flames, warning that the beast's attack is coming. The fireball hits a hunter's shield, which shatters from the force of the impact. Sang-gu and his partner leap back at the last second, narrowly escaping the blast. The woman then activates a spell on her shield, creating a bluish circle of protection. With the spell, several magic shields appear and block the gumiho's fire projectiles. Seeing an opening, the captain readies his spear, which now glows with a purple aura of power. He then uses the shields as platforms and attacks the monster from multiple angles at once. The hunter dives with spear in hand, preparing for the final blow against the beast. With a furious shout, he commands the creature to leave in silence, once and for all. The tip of the spear cuts through the air and strikes the gumiho's neck, which roars in pain. The monster's eye fills with a tear. Sang-gu notices the creature's gaze, but it was too late to pull back, and Sang-gu strikes true. Back in the present, he reveals that the battle lasted all night, without rest, and when they finally defeated the monster, amid the screams, he heard something crying. Lying on the ground, he finds a small fox cub, huddled and crying in the rain. He's shocked to realize they killed a mother, and that this was her newborn. It was revealed that gentlemen's eagles had hunted the cub, and the mother was only reacting to that. Sang-gu laments, saying it was a mistake, but that even the best students make them. But he adds that they, as guardians, can't afford to make those kinds of mistakes. Sadly, he reveals that the cub also had to be put down in the end. Chiolo comforts him, saying they had no other choice, closing the gumiho case for good. With a sheepish smile, Sang-gu seems to agree with his friend, feeling a little better. He then gets up to leave, commenting that he said too much because he felt so comfortable. But Cheolo also stands and asks for another plate of that sashimi, but this time to go. He says he'll make it without a problem, as the starry night covers the city outside. The scene then cuts back to the past, with the hunter gentleman walking through the dark streets. Sang-gu walks as he remembers gentleman. We see Sang-gu confronting him, yelling about what he was thinking, messing with a newborn. He screams that an apology fixes nothing, as the lives of many were put at risk. At the end of the argument, the captain turns his back, with an expression of pure defeat. He walks slowly through the destruction, carrying the weight of that night on his shoulders. Back in the present, Cheolo remembers the gumihos he himself had encountered on his continent. It's explained that they never attacked humans, but he still killed 2 of them anyway. He regretted it both times, as those are memories a person can never forget. Far away, Sang-gu walks through the ruined city, carrying his sashimi to eat at home. He opens the sashimi package, the only comfort he took from that difficult night, but these memories remain like scars, with screams that always echo in his head. Suddenly, he hears approaching footsteps, and his hunter's instinct immediately kicks in. It's as if he's reliving it all over again, with the flames forever reminding him of his mistake. From the darkness, a small paw emerges, moving slowly toward the hunter. It was the gumiho cub, now with 3 tails, approaching with its own flames. Sang-gu then reveals the truth. He couldn't bring himself to kill the cub on that rainy night. We see a flashback to the past, with the small newborn huddled and crying in the heavy rain. He doesn't know if it was because of its mother's gaze, but he just couldn't do it. Crouching, he laments being such a weak guardian while the cub eats the sashimi. The captain then asks how many mana stones it stole to already have 3 tails like that, but the little fox ignores the scolding and tries to steal the food bag, acting on pure instinct. Sang-gu instinctively grabs it by the tail, and the gumiho gets angry, baring its teeth at him. The creature then attacks him with fireballs, showing it was already quite strong. He narrowly dodges and tries to reason with the creature, asking for a minute to listen. He warns that the association is going to act, and he can no longer protect it in the city. Sang-gu then throws the tip of his spear to the ground and tells the gumiho to leave. With a heavy heart, he says goodbye as the fox cries, unwilling to leave. But in the end, He yells for the kid to get lost, and the Gumiho leaves, running into the forest. Sang-hoo gives a melancholic smile, knowing he did the right thing by letting the cub go. He stands alone in the night, spear in hand, and yells one last time for the Gumiho to leave. The fox then runs across the city's rooftops looking for a safe place to hide, but suddenly it stops, as if it caught a very familiar scent nearby. It's startled to see little Kayul waving from a window, as if calling to it. Curious, it gets closer and sees the little dragon calling it daddy again. The creature's fluffy fur glows, and the Gumiho falls to the ground, completely charmed by her. It understands that because she's cute and harmless, little Kyul could only be a friend. The two then start jumping on the bookshelf, playing together, when Cheolho enters the room. The cook finally realizes it was the Gumiho he had sensed around his house. He asks if the fox is hungry, and it nods its head, confirming right away. With a smile, Cheolho says it looks like it already ate somewhere else, referring to the sashimi. Just then, his goblin butler Kasim appears from a portal, asking what he desires now. Cheolho then points to the Gumiho and asks him to get a mana stone from his collection. The servant promptly obeys, handing the stone to Common Master Cheolho Kang. Cheolho says a Tier 1 mana stone should help, and the Gumiho snatches it immediately. Without hesitating, the fox bites the crystal, shattering it into pieces in its mouth. With that, a cosmic energy envelops the creature as it absorbs all the stone's power. At the window, Cheolho bids farewell to the creature, which is now ready to finally leave. The Gumiho then turns and runs, disappearing through the window like a small fiery comet. It stops on a rooftop, looking one last time at the city it left behind. The creature remembers Sang-hoo, thinking that despite everything, it knows the hunter is a good person. But with tears in its eyes, it laments, thinking it will never see him again. Far away, Sang-hoo lies on the grass, thinking that the Gumiho's flame stands out too much there. With a sad look, he hopes the creature never returns to that place, and from a rooftop, the Gumiho howls at the moon, a final goodbye before disappearing. The scene changes to show us the National Hunters Association, which oversees everything in the country. It's explained that they appointed 5 Tier 2 hunters as official guardians. Among them were the Ice Witch, Sang-hoo Kim, the Gentleman, and the Blade Queen. And besides them, the association also dispatches Tier 1 hunters for the most secret missions. At the top of the hierarchy, we're introduced to the association's president, Jin Soo-yu, the most powerful man in the country. In his office, he complains about the heat to Chae-yeon, the blue-haired mage who watches him in silence. The guardian, known as the Ice Witch, asks if he wants some ice to cool down, but he refuses, saying that's just how summer is, and quickly changes the subject to something more serious. He mentions hearing that the mandragoras have disappeared, and she confirms the information right away. It's explained that a mandragora is a plant monster that releases a highly dangerous poison, and to make matters worse, its scream can kill low-rank hunters and civilians in a matter of seconds. She reports that 13 of them have vanished without a trace, as if they simply walked away. The president laughs at the idea, saying that root vegetables don't have legs to run around. He then decides to call someone named Gabby to investigate, and Chae-yeon is startled by the name. Jinsu confirms that the Shadow Cat is back and will handle this mysterious case. Far away, little Kyul stretches, waking up from another peaceful night's sleep. Next to Cheolho, she notices that Khan isn't there, but she realizes her daddy is having a nightmare, and gently tries to wake him. With her little paw, she rubs his face and calls out to him, trying to pull him from the bad dream. But soon after, the little one's stomach rumbles, and she can only think of one thing: food. She gets off the bed and goes to the kitchen, trying her best to reach a chair that was there. With a few clumsy jumps, the little dragon finally manages to climb up, ready to hunt. From there, she peeks into the fridge and finds a mandragora, a very strange plant monster. Not knowing what it was, she wonders if it's an old man. Startled, the mandragora lets out a deafening scream that echoes throughout the house. But her hunger was stronger, and Kyul simply takes a bite of the monster without a second thought. The taste was horrible, and she spits it all out, making a face and throwing the plant away. Just then, Cheolho and Khan arrive in the kitchen, and the chef gives the little one a disapproving look. The little dragon passes out with a full belly, and Cheolho warns that she's going to get a scolding later. He then picks Kyul up and asks Khan where he's been the last few days. Khan says he was researching rifts, but he only saw monsters he already knew from Espan. Cheolho becomes thoughtful, and the word monsters seems to give him an idea. He teases Khan, who gets furious and yells that dragons are a noble and superior species. He then realizes it's not impossible for a dragon or something worse to emerge from the rifts. With that, he asks Khan to let him know if anything strange appears during his research. Khan asks if he can't control the rifts, but Cheolho says he doesn't know how. He also asks how he returned to this world, but Cheolho dodges the question, saving it for another time. He changes the subject, saying he needs to go grocery shopping to prepare dinner. After all, Summer calls for a more special and refreshing meal. The scene shifts to the outskirts of Sinchon, where a magical barrier protects the entire city. There, the Ice Witch investigates the area but finds no trace of the monsters. She then looks at a building, confirming it was the place she was told about. But suddenly, a green energy surrounds her from all sides in a complete surprise attack. The mage prepares an ice spell to defend herself, but her arm is caught instantly. A clawed hand interrupts the magic, sliding across her face with a cold touch. Just then, a woman appears behind her, emanating the same greenish energy aura. With a confident smile, she says the other must be the famous Ice Witch of Sinchon. The woman introduces herself as Gabby Lee, the Shadow Cat, a Tier 1 hunter. Cheon gets flustered and introduces herself, but Gabby asks her to just use her first name. The Shadow Cat compliments the mage, but asks how many years she's been active. When she hears it's been 10 years, Cheon's jaw drops, thinking it's impossible. She can't believe the woman crossed a sealed barrier without leaving a single trace behind. She's also shocked by the veteran's youthful appearance, who's been a hunter for 30 years. Gabby shakes the mage's hand and introduces herself again, saying it's her first time there. She then asks for a summary of the situation, and Cheon explains about the missing mandragoras. The mage says the barrier was created by a Tier 4 hunter from her support team. Gabby figures that to get through, the culprit must be at least a Tier 3 hunter. To start the investigation, she asks for the biggest mercenary guild in the region. Cheon replies that it's the Temple Guild, and Gabby decides to go there to eat. Far away, Sang-hoo feels a shiver, as if someone was just talking about him. The scene cuts to the restaurant, where little Kyul is sleeping soundly in Khan's arms, looking adorable. The red-haired young man is completely smitten, saying she's just adorable. Khan is completely smitten with Kyul, saying she must have gotten her cuteness from him. He was so focused on the little one that he didn't even notice Cheolo watching the whole scene from afar. The redhead gets startled and asks how long he's been there, and the chef says he saw everything. Embarrassed, Khan tries to play it cool, but Cheolo tells him there's no need to be ashamed. He then goes to the kitchen, grabs a watermelon, and asks the young man to fill a pot with water. Khan has never seen the fruit before, and even asks if the red part is meat, but Cheolho denies it. Then, the redhead picks up a chicken and asks what it is, since it doesn't look like a monster. Cheolho laughs and explains it's a chicken, remembering they also existed back in Espan. But the real shock comes when Khan holds a mandragora, not believing what he's seeing. The cook says he just found them lying around, but Khan warns that they're extremely dangerous. It's explained that they're full of dark energy, which is why they have a cooling effect. Besides that, they're crunchy and sweet, pairing well with many different dishes. Khan asks what the stuffing will be, and Cheolho answers that he'll use rice, garlic, and the mandragora. After a while, the pot is already boiling, and soon they'll have a warm chicken soup. But as they're cooking, the bell rings again, and a customer enters the empty restaurant. At the door, Sang-hoo, Cheon, and Gabby arrive, and the Shadow Cat immediately compliments the smell of the food. Cheolo welcomes them, and with a push, the embarrassed Khan also greets the group. Sang-hoo says that visitors are welcome, and introduces the red-haired young man as his nephew. The cook offers them chicken soup, and Gabby gets excited, as it's been a while since she's had chicken. But she quickly refuses, saying she's vegan, which leaves Cheolho wondering what to serve her. The chicken soup and mandragora kimchi are served at the table, looking delicious. The Ice Witch picks up a drumstick, dips it in a little salt, and prepares for the first bite. She then tastes the juicy meat, and her serious expression completely changes with the flavor. Sang-hoo also praises the kimchi, and both are impressed by the quality of the meal. Seeing their excitement, Cheolo turns to Gabby and asks if she's really vegan. He says he doesn't have many options, but offers her a watermelon, which catches her attention. With her eyes sparkling, the hunter accepts immediately, asking for a piece of the fruit. It's explained that there are many ways to enjoy watermelon, and today he'll try something new. With his knife, he scoops out all the red flesh and cuts it into small pieces on the cutting board. To finish, he adds strawberries and kiwis, creating the perfect summer dessert. He then puts the fruit inside the watermelon rind, preparing the base for the dessert. Next, the cook pours in a carbonated soda to make the mixture fizzy. With that, the watermelon punch, or hua chai, is ready, looking incredibly refreshing. Seeing this, the Ice Witch decides to help, and creates ice cubes with her magic. Cheolho explains to the Shadow Cat that the girl is the mage who protects the city, but Cheon complains, saying she hates the witch nickname they gave her. It's explained she got the name in school, when she got angry and froze everything during a battle. She laughs at the situation while Cheolho is surprised to have so many famous hunters in his restaurant. He then stares at the shadow cat, analyzing the powerful presence of the Tier 1 hunter. He thinks she's as strong as a guardian, and that he hasn't seen such beauty since Espan. With a smile, Gabby thanks him for the meal, leaving Cheolho even more impressed. After everyone finishes eating, the watermelon bowl is left completely empty on the table. Khan then comments to Cheolho that the woman who left was very beautiful, and he agrees. He says she was too beautiful to be human, with an almost unreal beauty. It's then revealed that Gabby is actually an elf, which explains her perfect appearance. Cheolho explains that he knew she wasn't human because his elf skill confirmed it. Khan then asks if she recognized them, but the chef assures him she doesn't have any sensory magic. With this, he's certain that it's not just monsters crossing through the dimensional rifts. In a grim tone, he thinks that these other species might be plotting something in secret. Suddenly, he calls out to Khan, who turns around, startled by the chef's call. Cheolho says he's going to make something unique for him, making the red-haired young man curious. Wearing an apron, he tells the young man to grab a spoon, as they are going to make a special watermelon soju. Far away, the trio of hunters arrives at the guild but finds no clues about the thief. Sang-hoo then teases Gabby, calling her grandma, and she retorts by calling him kid. The captain grumbles that there are no witnesses or victims, and that no one would even notice a theft. But Chaeyoung says her team was monitoring everything, and they would have seen anything. With a mocking smile, Sang-hoo jokes that maybe someone just ate all the plants. Gabby ends the discussion, but her expression shows that the case still makes her very suspicious. She says she has no proof, but her intuition tells her something strange is happening in the city. As they leave, Sang-hoo complains they went all that way just to get shocking news in the end. Sang-hoo becomes thoughtful, unable to believe that Taejung Cheon is retiring from the Temple Guild. The scene changes, and an older man stares at the starry sky, looking weary. He reflects on how the world has changed, with asphalt replacing the grass of the past. Even the smell of flowers has vanished, replaced by the stench of monster blood everywhere. Despite his exhaustion, he orders his team to go ahead and protect all the survivors. In the end, he gathers with the guild and informs everyone that the case has finally been resolved. The next day, Cheolho reads the newspaper and sees the news about the Temple Guild. Little Kyul wakes up and runs to hug her daddy's leg. All excited, he picks the little one up and compliments her look of the day, which was just a bow on her ear. Kyul then tries to imitate him, pretending to read the weather forecast in the newspaper too. But soon, hunger strikes, and the little dragon's belly starts to rumble loudly. She then starts asking for food, mixing cries of daddy with a cute growl. Cheolho wonders what to eat, because if they're going to eat, it should be something delicious. He thinks that life is short, and we only get 3 chances a day to eat well. The cook then pinches Kyul's cheeks, since a dragon's life is anything but short. He decides to make white rice, since whole grains don't make a difference for him anymore. With that, he asks little Kyul to go wake up her brother, who was still sleeping. The little dragon runs to Khan's room, where he was sleeping sprawled out on the bed, snoring. Without any mercy, she jumps right on top of his belly, and he wakes up with a start. From the kitchen, Cheolho hears the cry of pain and just gives a little smile. Mission accomplished. The scene cuts to breakfast, a delicious bibimbap with egg and wild vegetables. Khan is amazed by the smell of the food and immediately offers to mix everything in the bowl. With everything ready, the 3 of them start eating the bibimbap, enjoying their breakfast. The flavor explodes in their mouths, and the meal becomes a moment of pure happiness. After a while, the bowls are empty. Cheolho remarks that Kyul has been acting strange because she passes out every time she finishes eating. Khan explains that this is normal, and that she's eating and sleeping so she can grow. He gets excited because soon they'll find out what class the little dragon has awakened. But as they're talking, the doorbell chimes, and Cheolho goes to greet the new customer. A young man walks in, smelling the rice, wearing a stylish white jacket. Cheolho offers him a bowl, but the guy asks for instant noodles first, if possible. With a smile, the cook guesses that he prefers cold rice, and the young man confirms it. But suddenly, the customer sees the newspaper, and his expression changes when he sees the news about the guild. His jacket had the temple symbol, revealing he was a member of the guild. He leaves without a word, and Cheolho just watches, with the restaurant's facade in the background. The young man then eats the kimchi and praises it, saying the flavor was on another level. Suddenly, Agent Jae-woo and Manhwa Kim enter the restaurant, greeting Cheolho at the door. Manhwa declines the meal, saying he just stopped by to say hi, but the agent seems happy. Cheolho serves a glass of water, commenting that it must be tough with all this heat. Manhwa jokes that his stamina has improved, and the cook credits it to the mandragoras he ate. The agent then remarks that the spear mage must be pretty down about the news. He asks if the the cook has heard about the Temple Guild and the captain's retirement, the young man is shocked by the news, and the agent says it's a shame, as he was well respected. Cheolho then asks what happened, and Jae-woo mentions the incident from 10 years ago. It was Sang-hoo's first year in the position, and the invasion took the lives of 4 of the 5 guardians. Taejung Cheon, a Tier 1 hunter with incalculable power, was the only one left. A natural-born leader, he saved everyone during the Great Invasion, becoming a respected hero. The association's president, Jin Soo-yu, had been expecting this day, but he still felt bad about it. Suddenly, there's a knock on the door, and he says to come in, already knowing who the visitor is. The door opens, and there stands Taejung, greeting the president after a long time. The two then sit down to talk, with the sunset illuminating the entire room. The president asks if he really has to retire, and Taejung confirms his serious decision. Jinsu then asks for the reason, and he simply replies that the time has finally come. Outraged, the president grabs him and shouts, reminding him that he built that guild from scratch. He says he's been by his side from the beginning, but Taejung's gaze remains firm. Calmly, the captain places his mug on the table and asks his old friend to listen. He explains that no one builds anything alone, as they all fought together to create the world they have today. Now he just feels tired and wants to finally let go of the burden he has carried for so many years. With that, he says his goodbyes and leaves, leaving the president alone with his thoughts. Jinsu then reflects, imagining that young Sang-hoo must be suffering a lot from the news. We learn that the successor has already been chosen, a promising Tier 3 hunter named Hyuk Kang. Outside, Taejung looks out at the night and thinks to himself that it was a great day, but he soon laughs at himself, wondering if he's gotten that old to be thinking such things. Just then, the young hunter from the Temple Guild was already waiting for him on the street, next to his motorcycle. The scene shifts back to the restaurant, where Cheolho was slicing more cubes of mandragora kimchi. Suddenly, Sang-hoo walks in with Taejung. Sang-hoo remarks that he didn't even know this place existed, then asks with a smile what the menu of the day is. Cheolho replies that today they're serving home-style dishes, which makes Sang-hoo curious. The cook thinks about the captain's age and decides to take a chance, offering him the food anyway. Taejung sits down, and the word veteran seems to fit his aura perfectly. He says he's not in a hurry, and that the chef can take all the time he needs to cook. With a smile, Cheolho turns and heads back to the kitchen, ready to start cooking. The young hunter says his goodbyes, saying he just stopped by to show the old man the way. Taejung apologizes for the young man's immaturity, but Cheolho says he's a guardian after all. The veteran then asks if he can smoke, and the cook allows it, since there are no other customers. With the cigarette in his mouth, he compliments the smell of rice rising from the rice cooker. He comments that it's been a long time since he smelled that, which makes him nostalgic. Cheolho reflects on nostalgia and how everyone misses something. He then decides to make a special dish, one that brings back those fond memories. We learn that he's going to make a jjigae, and that everyone has their own special recipe for it. The cook then mixes the soybean paste and vegetables, cooking everything slowly. To complete the feast, he fries some Velto eggs and a delicious piece of German fish. The home-cooked meal is ready, with rice, fish, soup, and the special mandragora kimchi. The veteran stares at the steaming plate, an aroma awakening an old memory within him. He then tastes the broth, and the flavor surprises him, as if it were something very familiar. Next, he takes a spoonful of the white rice, which looked perfectly cooked. With a smile, he says it tastes just like the food he used to have at home. But he remembers it's been 30 years since he moved to Seoul, and the memory is faint. Time passed in the blink of an eye, and he didn't even notice life flying by like that. He says that back then, everyone wanted to go to the capital, as it was the only way to survive. The image of a road at night comes to his mind, a past he will never forget. The memory of the Great Evacuation 30 years ago, and of the last Great Invasion 10 years ago. Cheolho confirms with the veteran who recalls the era of the Great Evacuation. We are told that 30 years ago, monsters emerged and destroyed nations across the globe. Entire cities were wiped off the map, and countless lives were lost in the chaos. Back then, Taejung awakened as a hunter and picked up a sword to fight for the first time. With his new powers, he led the survivors from his hometown to the capital, Seoul. Their union gave birth to the Temple Guild, a safe haven for all hunters. With the city rebuilt, the world began to move forward again, and the Guardians emerged. But what was once Korea was now reduced to just the central area of Seoul, and just when things seemed to be improving, a new and terrible threat appeared 10 years ago. That was the day boss-class monsters descended from the skies, bringing destruction. The Great Invasion began, and Sang-hoo was caught off guard by an attack. His spear clashes with the monster's mouth. Sang-hoo is thrown back by the force of a dragon, unable to defend himself. The creature then lets out a deafening roar that echoes across the battlefield. Sang-hoo, still a rookie, despairs in the midst of the chaos and screams that he doesn't want to die. Taejong appears at the last second and blocks the attack, protecting one of the fallen hunters. He then extends a hand to the young Sang-hoo and tells him to get up and keep fighting. The boy trembles in fear, his face covered in blood, completely paralyzed by terror. The veteran understands his dread, as the only desire was to simply run away, but he encourages him, saying that what's important is to take a step forward even when afraid. He then asks for the young man's name, who replies that he is Sang-hoo Kim, his voice still trembling. Taejong recognizes him as the new guardian, but Sang-hoo warns him about the approaching monster. The captain then turns and tells the rookie to watch closely what he's about to do. With a swift movement, he wields his sword and prepares for the giant dragon's attack. With a single slash, he unleashes a golden energy that rushes toward the monster. The strike cuts through the sky and hits its mark, splitting the creature and several other enemies in half. Sang-hoo is left speechless, seeing the veteran standing amidst the destruction, covered in blood. Taejong then turns with a smile and says that this is the path they must walk. Young Sang-hoo stares at the captain, and the image of that hero is seared into his memory. Back in the present, he takes off his helmet with a determined look of someone who will honor that legacy. Sang-hoo climbs a hill and says that this is a good place for his master to rest in peace. He then turns and runs, ready to clear the entire area and ensure its safety. With his spear in hand, he vows that he won't leave a single monster remaining. He plants his weapon in the ground, saying this is the place where his captain will rest. He thinks it's the least he can do to repay the veteran for saving his life. With tears in his eyes, he curses himself, unable to hold back the pain of losing his friend. On his knees, he wonders why there are no monsters for him to unleash his anger on. He feels powerless, as there's nothing he can do to change what happened. Back at the restaurant, Cheolho asks if the captain regrets anything in his life. Taejong puts out his cigarette and confesses that every day was a regret because they had to be perfect. To protect someone, to keep people alive, they needed to survive at all costs. He adds that there is no room for error, as one slip-up can cost precious lives. Cheolho then understands where young Sang-hoo's maturity comes from, having learned from the best. He reflects that despite all the exhaustion, the captain managed to raise a worthy successor. Taejong then stands up and confirms he will return to his hometown, ending his journey. Cheolho reflects that he can understand the life the captain lived, as he too has lived for others. Taejong tries to pay the bill, but the cook says that the meal is on the house. He explains that he always covers the bill for those who are returning home as a sign of respect. Cheolo just smiles, finding the place strange, but in a good and welcoming way. As he leaves, Taejong thanks him for the food and asks the chef to look after the reckless kid. But Cheolho replies that there's no need, as he's already a great guardian on his own. With a smile, the veteran agrees, acknowledging the great hunter Sang-hoo has become. He almost calls him son, but holds back, and just tells Cheolho not to worry. With a final goodbye, he says it was a good visit, and the cook bids the customer farewell. The captain walks alone down the street, the bright moon illuminating his steps in the darkness. From the restaurant's doorway, Cheolho thinks that veterans don't die, they just fade away. The scene cuts to Taejong speeding down the highway on his motorcycle, disappearing into the sunrise. He finally reaches his destination and takes off his helmet, with an air of relief and peace. Looking at his hometown, he smiles and says, his voice full of emotion, "I'm back." Far away, Sang-hoo climbs a mountain, ready to honor his master's legacy. With tears in his eyes, Sang-hoo says goodbye to the old man, asking him to take care. He then starts his motorcycle and disappears into the darkness of the forest, following his own path. But suddenly, the little Gumiho appears in the same spot, her fiery tails floating. She thinks about the human who left, and the other one who gave her the shiny power stone. With a smile, she remembers that cuteness means being harmless and friendly. She then gazes at the city and welcomes her new, cute human, Taejong Cheon. The scene cuts and we see Cheolo in a nightmare, hearing his old name Miro calling out to him. Suddenly he wakes with a start, shouting, "I'll be fine," as he gasps for air. But the nightmare continues, and his image distorts, as if reality itself is shattering. He sees himself back in his own world, where he was a knight facing the Demon King and his generals. One of the enemies asks if he was the one who summoned him to this dark and desolate realm. With a magic circle, the demon attempts an attack, but the knight blocks it with his bare hand. Even as the magic crackles, he says he doesn't understand a word the monster is saying. With that, he clenches his fist and shatters his own gauntlet, unleashing his power. A purple light explodes from the magic circle, revealing the true power he had been hiding. In the nightmare, Cheolho counterattacks with a golden power, facing the enemy's purple spells. With a punch, he shatters the magical barrier, preparing for the battle's final blow. Suddenly, Cheolo jolts awake, his heart pounding from the nightmare he just had. He then puts a hand to his forehead, still dazed, as he hears the sound of birds outside. But a noise in the living room startles him, and he sees Khan on the floor looking terrified of something. Khan shouts that his aura felt like a murderer's, and asks what he was about to do. Cheolo apologizes at once, realizing the energy from his nightmare had leaked out unintentionally. He laments that it's been 10 years since the war ended, but the memories still haunt him. He thinks the dream was because of the news he heard about the great invasion of Seoul, but he's suspicious, as it seems too coincidental to dream about the very day he faced the Demon King. Still, he looks out the window, doubting their paths will ever cross again in this world. At home, little Kyul calls for Cheolho, who watches her with his arms crossed, not understanding. He then sees the wall is completely scribbled on and sighs, realizing she's just a baby. Cheolo kneels to look at the drawings, and Kyul says that today's special is chicken. He points to one of the scribbles, saying it's a chicken, which confuses the little one. Then he questions another drawing, wondering if it's a fish or a mermaid with arms. He gently lifts the little creature into his arms to talk to her better. She then rubs her face against his and calls him daddy, completely shattering Cheolho's tough guy act. He then makes a deal, saying he'll make chicken if she erases the mess on the wall. But suddenly, Khan bursts in, shouting Cheolho's name and demanding to know what happened. Cheolho seizes the opportunity and tells Khan to teach Kyul how to do a proper cleaning. The happy little girl calls Cheolho daddy, making Khan jealous of their closeness. Paying it no mind, Cheolo announces he's going to the market and leaves the house in his care. The scene changes to a bustling street with several stalls and a festival atmosphere. He appears buying a lot of chicken, thinking it's for someone with a big appetite. The vendor comments that it's his lucky day, since everyone on the street is in a festive mood today. The vendor tells Cheolho to check out the square, as a special event is happening over there. Suddenly, a metallic sound echoes through the street as a giant machine is activated, and then a huge golem emerges in the middle of the crowd, which screams with excitement at the novelty. In the middle of the people, Cheolo observes everything, until Gabby greets him from a distance. She approaches and says she's there to see the test of the new model, the Ogre. She explains that it's a pilotable, mana-powered golem, and Cheolho remembers having seen them before. He reflects that these machines are strong against giant monsters, but have very clear limitations. The biggest problem is that they're too slow to hit any small, fast enemy. Curious, he asks if pilotable means someone is inside controlling everything. Cheolo then realizes the pilot is Gearwork, one of only 3 rank 1 hunters. We are told that to pilot it, one must be able to withstand the mana energy, a rare ability. Just then, the pilot appears on the big screen, Golem Master Hun Kim, who waves happily to the crowd. Cheolo thinks the technology is good, but too expensive to provide a real return on investment. With nothing more to see, he says goodbye to the woman, who asks if his restaurant is open. With a smile, she says she's happy to hear that, and promises she'll stop by sometime. The day ends in the city, and as the sun sets, our hero finally returns home. But when he opens the door, he finds a puddle of water and a strange figure in the middle of the living room. It was a water spirit, an undine, standing there with little Kyul. Khan appears, laughing, and asks whose spirit just appeared out of nowhere. With a grand flourish, he announces that Kyul's class has been confirmed as an elementalist. The redhead explains that her mother was a blue dragon, which is why she summoned a water spirit. At that, Kyul hugs the Undine, calling her mommy, and leaving Cheolho confused. Awkwardly, Khan asks if it's a high-rank spirit, and Cheolho confirms it immediately. He thinks that it's been a long time since he's seen a spirit in a non-combat form, and that they're surreal. We are told that spirits come from another dimension and are divided into 4 types. With that, 4-dimensional portals appear, showing the complexity of this universe. They were the realms of demons, spirits, Espan, and Earth, which were all connected. Cheolo just stands there, trying to process the amount of new information in his head. He then changes the subject and asks if Khan has taught the little one how to clean up her mess. The Undine then uses her powers, and together with Kyul, cleans up all the dirt in an instant. Cheolho decides that, since she has awakened, it's time for a small celebration for Kyul. In the kitchen, he begins to prepare the ingredients, removing the plastic wrap from a bowl of chicken. He then coats the pieces in flour and explains that tonight's main course is fried chicken. We're told that about 30 years ago, there was a fried chicken craze with many variations. With everything ready, he drops the pieces into the hot oil, which immediately starts to fry. But in the end, the foundation for all of them was always the classic plain fried chicken. When he brings out the food, Khan goes crazy from the smell, and Kyul gets ready to eat. The little one takes a crunchy bite of the drumstick, savoring her first real meal. Cheolo just observes her reaction, waiting to see what she'll think. With her face all messy, she lets out a cry of happiness, loving the taste of the chicken. Seeing that, Khan yells that he can't take it anymore and that he needs to eat now too. But Cheolo gets serious and warns that in his world, fried chicken reveals a person's soul. With a dark look, he stares at Khan and asks which piece he's going to eat first. The redhead gets nervous, swallowing hard and not understanding the pressure that's building up. In the end, he picks up the chicken neck and asks how that could possibly say anything about him. Seeing his reaction, Cheolho laughs and says he was just kidding, telling everyone to eat. But Kyul eats everything so quickly that Khan doesn't even get a taste, and Cheolho says he expected as much. To go with it, he grabs a beer and says it pairs much better with chicken than soju. Mugs in hand, they make a toast, celebrating another day well spent. Khan finally takes a bite and his jaw drops, saying it's amazing. Then, Cheolo perfectly debones a wing, shocking the redhead with his skill. He complains that there are bones everywhere, and Cheolo just laughs at the whole scene. Suddenly, a loud noise startles little Kyul, who looks at the window, not understanding anything. And out of nowhere, a burst of fireworks illuminates the sky, surprising the group. Cheolo realizes the festival is still going on, while Khan thought it was a war. He picks Kyul up in his arms and explains that they're fireworks, calming the little one with the news. Seeing her joy, he thinks that Kyul has never been outside, and asks when she will change her form. Khan replies that it won't be long, and Cheolho asks if she will also breathe fire. With a smirk, he confirms that she will, and says he can't wait for that day. Finally, he dreams of buying clothes and shoes for her, and taking her to see the world. Elsewhere, the test of the new golem continues, with a giant drill piercing through metal. But the pilot complains that the machine is too heavy, and that the mana isn't working properly. Tired, Hun Kim, the robot's pilot, arrives at the locker room to finally get some rest. But he's surprised by the mysterious woman, who informs him that this is the men's locker room. He teases her, asking if she got old to justify the nickname she has. Hun Kim complains that he's starving, but the woman says she's already chosen a good restaurant. He teases her about her age again, but she ignores it and says the place is in Seodamun. She then comments that Captain Cheon has retired, and Sang-hoo isn't handling it well. Hun Kim says it was a shame, but that it was time for the captain to get some well-deserved rest. With a sad look, Gabby laments not having a hometown she can one day return to. Changing the subject, she asks about the new Mana Stone, and he says its density is insane. He confirms that it came from the new dungeon, but that there's something very strange about that place. Gabby explains that there are no monsters, only that the sky began to glow with a bizarre color. Just then, a necklace begins to glow, as the dark sky indicates that something is about to fall. The scene cuts to our protagonist, who is sensing this energy and waiting for what's to come. The butler, Kasim, reveals he's been looking after the relics, since many were lost in the war. In the past, dragons trembled in fear, fleeing at the mere mention of Miro Lycus's name. Back in the present, Cheolho uses a detector and confirms there's mana in the air. Other hunters also arrive at the mine, realizing the place's immense potential. But Cheolho feels the detector break and understands the energy here is too strong. Just then, a huge crack appears in the sky, confirming that something terrible is about to happen. The rift shatters completely, releasing a red energy and opening a dimensional portal. From within it, a giant metal gate begins to materialize out of thin air, and from it emerge several bizarre creatures, looking like giant, furious boars. Down below, the hunters panic, and their leader shouts for them to hold a defensive formation. He orders the workers to be evacuated, warning that these are evolved combat monsters. The team creates several magical barriers, preparing for the impact of the monster stampede, but one of the captains is caught off guard, taking a direct hit from one of the beasts. Seeing his captain in danger, Sang-hoo Kim charges full force at the monster. Sang-hoo Kim is in shock, unable to believe the scene unfolding right before his eyes. With brute force, the monsters slam the ground, sending the hunters flying. In the midst of the chaos, all he feels is pure panic as the sounds of battle echo around him. He then spots the horde's leader and shouts for his team to focus on rescuing the wounded. From the sky, the leader's power core pulses with a sinister energy, crackling with lightning. Down below, one of the hunters is completely surrounded, with no escape route. With a roar, the monster attacks the front line's shield, shattering the team's defense. Another hunter is caught off guard and screams in pain as he's attacked from behind. Desperate, the leader realizes he has to make a difficult decision right now. He considers retreating to save the workers, sacrificing his men on the front line. But the image of his fallen comrades weighs on his conscience, and he hesitates. Then, he remembers what an old man always used to say, about living every day with regret. He wonders how many times the old man felt fear and had to make a choice like this. The urge to run and flee the fight is overwhelming, but he knows he can't do it. The memory fades, and he understands that taking a step forward, even in fear, is what matters. Filled with determination, he vows to show his worth to the old captain. He then yells that his comrades are waiting and that he'll take the front line. Spear in hand, he fearlessly charges toward the horde of giant monsters. His attack is a spectacle, slicing through several enemies at once with his electric spear. Without retreating a single step, he continues to carve a path through the mess. But the fight is long, and he realizes his mana has finally run out mid-battle. Even so, the horde's boss keeps advancing, giving him no time to breathe. One of his men shouts a warning, and he fires an energy blast at the monster. Alone, he faces the beast, and says his team is right behind him, trusting in him. With all his remaining strength, he grips his spear, ready to keep on fighting. Though wounded, he shouts with confidence, saying he'll clear a path for everyone. Then he leaps with all his might, diving with his spear aimed right at the giant boar's head. The blow lands true, causing a blast of purple energy that consumes the monster. The force of the attack is so great it carves a tunnel of energy through the field. In the end, covered in blood, he stares at the horizon, his eyes glowing with power. He feels his power overflowing, with purple lightning arcing from his body. The captain orders everyone to regroup, but his soldier tries to warn him of a new danger. But it's too late, as another boss is emerging from the portal with a sinister gaze. He can't believe what he's seeing, completely stunned by the situation. He then yells for everyone to fall back, announcing he'll hold the front line alone. The creature lets out a roar, confirming there are now two bosses to face. Badly wounded, he thinks that reinforcements will arrive, but he needs to hold on. Doubt hits him hard, and he wonders how long he can last. But suddenly, a flash of light blinds everyone, and a figure appears out of nowhere. The leader looks back, completely shocked by the mysterious man's arrival. His soldier is also frozen, not understanding who the newcomer is. Just then, the monsters begin to turn to dust, dissolving into a bluish light. The energy is so powerful that even the horde's boss starts to disappear. In the blink of an eye, the battlefield is empty, leaving everyone confused. All the monsters have vanished, and now only black feathers are falling from the sky. The leader runs to help his fallen soldier, asking if he can move. The young man gets up and says he's fine, just a few scratches despite the scare. With the danger gone, the leader grabs his arm and says they need to retreat for now. He then helps his comrade walk, yelling that they need to get out of the dungeon while they can. But as he looks at the empty battlefield, he can't understand what just happened. From above, our protagonist watched the whole scene, reflecting on what had happened. He sighs, remembering a request to look after that reckless kid in battle. He then sits on the cliff's edge, thinking that he saved lives, but it will create a mystery. Elsewhere, the hunter notices that his leader, who was rank 2, has gotten stronger. With a smile, Cheolho concludes that this fight has made the young man Korea's 4th rank 1 hunter. But suddenly his stomach rumbles loudly, reminding him that he's hungry. Watching the sun set, he decides the first thing to do is get something to eat. The scene changes, and he appears lighting a small grill to make dinner. Alongside Khan, he complains that the fire is too weak and tells him to wait. Just then, Cheolho shows up with a pile of firewood, leaving Khan shocked at the sight. Khan stares at Cheolho, thinking it took him 50 years to master his own techniques. But suddenly little Kyul gets close to the fire, making Khan frantic with worry. With a curious look, she just tilts her head and asks if that's the so-called fire. Then, she summons Undine again, creating a magic circle right in front of everyone. The water spirit makes a gesture with its hand, preparing its magic to extinguish the flames. Then, it throws a ton of water everywhere, putting out the grill and soaking everyone. With the fire out, Cheolho sighs and says he'll get more firewood to start over. And tonight's barbecue is special, made with the belly of the boss boar he defeated. Khan is about to grab a piece, but Cheolho stops him, telling him to wait a bit. He then shows him the right way to eat, preparing a lettuce wrap with the meat. The redhead tries it and is amazed, saying the food tastes incredible. While cooking, Cheolho asks if Khan is still researching the dungeons around. He then tells him he found a horde of combat boars in the mana mine today, but he explains they were overly aggressive, and their tusks weren't like those from Ispan. And to make matters worse, the portal's energy wasn't from Ispan, leaving Khan speechless. Cheolho confirms with a grim look, saying that Earth might be connected to another dimension. We are shown that something much bigger is going on, with multiple portals connecting across the universe. The scene shifts to the headquarters of the National Hunters Association after all the chaos. Inside, they're reviewing an unbelievable report about the attack on the Incheon dungeon. Sang-Hoo Kim explains that after a flash of light, all the monsters just vanished. His superior says the other team reported the same thing, wondering what happened. But he changes the subject, congratulating the hunter on reaching the master level. Happy with the news, the new rank 1 gets straight to the point and asks if he's getting a raise. But he quickly complains that he won't even have time to spend it, and his boss offers him some time off. Thinking of his team, he turns down the break and asks them to give the whole squad a bonus instead. The chief then asks what his next class will be, and he answers Iron Heart. We're told that this class grants a second life and boosts defense to an absurd degree. He clenches his fist, thinking that once he masters this technique, he'll be harder than steel. He recalls the battle and reflects that with this power, he could have bought more time for his team. The chief agrees with his choice and dismisses him, saying the investigation will continue. On his way out, he calls the chief Gramps, who complains about the young man's lack of manners. Alone in the elevator, he thinks that the mysterious light didn't seem evil, but rather inviting. He reflects on the flash, wondering if it was some strange force or actual help. The hunter realizes that what connects the two incidents is an overwhelming, unprecedented power. In the end, all they can do is hope this force never becomes an enemy. The scene returns to the barbecue, with meat on the plate and a bottle of soju on the table. To start the evening, one of them fills a small glass with the drink, getting everything ready. Khan then takes a sip and calls Cheolho over to start a more serious conversation. He asks if the demon king that Cheolho fought was really that strong. Cheolho says he was surreal, but boasts that, of course, he was stronger. Then Khan asks if he despises his old enemy, and the barbecue's fire flares up. In a flashback, he explains that the people who helped him were killed by the villain's army. Because he had so much power, he decided to fight and use his strength to stop the demon king's army. But the war was long and bloody, and in the end, he found himself alone, with no friends left. With a furious look, he confirms that he despised the Demon King with all his soul. We're shown that he used an incredible magic, becoming the king of that world. In the end, he finally finds him, asking if he is the so-called Demon King. In the past, he asks who summoned him to that completely desolate realm. Back in the present, he reveals that the Demon King had also been summoned there. Khan is a bit confused by the story, but Cheolho confirms that's exactly what happened. He explains it was the same situation, and Khan doubts anyone could summon a demon lord. Curious, the redhead then asks how he managed to get back to Earth after all that. In a flashback, it's shown that he searched for 10 years before finally giving up. But then a portal opened in front of him, revealing the buildings of his original world. He finishes the story by saying that's how he came back, and that it's the absolute truth. Cheolho is surprised to hear this, as Khan says he completely believes him. Sitting around the fire, the redhead reaffirms that he trusts his friend's story. Cheolho stands up, and Khan says that he must have gone through a lot alone. With a sad smile, he just nods, remembering his difficult past. With that, they make a toast, and Cheolho confesses he still despises the Demon King, but he also feels sorry for him because he understands the pain of suddenly falling into a strange world. In the end, he concludes it was a kind of brutal loneliness for both of them. He reveals that he always has nightmares where his old name, Miro Lycus, haunts him. In these dreams, he relives the war and the pain of losing the people he loved so much. This pain was like a giant nail in his chest, an agony that never went away. To be able to sleep, he drowned himself in alcohol, trying to escape his harsh reality. He thinks that if he wasn't strong, he would have already gone mad from all that suffering. But then he wakes up with a start, wondering if maybe he has already gone mad. He sighs in relief when he sees it was a nightmare, and notices Kuel snoring on his lap. The little one was all curled up, sleeping peacefully and comfortably under the blanket. Seeing the cute scene, he calms down, watching the little creature sleep peacefully. Carefully, he places her on the bed, wondering how she ended up there with him. Then he looks at Khan, who is once again sleeping crookedly in a bizarre position. Chuckling, he thinks that this was just another ordinary, peaceful morning. Then he heads down the restaurant stairs, ready to start another day of work. But an old man calls him young man, and he looks back, not understanding why. Seeing the man down below, he asks if he was really being called. An old woman approaches and asks him how to get to the Arirang train. He wonders if a train with that name even exists, as she complains about the youth. The old woman walks away, grumbling about life, leaving Cheolho standing there confused. He thinks that he's never seen her around and decides to ask about the train later, but he puts the mystery aside, as he needs to get ready to open the restaurant. He then starts his cleaning routine, scrubbing the counter and polishing his kitchen knives. With a cloth, he dries the countertop, leaving everything sparkling for the start of business hours. Just then, the door opens and his first customer of the day arrives, wishing him a good morning. Jae-woo Choi sits at the counter and excitedly asks what the special of the day is. Cheolho tells him he's still setting up, but he can whip up some fried rice for him. Suddenly it starts to rain, and the customer comments that the rainy season has finally arrived. Ignoring the small talk, he cooks, thinking the customer must know about the mine incident. He serves the food, and the customer mentions that Granny Arirang is wandering the neighborhood. The man explains she's an old lady who collects recyclables, and it seems Cheolho didn't know. Cheolho then confirms he saw her earlier, wearing a scarf despite the heat. Cheolho mentions she asked about the train, and the customer says nobody knows what it is. With his plate empty, he explains that her generation lost a lot of people and never got over it. Then Jae-woo Choi says goodbye in the rain, and says it might be best to just leave her be. Watching the rain fall, Cheolho thinks that time passes, but a lived truth never changes. He reflects that this world still bears the scars of a very painful past. In the end, he understands that his customers and the old lady still carry their pain to this day. The scene shifts to Cheolho, who starts his day casually brushing his teeth in the bathroom. Suddenly, he remembers something and hurriedly spits his toothpaste into the sink. Rushing into the living room, he finds Khan encouraging Kyul, who is glowing as she attempts to transform. The little one's blue energy eventually dissipates, and the transformation finally seems to come to an end. However, she simply reverts to her cute original form, and Khan declares it a failure. Cheolho asks if there's some kind of trick to it, but Khan warns that the beginning is always the hardest part. An idea strikes Cheolho. Maybe he should try putting clothes on the small creature. He grabs a random outfit and puts it on Kyul to see what happens. The clothes are massive on her, and he imagines she'll look like a 5-year-old. Suddenly, Kyul starts to glow again, this time with a much more intense blue light. Energy ripples around her body as the transformation truly takes hold. When the light finally fades, it reveals that she has finally turned into a little human girl. Cheolho is left completely speechless, shocked by the result. Overjoyed, the little girl runs toward him, calling him Daddy, but halfway there, she loses her footing and slips on the floor. With lightning-fast reflexes, Cheolho catches Kyul before she hits the ground. Beaming with happiness, she gives him a huge smile and calls him Daddy again, showing off her little teeth. He remains there, kneeling and holding her hands, still processing everything that just happened. Khan then picks the little one up, celebrating and shouting that she finally did it. He brags about his little sister, but Cheolho warns him that she isn't ready to go outside yet. He tells Khan to find her some proper clothes while he heads off to prepare food. The scene shifts to the street, where a heavy downpour begins to fall. Carrying an umbrella, Cheolho heads down the stairs, thinking about what he can cook with the leftovers. In the middle of the rain, he encounters the old woman from before, standing right in front of him. She approaches and asks if she can take shelter from the storm for a moment. He invites her inside, but she declines the tea, saying she needs to hurry through the rain. He finds her response intriguing and notices that her accent has suddenly vanished. The old woman turns to leave, ready to face the heavy rain again. However, Cheolho stops her and hands over his umbrella so she won't get soaked. As she leaves, she asks if he happens to serve black bean noodles there. He says he's not sure if he has the ingredients, but will go inside to check. Cheolho turns and opens the door, preparing to head back into the kitchen. When he looks back outside, the old woman is already disappearing into the rain with her cart. He stands at the restaurant door, thinking about how strange that encounter was. As the rain continues to pour, a TV alert warns of the danger of aquatic monsters. It's explained that a common monster, the Kelpie, becomes much stronger in the rain. Suddenly, Hoon Kim slams his mug on the table, crying out for Cheolho. Drunk and desperate, he asks how he can possibly impress a girl. Hoon Kim then shares a secret, revealing he only dated once before going to the other world. He remembers how, years ago, a mysterious woman saved his life in a dungeon. Cheolho remarks that strong women are attractive, and the pilot agrees while swigging his beer. With a distant look, Cheolho thinks he understands the young man, as the same thing happened to him. He remembers the strongest and kindest person he ever knew, the former Miro Lycus. The memory of that woman stirs something deep within him, bringing up old feelings. Hoon Kim continues, saying that while she is cold, he finds that to be part of her charm. Cheolho asks if he's talking about the woman who saved him, but Hoon Kim denies it, saying she is like a mother to him. He explains that the girl he actually likes despises him, and has even threatened to kill him. Frustrated, he bangs on the table, complaining that she likes Sanghu, which makes no sense to him. With a small smile, Cheolho reassures him and promises to keep his secret. Hoon Kim asks for another beer while the radio announces construction at the Tomb of Rest. Hearing the news, Cheolho falls silent, lost in thought. The pilot asks what that tomb is, and it's explained as the place where past victims were buried. Because so many died, the bodies were cremated and their names engraved on a tomb. Cheolho seems to understand the situation, but suddenly, there's a knock at the restaurant door. A blonde hunter enters, introducing herself as the Queen of Blades, Yuna Lee. Before she even speaks, Hoon Kim turns around, already knowing who she's looking for. Without wasting a second, she grabs him by the collar with full force, catching him off guard. With a furious glare, she asks if he's drinking again, leaving the pilot speechless. She tells him to stop fooling around, but the pilot, slumped on the floor, finds her anger attractive. With an intense glow in her eyes, it's clear her fury is just beginning. As he's dragged away, the pilot thanks Cheolho for the meal, and Yuna offers her thanks as well. Out on the street, he complains that she's getting wet and tells her to get closer to the umbrella. Irritated, she tells him to shut up as several blades manifest and dissolve in the air. Watching the scene, Cheolho reflects on her being the queen of blades and realizes he needs to clean up the mess. He then remembers why she's there and that Kelpies have been getting very aggressive. He grows pensive, having a bad feeling about the whole monster situation. As the rain continues to fall heavily, he knows something terrible is about to happen. Back in the kitchen, he finds little Kuel trying to steal ingredients from the fridge. He picks her up, jokingly asking if she's trying to be a little thief. The girl hugs him and calls him daddy, but he notices her tail is still there. He thinks about how she will eventually have to return to Espan and wonders about the tail. Kuel repeats his words, showing she's slowly learning to speak. With a smile, he hugs her and says he'll take good care of her until that day comes. Suddenly, the restaurant door opens, and an unexpected visitor appears. He sets Kayul down and tells her to be quiet, surprised by a customer arriving so early. The old woman from before has returned, saying she's glad the restaurant is open. She orders a bowl of black bean noodles and asks how long it will take. Suspicious, he notices her accent has returned and she seems quite different. To be sure, he uses his skill and activates Detector Eye to analyze her. The status window shows she hasn't awakened. She's a completely ordinary person. However, in the observations, he discovers that the old woman actually suffers from dementia. He reflects on the fact that even healing magic cannot fix the scars of the mind. He thinks to himself that if it were possible, he would have stopped having nightmares a long time ago. He decides that the only thing he can do is offer her a good meal. Suddenly, little Kuel pops up, spying on the new customer over the counter. The little girl stands there, staring at the woman with a very curious look. The old woman is also surprised, staring back at the unusual child. Then, Kuel walks up to her and starts wagging her tail, making Cheolho tense up. He breaks into a sweat, having no idea what the little creature is up to now. An old woman wonders what kind of creature that is. Cheolho gets a little tense as the old lady asks what a little puppy is doing there. The woman then picks the little one up, saying she's as cute as her old dog. The little girl replies that her name is Kuel, which impresses the customer, who is surprised she can talk. Just then, Khan comes running, wondering why Kuel is there with a human. Cheolho just watches for a second, assessing if the interaction is truly safe. He says it's okay and asks Khan to watch the store in case more people show up. With that settled, he turns around and decides to make her some black bean noodles. It's explained that this dish used to be easy to find, but not anymore. Ingredients like the pastes are very hard to make from scratch, which complicates the recipe. Since the woman was in a hurry, he decides to use instant noodles to speed things up. So he starts by frying the chunjang in the pan until the paste gets a charcoal-like flavor. While the noodles boil, he mixes the paste with meat and onions, letting it cook. And so the dish, Big Pig's black bean noodles, is finally ready to serve. He brings the food to the table, while the old woman has fun playing with little Kuel. Suddenly, the woman remembers she has to go, as her grandson is waiting for her at home. At that, Cheolho turns and quickly starts getting some things from behind the counter. He then hands her the bowl, packed to go, warning her to be careful not to break it. She thanks him profusely and presses a wad of cash into his hand as payment. Cheolho is surprised to see they are old bills, the kind he hasn't seen in a long time. He says goodbye to the woman, while little Kuel gives him a cute wave. We're told that after that day, Grandma Arirang started visiting the place. Each day, she would take the noodles to someone different. One day for her husband, another for her grandson. But the bowls he lent her never came back, though he knew it wasn't on purpose. So, he simply went to a store and bought several new bowls without complaining. The scene changes, and we see Cheolho walking down the street with a thoughtful expression. He keeps walking and arrives in front of a place called Resting Grave. Upon entering, he glances at a couple crying at one of the graves. He sighs, thinking it can't be his parents' grave since they aren't there. Soon after, he finds the old woman and asks her to stop, telling her it's a cemetery. He points out she can't bring food as it attracts bugs, nor can she sleep there in the cold. Just then, a guard arrives and warns her that if she doesn't clean everything up, he'll throw it all away. Cheolho then glances to the side, with a look of someone who's noticed something strange. He sees a makeshift tent and wonders if the old woman has been living there. Inside, he can see a picture frame with a very old, faded photo. The woman then enters her tent, a sad smile on her face as she settles in. Carefully, she picks up the picture frame that was resting on top of a chest. Then she starts to gently clean the glass, reminiscing about a past moment. Seeing this, Cheolho reflects that people don't just smile when they're happy. He understands they also smile to hide the pain, something he did often himself. With that thought, he turns and slowly walks away from the grave. The scene changes completely, and now a heavy rain begins to pour from the sky. Back at the restaurant, little Kyul jumps for joy at the window as she watches the rain. Khan mentions they need clothes for her, but the market is closed due to the rain. But Kyul starts licking the window, and Cheolho notices she loves rain, just like a blue dragon. Suddenly, a radio alert warns of kelpies appearing because of the heavy rain. The message repeats several times, confirming the monster warning is in effect. Cheolho then asks Khan to look after the house, already preparing to leave. With a leap, he jumps over the railing, feeling that something is very wrong. A purple energy then shoots out from him, streaking across the sky at high speed towards the city. Engulfed in his dark aura, he starts flying through the rain, going as fast as he can. His expression was grim, as he knew this bad feeling was a terrible sign. The scene shifts to the old woman who appears sitting at a train station, completely confused. She stands up and looks around, wondering where she is and how she got there. Just then, she sees a sign and realizes she has finally found the Arirang train station. And right on cue, a train begins to approach the platform, making a loud noise. The train stops right in front of her, and the doors hiss open. From inside the car, the silhouette of a mysterious man appears against the bright light. The man then extends his hand to her, a gesture that leaves her very confused. The mysterious man then calls for her to go with him, inviting her to board the train. She laughs and jokes that he looks fancy, but still smells like manure. Just then, a little boy appears calling out to her, and she recognizes him as her dear grandson, Yunho. But as she looks at him, she realizes there's something very strange about the boy's face. Her vision blurs, and she panics, unable to remember his appearance any longer. It's explained that her memories have vanished, leaving everything blurred like an old photograph. The illusion then shatters, and the old woman finds herself alone again, soaked by the rain. Like a black and white photo, she realizes that once again, she can't remember. Suddenly, a pair of glowing blue hooves splashes into a puddle right in front of her. A horse appears and prepares to attack the sleeping woman. The creature approaches carefully, sniffing its victim before making its final attack. The monster opens its giant mouth, ready to devour the poor woman. But Cheolho arrives just in time, blowing the creature's head off with an energy blast. He stands there in the rain, confirming to himself that his gut feeling was right all along. Seeing the broken bowls, he concludes the monster found her because of the spoiled food. Cheolho hears someone shout that Grandma Arirang is at the cemetery, right in the middle of the storm. He turns instantly, his expression serious, already knowing what he has to do. With that, the hero flies towards her, just as a group of hunters also arrives on the scene. Their leader is confused, as he could have sworn he saw a kelpie forming nearby. But looking at the ground, he sees the slime and the mana stone, confirming the monster was there. Sang-Hoo Kim then analyzes the puddle, thinking a creature of that size would be quite powerful. He clenches his fist tightly, wondering if that unknown power has struck again. In any case, the group decides to take the old woman to a safer place. As she's being carried, she starts having a nightmare and calls out for her grandson, Yunho. Even in her sleep, tears stream down her face, showing the pain she still felt. The scene focuses on the fallen picture frame, where a ghostly voice calls for the woman to leave. With its glass shattered, the photo reveals the image of her husband. Time passes, and the silence of the night settles over the city, hushing everything. At the restaurant, Cheolho hears a sound and turns to welcome a customer, but to his surprise, it's the old woman from the cemetery, standing suddenly in the doorway. She explains that the bowls broke and apologizes for the trouble as she hands him new ones. He then notices she's wearing different clothes, a new and rather lovely outfit. Curious about her attire, he asks if she happens to be going somewhere. With a serene smile, she simply confirms that yes, she was leaving. Cheolho is silent for a moment, looking down at the bag she handed him. But before she can leave, he insists, inviting her to sit and eat one last time. Without waiting for an answer, he starts washing dishes, getting ready to cook. He asks if black bean noodles are all right, and she nods in agreement. He goes to grab the instant noodles, but stops halfway and reconsiders. He turns and asks if she's in a hurry, and she says she isn't. With a smile, he tells her it'll just be a few more minutes. This time, he slaps the dough onto the counter, determined to make fresh noodles for her. Homemade noodles usually need to rest, but he didn't have time for that today. So he cuts the dough thicker, ensuring a much better texture. In no time, he serves the bowl of noodles, surprising the old woman with his speed. The aroma of the food fills the air, looking much more delicious than before. He stands by, waiting, as she stares at the bowl without saying a word. Then, she begins to tell him that she used to work on a farm with her family. Life was hard and hectic, but she felt very happy and fulfilled. Her husband was a good man, and because of him, she even picked up the city accent. Once a week, they would take their grandson into town to eat black bean noodles. She ends her story with a sad look, reminiscing about those good times that are long gone. Just watching their grandson eat made them happy, and they would smile the whole time. But now, she can't remember her husband's face, or even her grandson's. She says she doesn't want to forget, but it keeps happening more and more, and it scares her. Suddenly, a child's small voice shouts, "Daddy!" catching everyone's attention. Right after, a tiny figure runs across the room wearing cute cat slippers. Little Kuel runs up and hugs the old woman, calling her grandma in an adorable way. Seeing this, the old woman asks if she can give some of her noodles to the little one. Cheolo smiles and says he'll prepare a brand new bowl just for her. He serves the bowl to Kuel, and the grandmother thinks the girl is just precious, watching her so happy. The little girl then takes her bowl and excitedly insists that her grandma eat too. Encouraged, the old woman picks up her chopsticks, finally ready to eat her meal. But before taking the first bite, she pauses for a moment, a lost look in her eyes. Kuel notices her hesitation and asks if grandma isn't going to eat her noodles. Without waiting for an answer, the little girl happily digs in, saying her daddy's food is delicious. The sight sparks a reaction in the old woman, as if she's remembered something important. She agrees with the little girl and, looking out into the night, says the noodles are very good. After they've finished eating, both bowls are empty and she asks to pay the bill. Seeing her stand up, Cheolo asks if she's leaving already, and the woman confirms. She glances at the window one more time and says her train is about to leave. Cheolo understands, and with a sad smile, he brings up the payment. He tells her it's on the house, leaving the old woman confused. He explains that he always gives special treatment to customers who are about to set off on a journey. With a sad smile, she finally understands the gesture and accepts his gift. She thanks him profusely and says goodbye, telling him to take care of himself. People follow many different paths in their lives, like the path of a father, working tirelessly for his daughter's future, or that of a war veteran, who chooses retirement after long years of fighting, and even that of a man in love who devotes himself completely to his one true love. But today, it is her path. Little Kuel says goodbye, waving to her grandma. The sky glitters with shooting stars, and Cheolo bids her farewell one last time. The scene shifts back to the station, where the train begins to pull away without her, its horn blaring. Desperate, she runs along the platform, shouting for the train to wait just a little longer. She runs so hard her shoe falls off, and she wonders why she's even doing this. Breathless, she keeps running and pleads, begging it to wait just a little longer. Suddenly, a familiar voice cries out, "Mom!" leaving the old woman completely stunned. From inside the train, several people are waving at her, desperately calling out, "Mom!" Then, she recognizes her eldest daughter, her second son, and her youngest child. And right there, she sees her beloved grandson, calling her grandma with a huge smile. And just like that, her memories come flooding back, becoming clearer and sharper in her mind. The train stops again, and the door slides open, revealing her husband. He calls her "my dear" in a calm voice, telling her how much he missed her. He says he knows things have been very difficult, and that she's endured so much. Then he holds out his hand to her, asking her to come and finally be with them. With a smile of pure bliss on her face, she accepts his invitation without a second thought. But the scene cuts back to the cemetery, where the guard runs to her body, shouting her name. He shakes her, trying to wake her, but quickly realizes she's already gone forever. With a sad smile, he understands what's happened and falls silent for a moment. He thinks about how she was always asking about the train, and that she finally got her ticket. But then he turns and notices something strange has been left on her grave. Someone has left a bowl of noodles and the money for the meal, like a final goodbye. Watching the guard, Cheolo reflects that you can't stop someone who has decided it's time to go. He understands that sometimes, simply having to keep on living can be the cruelest thing of all. The scene then shifts, taking us to the Zenkak office in Seoul. Sang-hoo Kim is at his desk, thinking about recent events and connecting a few names. He senses something strange is happening in the city, involving powers far beyond the norm. This unknown force is quiet and secretive, operating in the shadows without anyone noticing. But the strangest part is that, despite everything, the power didn't seem to have any ill intent. Suddenly, he remembers there is one person who would be capable of such a thing. He wonders if the hunter Jaeger could have returned after disappearing 10 years ago. But he saw Jaeger throw himself into a rift with a monster with his own eyes, saving everyone. Although the public believes he's alive, the association knows he would never return. Unless, of course, the association was hiding a rank 0 hunter. Frustrated with the situation, Sang-hoo Kim throws his papers in the air, unsure of what to do next. Strong monsters have been emerging from dungeons ever since the incident at the mine. It all feels like the prelude to a new, massive invasion, and it has him worried. He decides to focus on the most pressing matter and picks up the file on his biggest problem right now. And the classified file reveals Shin Ryu, the younger brother of the legendary hunter, Jaeger. The scene shifts to the National Hunter Association, an imposing building in the heart of the city. Inside, an assistant hands over the new graduate reports for her boss to review. He looks through the files, seeing the profiles of the 3 most promising rookies in the class. The first is Mi-jin Kim, a rank 3 healer who excelled in school. At just 17, she is the daughter of the god of food, who is currently on Sang-hoo's team. However, the boss notes they already have a healer there and decides to assign her to a different squad. Next is Jumyong Lee, a 20-year-old fire mage with massive damage potential. The boss arranges the mage's transfer, but quickly grows concerned about the last rookie on the list. The troublemaker is Shin Ryu, a rank 2 fighter with the lycanthropy skill. Because of his power, he earned the nickname Warwolf and possesses immense potential. First, he is the younger brother of the hunter Jaeger. Second, the location he requested to be stationed in was Seoda Moon. The boss sighs in exhaustion. The kid was already picking fights with several captains. The assistant explains that he defeated multiple leaders before heading straight for his destination. Outraged, the boss curses the brat, wondering who still tries to settle things that way. On another normal day, the city was bustling with people moving in every direction. Cheolho was thinking about making stir-fried pork, but realized he was out of the meat he needed. At the butcher shop, he sees several options, but finds the large amount of great pork meat strange. He remembers those creatures were in the mine and worries about them appearing in the city. With this in mind, he decides he'll need to look into the situation later. On his way back, he glances at a clothing store, and a dress catches his eye. He goes inside and asks the clerk if the outfit would fit a 5-year-old. With a smile, he confirms the gift is for a little girl, thinking of Kyul. Suddenly, a loud shout echoes through the street, calling for the captain of the Temple Guild. It was Shin Ryu, screaming for someone named Hyuk Kang to show up and fight him right then and there. Cheolho hears the name and remembers he's the new captain who replaced the retiree. He wonders who the blonde kid is, but he's suddenly shoved aside by the rookie. Shin Ryu introduces himself to everyone, announcing that he rejected the association to join a guild. Cheolho can't believe the scene, thinking about how loud young people are these days. A guild member appears at the window and tells the rookie the captain ordered him to get lost. Ignoring the warning, Shin Ryu stays put with a mocking smirk. He starts laughing loudly, claiming the Temple Guild is scared of a rookie like him. Suddenly, the sound of an impact echoes, showing that someone has finally appeared. It's Captain Hyuk Kang, asking who the hell is making all that noise. Cheolo observes that he is quite strong. The captain dismisses it as just a kid shouting. He turns away, stating he doesn't waste time with trash, and tells the boy to go home. The rookie taunts him, saying a tiger left only for a fox to take the throne, which irritates the captain. Seeing his back turned, Shin Ryu lunges, asking if the captain is trying to run away. With a swift move, the captain puts his sword to Shin Ryu's face. Now angry, he warns that he'll cut that loud mouth right off the rookie's face. Shin Ryu smiles, saying the fight is finally getting good, as his body begins to shift. He leaps forward, claws and fangs out, ready to attack with everything he has. In his werewolf form, he charges with a roar, aiming straight for the captain's neck. But out of nowhere, purple energy cuts through the air, taking the captain completely by surprise. It was Sang-hoo Kim, who simply sighs, thinking he never gets a day of peace in this city. Sang-hoo's spear slams into the ground, breaking up the fight and surprising everyone. He yells for them to stop, while Cheolho just watches, thinking about the passion of youth. Like sprouts after the rain, the new generation of hunters is finally starting to move. A while later, the 3 of them show up together at the restaurant door. Much to Cheolho's surprise, he welcomes the group, bracing himself for whatever comes next with them. Looking at their bruises, he asks if they fought, but Sang-hoo says they settled it with their fists. The captain bows, admitting that experience beat raw strength, which piques Cheolho's curiosity. Without ceremony, the group sits down and orders a bottle of soju and some food. Cheolho announces that the dish of the day is stir-fried pork, and Sang-hoo agrees instantly. It's explained that the secret to the dish is frying thick slices of pork in oil. Good stir-fried pork should be meat-heavy, not the kind that's mostly vegetables. He prepares 5 portions for the 3 of them, using a garlic and chili sauce. The great stir-fried pork is served, leaving the rookie impressed by the size. But the peaceful atmosphere is short-lived. Shin-ryu sighs and puts on headphones. Sang-hoo announces he'll pay the bill and tells the captain to handle the rest of the mess. Shiolo says goodbye but is annoyed that he made 5 portions only for Sang-hoo to just walk out. With his head down, the rookie admits he lost and says he'll join the guild, but the captain fills his glass and says he doesn't want him, leaving the boy shocked. He warns the rookie not to be delusional, thinking his little world is all there is. With a serious look, the captain tells him he needs to learn that he isn't that special. After giving the lecture, he simply turns and leaves them both behind. Chiolo stands at the counter, impressed by the attitude he just witnessed, but the rookie's eyes start to sparkle, thinking that was the coolest thing in the world. He takes off running after the captain, desperately screaming for him to wait. Watching the whole scene, Chiolo gives a little smile, already imagining the future of that generation. As the two walk away, the rookie begs for a chance on the new team. Cheolho knows that as they get stronger, their enemies will too. He looks at a newspaper lying on the floor. The news confirms that portals are appearing much more frequently than usual. In the end, he looks at the untouched food and laments making 5 portions for nothing. At dawn, little Kyul wakes up and stretches, ready for a new day. She sees that everyone in the house is still asleep, completely knocked out in their beds. She remembers that Khan told her to wash up whenever she woke up in the morning. A water elemental appears, and the little girl calls it over to play for a bit. The spirit splashes a bunch of water on her, giving her a quick and magical bath. The water completely envelops her body, washing away all the dust and sleep from her face. With a huge smile, she celebrates being all clean and ready for the day. The elemental claps for her, praising the little one for being a good girl. After her bath, she goes to Cheolho and tries to wake him, but he stays fast asleep. She pats his face, praising him for being a good boy too. Seeing her new dress, she giggles, excited to wear the clothes she was given. Once dressed, she heads downstairs thinking about food, very hungry to start her day. Suddenly, a strange red portal begins to open right in front of her. The energy glows brightly, and she wonders what this thing appearing out of nowhere is. Curious, she reaches out and touches the surface of the portal without any fear. But as she does, she ends up being pulled inside. Right after she passes through, the portal closes, vanishing completely from the room. The scene shifts to a dark, gloomy place, where footsteps echo down a stone corridor. Kyul and her elemental appear out of nowhere, and she immediately shouts that it's playtime. Fearlessly, she starts walking through the area, stepping near skulls and bones on the ground. Suddenly, a loud noise catches her attention, and she turns to see what it was. In front of her, a giant minotaur and its soldiers appear, looking anything but friendly. But the little girl just tilts her head and mimics their sound, not scared in the least. Annoyed, the chief points and orders one of his lackeys to attack the little girl now. The monster then rushes towards her, ready to strike with its giant axe. Seeing the danger, the water elemental begins to transform to protect its friend. It turns into a giant water creature, and Kyul celebrates, shouting with joy. With a massive wave, the spirit attacks and engulfs all the monsters at once. Trapped in the water, the enemies are left confused, shocked by such power. Even the chief is defeated, and the little girl praises herself, saying she was a good girl. She then pats one of the dazed monsters as if it were a pet. Seeing this, the chief realizes that to have such a spirit, she must be a master at the very least. The chief gets angry and shouts that she is a threat that needs to be eliminated now. Furious, he charges forward with all his might, smashing the surrounding walls. But suddenly a fist bursts through the wall. It was Cheolho who grabs him by the snout, leaving the monster completely shocked by the scene. He then throws the beast to the ground, and Kyul runs happily, calling for her daddy. Startled, the Minotaur wonders who the man is that appeared out of nowhere. But upon seeing his face, the monster recognizes him as the legendary Miro Lycus. Cheolho grabs him by the horns, but the beast tries to deny it, saying he's mistaken. With a deadly glare, the hero squeezes and breaks its horn, and the monster quickly confesses the truth. He explains that he fled with the Demon King when he escaped through the dimensional rift. The beast swears he returned to this labyrinth 10 years ago and has never left since. Cheolo asks what he knows about the Demon King, and he says the Lord went to sleep. His eyes glow with power, and he uses an ability to check if it was true. He confirms the story, and the monster asks if he's come to invade the demon realm. But Cheolo explains that this is Earth, and thinks to himself that the Demon King can't die. He explains that to fight the Demon King, he had to master 6 power classes. Then, along with a dragon and the Ice Emperor, they almost defeated him for good. But by luck or fate, a rift opened up, and the enemy managed to escape through it. He thinks that the Minotaur isn't one of the strongest, but it's still a powerful boss. Just then, little Kule's stomach rumbles, and he realizes she's very hungry. With everything settled, he picks up the little girl and tells her it's time to go. But before leaving, he turns to the Minotaur, remembering there was one more thing. He stares at the beast and tells him there's a little job he needs him to do now. The scene then cuts back to the restaurant, where a new day begins with the sun shining outside. In the kitchen, Cheolo is already starting to cut a thick piece of red meat to cook. Khan arrives, smelling the meat, and asks what's good for lunch, but Cheolo is lost in thought, staring at the pot without answering. Then Khan shouts that the pot is boiling, and the hero finally snaps back to reality. He says that breakfast is ready, but mentions Kule already ate and went back to sleep. Khan asks what kind of meat it is, and Cheolho replies that it's oxtail, because it reminded him of something. Khan picks up a strange vegetable, and Cheolho tells him it's a pepper, great for stress. He takes a bite anyway, wondering if it's some kind of herb. Instantly, he breathes fire, yelling that it's very, very spicy. As he drinks some milk, the doorbell rings, and Cheolo turns to see who arrived. A young woman with a bouquet of flowers appears, saying she opened a shop nearby. She hands him the flowers, and Cheolo thanks her, accepting the welcome gift. But the woman smells the meat and asks if he happens to serve food. Excited, she asks for a bowl of the soup, and the hero agrees with a smile. Khan notices the new customer and just wants her to let him finish his soup in peace. The woman then pouts, complaining that there were some vegetables on her table. Suddenly, her eyes glow, and she starts staring at the vegetables on the table. The pepper starts to levitate, and Khan is confused about what's happening. Then, 2 giant onions jump onto the counter, and Cheolho just watches the bizarre scene. The vegetables come to life and start hopping around, and the woman shouts that they're getting away. Cheolho activates his detector eye and sees that the vegetables are actually mandrakes. He realizes the girl is a plant regeneration hunter, a very rare class. It's explained that this ability is strong enough to stop an army of demons. Even so, he scolds her, and she apologizes, saying she feels sick around vegetables. Cheolo picks up one of the mandrakes, finding the whole situation very strange and unusual. Just then, Gabby enters the restaurant and asks for a salad in a very confident voice. Gabby recognizes the flower girl, calling her by the nickname Blossom. She confirms it's her and asks what she's doing here, so far from her base. Deeply embarrassed, the flower girl shouts that she was fired for a huge screw-up. She explains she couldn't kill the plant monsters, and her partner got hurt. Gabby says she needs to own up to her mistake, and Cheolho realizes she's quite wise. The hunter asks if she ran away to open a flower shop, but she says this is her home now. Still, the woman warns her that running away won't solve anything, leaving the girl thoughtful. Her face red, she agrees, and says she at least needs to apologize for her mistake. She then gets up to pay, but Cheolho has a better idea to settle the bill. He asks if she has any cultivation seeds and offers her a very different kind of deal. Excited by the deal, the young woman says she'll bring the best seeds she has. Just then, the door chime rings, and a man in a suit and hat enters the restaurant. The girl recognizes him as Captain Gentleman, and he greets the other hunter present. The woman gets the nickname and immediately yells at the captain to stop calling her that. He then tells the florist they have no time to waste, as a new dungeon has appeared. The captain says he approves of her dismissal if it's official, and she calls herself useless. But he consoles her, saying that everyone makes mistakes, and the important thing is to admit it and grow. Without ceremony, he calls her Blossom and lifts her up, getting ready to leave. He carries her like a sack, saying they're out of time, while she tells him to stop. The captain then notices Cheolho and asks if he's the owner of the establishment. He says Sanghu spoke highly of the place and promises to come back another time to eat. Before leaving, he announces that Gabby will pay the bill, leaving the woman exhausted. Khan then asks her why her nephew was hiding in the corner. She looks over, sees the boy, and plays it off, saying it's nothing, a bit embarrassed by the scene. Seeing the commotion is over, she says she's leaving too and leaves the cash on the counter. As the customer leaves, Cheolho says a polite goodbye, as he always does with everyone. He notices Khan standing still and asks what the problem is, but the young man was just staring in awe. Khan gets all goofy, remembering the hunter and the wise words she spoke. He then turns to Cheolho and declares that he thinks he's completely in love with her. Cheolho asks since when, and the young man says it just happened, love at first sight. With his red aura radiating power, he takes a firm step inside. He feels relieved to be free of the walls, gazing at the huge crystal floating in the sky. Then, the monsters welcome him as their boss, and he finally understands how the labyrinth is maintained. He analyzes the crystal and realizes it's a magical artifact, far too advanced for a dungeon. He even considers taking the item, but he knows the magic would vanish if he removed it. Seeing the farm, he asks if the Minotaurs eat people and uncovers a dark past. Their leader approaches and fearfully says they only grow grass to eat. Finding the answer ridiculous, He flicks the monster's nose, leaving it confused, but Cheolho grabs his face tightly, demanding to know what else they grow there. We're told the fruits are excellent, like small apples and soft-skinned pineapples. He then tosses a bag of seeds to the Minotaur and orders him to plant those too. Our hero tells him they're vegetables and that he'll teach them the right way to cultivate everything. His attention turns to a warehouse, and he asks what's stored inside. The Minotaur is afraid he'll steal the food, but Cheolho makes a worse offer. With little choice, the monster leads him to the storeroom, showing him all the supplies. He examines the treasures, realizing they're spoils from the old invasion of Espan. Suddenly, something shines brightly, catching his attention among all the items. Using his ability, he discovers it's the Tear of the Sea, a jewel of the sea people. A flashback begins, explaining that the jewel could create anything its owner desired. Its first owner was a farmer who wished for infinite rice for his family, but greed took over, and a merchant ended up stealing the magic jewel from him. The man then fled across the ocean and asked for salt, which was worth a fortune at the time. With that, the jewel began to produce salt endlessly, fulfilling the thief's wish. But the production was so immense that the weight ended up sinking the ship and the merchant himself. Cheolho holds the jewel and confirms the legend is real, and its salt is incredible. He decides to take the item, knowing it will be very useful in his new restaurant. Before leaving, he opens a portal and tells the Minotaurs to eat well to expand the fields. As soon as he disappears, the monster leader asks, relieved, if he's finally gone. He takes a deep breath and touches his head, remembering that the fear of war never fades. The Minotaur recalls the past, when that man cornered the Demon King himself. He also remembers a little girl who, despite her appearance, was a powerful dragon. The monster then wonders if Cheolho now commands dragons too, and starts to panic. In his mind, he imagines the hero has conquered the world and will invade the demon realm. His desperation grows, as it's only been 10 years since his only hope, the Demon King, fell asleep. He then realizes that his only chance of survival is to side with the protagonist. The Minotaur then turns and shouts to the others, announcing that the first order is to get stronger. The scene shifts to the city, and someone lands. Then, a huge purple portal opens, and Gabby arrives with her elite team. One of the soldiers calls her Shadowcat, and warns that this is the biggest gate they've ever seen. She assesses the situation, and says they need to go in and call for reinforcements immediately. The hunter reflects that larger gates usually lead to dungeons with much stronger monsters, but upon entering, she's startled. The place is completely empty and in ruins. The dungeon's sky was trembling strangely, but absolutely nothing was happening. She feels an overwhelming pressure, like a predator's, and orders an immediate retreat from the mission. Outside, her team is in shock as they watch the portal close so suddenly. Sang-hoo asks her what was in there, and the hunter replies that there was nothing. He gets irritated, questioning if the place is unstable and if a watch team is already in place. One of the agents confirms, adding that the sky's distortion is worsening by the minute. Just then, another hunter reports that the president has issued a level 3 alert for everyone. Suddenly, Hun Kim arrives, cheerfully greeting Sang-hoo and Aunt Gabby. He then remarks that everything strange lately has been happening in the same city district. Gabby notices Sang-hoo's exhaustion and advises him to get some rest, but it seems no one will be sleeping, as the portal continues to pulse menacingly. The scene then shifts to Cheolho's restaurant, which has a very peaceful atmosphere. We see Khan all dressed up in a white suit, thinking he's a real heartthrob. He asks Cheolho what he thinks of the look, but our hero doesn't get it. Khan then reminds him that she is coming today, and Cheolho realizes he's talking about Shadowcat. Our hero confirms she comes every day, so she'd probably show up. And just like that, the hunter walks into the restaurant and orders a salad, surprising Khan. Cheolho says he'll prepare it but stops midway, sensing something different in the air. Out of nowhere, Khan kneels before her and, with a flower, proposes. She's confused, asking if he's talking to her, and a nervous Khan confirms it, but the hunter starts to laugh, saying she's not into younger guys because they're just trouble. Then she teases him about his age, and Cheolho steps in to pull him away. He then apologizes for his nephew, but she finds the whole scene quite adorable. Khan then whispers to Cheolho, asking if his move was too weird. After the response, the poor guy is crushed, and Cheolho decides to fix the mess. To do this, he takes out the Tear of the Sea, thinking he'll use the item sooner than expected. He uses the jewel to sprinkle salt on a watermelon, a trick to make the fruit sweeter. With everything ready, he serves the salad and watermelon to the waiting hunter. She takes a bite of the fruit, and her expression immediately shows that the taste is incredible. The hunter then praises the food, saying she feels all her fatigue melting away. She confesses she hasn't had much of an appetite, but his food always keeps her going. Then Shadowcat warns him to be careful, as a level 3 alert is about to be issued. She explains that even though it's the lowest level, it means a rank 1 boss has appeared. The hunter continues, explaining that level 2 is for 2 bosses, and level 1 only happened during the Great Invasion. She warns that an unpredictable dungeon has appeared, so even the strongest hunters are on standby. Just then, her communicator buzzes, and she grumbles that the city is always so busy. Before leaving, she whispers for him to have a talk with his nephew and find him a nice girl. She then thanks him for the food, and our hero says goodbye, telling her to take care. Cheolo then confirms to Khan that yes, that was a major rejection. The boy asks if he also thinks it's strange for a dragon to fall in love with an elf. A flashback begins, and a beautiful elf says that his time flows differently than hers. She advises him to stop sacrificing himself for others and finally live for himself. He remembers the elf said this before falling into a deep sleep to heal. Back in the present, Cheolho says that race doesn't matter in love, and that he was the same. Khan gets all excited by the gossip, but our hero changes the subject and asks him to go for a walk. But suddenly, his expression changes as he senses a malevolent aura in the air. A purple energy surrounds him, and Khan screams, smelling the strong scent of blood. With a dark expression, our hero recognizes that familiar scent from a distance. He realizes it's the same scent from 10 years ago, from his fight against the Demon King. Just then, the new villain summons her children, completely surrounding the team of hunters on sight. With her magic glowing, she orders her monsters to simply devour them all without mercy. Sang-hoo wastes no time, yelling for his team to hold the line in battle formation. The mages then unite, quickly creating a powerful protective energy barrier. But the enemy attack comes from above, with several blood spheres raining down on the shield. The blood then merges, forming a hideous monster ready for combat. The creature attacks with full force, starting to crack the barrier and driving the hunters to despair. But in the nick of time, Hyok Kang arrives and slices the vampire in half with his sword. He then realizes the monsters are just puppets, made of pure blood magic. Sang-hoo recognizes him and is relieved by the arrival of reinforcements in the dangerous dungeon. From above, the villainess calls them pathetic and prepares a new attack spell. Sang-hoo sees the Temple Guild arriving and announces that everyone is ready for battle. The woman then uses blood to create a new being, a warrior with a powerful aura. He floats in the sky and unleashes a devastating attack on the hunters below. A blood mist blocks their vision, and Sang-hoo shouts for everyone to stay alert. One of the hunters activates a high-tech weapon, charging up a blue energy shot. The shot is a direct hit, striking one of the enemies, who screams in pain from the impact. Sang-hoo gets annoyed by the shot, and Hoon Kim regrets losing his chance with Yuna. He asks Hoon Kim to clear their vision, but he says he can't with so much mist. But he uses his gauntlet to create a sonic pulse, at least clearing his own line of sight. With that, he fires a blue energy beam that tears through the blood mist, but the blood monster reforms in mid-air, as if nothing had happened to it. The shooter then realizes that normal attacks won't work against that thing. Suddenly, he's surprised, warning everyone that the monster is trying to escape. The creature heads straight for the gate, and a hunter tries to stop it. Sang-hoo then hurls his spear with precision, landing a direct hit on the blood target. He seizes the chance and yells for the others to act, taking advantage of the opening he created. He orders the defense squad to seal the exit, and a team begins the spell. A gigantic magic barrier is created, completely sealing the gate's passage. With the exit blocked, the hunters gather, ready for the real fight. Sang-hoo then gives the order to begin, and the warriors charge toward the demons. The villainess realizes she's at a disadvantage, thinking things have gotten ugly for her. She has only recovered a fraction of her power and doesn't understand how these humans are so strong. She even considers swallowing her pride and simply begging for her life. But the fear of death is stronger, and she tries to flee with all her might through the cracks in the seal. Suddenly, Gabby appears right in front of her, glowing with a green aura of power. With her dagger in hand, she warns that playtime is over, and she's going to end the fight. Meanwhile, the smaller demons push against the barrier, which slowly begins to break. One of them finally manages to create a crack, and the magic seal starts to shatter. Seeing this, the hunter attacks the boss, saying they need to end this now. Even after being hit, the demoness simply starts to laugh menacingly. Her body turns back into blood, and the hunter retreats, not understanding her strategy. The blood then surges forward, passing through the barrier that was already about to break completely. With a triumphant smile on her face, the villainess celebrates that she has finally escaped. She then screams that she is free, but Cheolo is standing right at the portal's exit. Without a second thought, our hero knocks her out. With that, he catches her mid-air, completely unconscious. Just then, the goblin Kasim appears from a portal, commenting on how Mr. Keolo is just a regular guy. He then confirms to the unconscious villainess that yes, it was really him standing before her. Cheolho then reveals that she is Sofrine, the vampire lord, and one of the rulers of the underworld. He gives Kasim a direct order, telling him to simply make her disappear. Our protagonist turns away, lost in thought, and praises the work of the Hunters Association. He recalls how they moved with incredible precision throughout the battle, and they finished it all with no casualties, with formidable firepower and decision-making. With this, he realizes this world is full of elite people he can trust. With a small smile, he decides that the world will be safe in the hands of the hunters. But he warns that this time, he'll want a share of all the spoils from the fight. He then asks his servant, Kasim, to bring him a rank 1 mana stone. With the stone in hand, he examines it and says that it will be enough. Then, he steps into his portal and announces that now, it's time for a reunion. The scene shifts to the demon realm, a place where survival of the fittest is the only law. It is explained that the Demon King commands 4 lords, his trusted generals. Each of them possesses absurd power and follows his orders without question. But it seems things have changed as we see the vampire lord relaxing in a bathtub. Her legion of vampires had cleared many battlefields until the day the tide turned. Enraged, she smashes the table and screams that she doesn't understand how one man defeated her army. She barely escaped with her life, and now she needs blood to regain her power. She consoles herself that the other lords also got wrecked in the Great War. With hatred in her eyes, she swears she will kill Miro Lycus as soon as she recovers. But suddenly she feels something strange and doesn't understand what's happening. A portal appears and starts sucking everything in, including her bathtub. She is pulled right into the portal without even having time to react. The scene cuts and she wakes up tied, letting out a scream of pain and despair. Chiolo then informs her that she's awake, and she only has 2 options to choose from. She recognizes him and screams his name, but he only wants to know if the Demon King is still sleeping. She's in shock, unable to understand how our hero still has the same youthful appearance. The vampire then reveals she waited 60 years, thinking he would be old and dead by now. Seeing her loyalty, Cholho threatens her, but she begs him, saying she'll tell him everything. With that, she confirms that the Lord is still asleep and will take another 90 years to recover. He then asks how much of her power she has regained, and the vampire replies that it was 2/5. The protagonist calculates her strength, remembering that kings devour dozens of rank 1 monsters. He asks if she came to Earth on purpose, but the Lord denies it, claiming it was bad luck. But her lie is exposed, and he threatens her again, making her confess the plan. He then realizes that the monsters are getting stronger, and her arrival was no coincidence. He figures out that someone is opening these portals on purpose, but he doesn't know who. She explains that the demon realm has fallen into chaos, with an endless war because of him. The Lord confesses that the others are recovering at the same rate, and she is the 3rd strongest. He approaches her, and she asks fearfully if he will really spare her life. He grabs her by the horns and says he keeps his word, leaving the vampire relieved. But since a promise is a promise, he throws her into a portal straight to the Minotaur's labyrinth. He steps through the portal and shouts Mino's name. Cheolho then announces that Sofrine is the new worker, and the Minotaur recognizes the Lord. Our hero says goodbye to them both, leaving the rest of the task in the Minotaur's hands. He then tells her that Miro Lycus now commands dragons and has a whole legion of them. She deduces that he has mastered several classes, which must be how he gained immortality, but she gets annoyed with all the talk and threatens the Minotaur right there if he doesn't shut up. Scared, he explains the rules of the place, warning that those who don't work don't eat. Sofrine swallows hard, waiting to hear the most important rule of all. He then reveals the last secret, to eat a lot and recover all her strength. The Lord is confused by the reason, and the Minotaur also seems puzzled by the order. Just then, a system window appears, confirming the new employee for the restaurant. With his red aura glowing, our hero returns to the Minotaur labyrinth. He arrives and finds it odd. All the monsters are completely exhausted on the ground. Suddenly, he finds the vampire and asks what she's up to. She immediately defends herself, swearing she worked hard and ate a lot without complaining. The vampire lord then explains she was just following the rules, so she sucked their blood. But he tells her she's an exception, and as a new rule, he orders her to wear clothes. She then gets dressed and shows off her new look, wanting to know if he approved of the style. The vampire says she used blood as fertilizer, and the vegetables turned out much better. It's explained that her power filters blood, turning it into both a cure and a poison. He then inspects the vegetables and likes the result, saying he'll use them in the restaurant. The scene changes, and we're back at the restaurant, with the door's bell ringing softly. Chiolo finds Khan looking rough and calls him over to help prepare the new vegetables. The dragon grumbles that he's exhausted, since he hasn't even finished chopping the carrots yet. Our hero understands his fatigue, as he knows Khan has been working twice as hard lately. At this, Khan suggests they take a vacation, and the idea excites everyone. The little dragon approaches and shows a newspaper to Chiolo, calling him Daddy. With her eyes shining, she begs him to take her to the beach she saw in the ad. Seeing she knows how to hide her horns, he agrees, and the little girl is overjoyed. To thank him, she gives an exaggerated bow, making our hero a bit awkward. He then turns to Khan, laughing, and asks if he was the one who taught her that. Chiolo tells him that's not how you do it, and tells the dragon to go get ready. With everything decided, they close the restaurant and put a closed sign on the door. Out on the street, everyone is ready and excited, with their beach clothes and floaties. Our hero then gets ready, and with a touch, he starts to make everyone float. Suddenly, they start to fly, and Khan shouts in surprise at his boss's ability. Chiolo explains that he learned most of his classes to kill enemies quickly. He then tells everyone to hold on, and picks up the little dragon to fly. Then they shoot across the sky at high speed like a purple comet. Khan is amazed, and shouts that the feeling of flying as a human is very different. And so, with the little girl in his arms, they continue their journey, enjoying the flight together. He flies through the sky with a serious look, preparing everyone for what's to come. Through the trees, a bright light shines, revealing their final destination. With that, they finally arrive at their destination, the beautiful, immense sea of this world. He explains that the beach used to be busy, but now it's a lawless land because of the portals. Chiolo asks if Khan isn't going in the water, but he says he's not a big fan. While the little one has fun with the water spirit, he says he's fine, just watching. Our hero then smiles and agrees with his dragon friend's decision. At that, he summons Kasim and asks him to bring a legendary fishing rod from the east. The servant appears instantly, handing the magical item to his dear master. He explains that he got the rod from a sage, and that it catches big fish without any bait. Without wasting time, the guy makes an incredible leap and gets ready to start fishing. He remembers the sage said that fishing was a time for self-reflection, but he still doesn't get it, because when he reflects, he can only find regrets. Suddenly, the line pulls hard, and he realizes he won't have time to think. And out of nowhere, a giant monster, the Kraken, bursts from the water, startling everyone. Meanwhile, the little dragon was having fun in the water, asking the spirit to catch little fish. Then, Chiolo gets her attention, showing her the enormous fish he managed to catch. But he warns that despite the good catch, those fish aren't good to eat. It's explained that giant squids stink, because their bodies fill with ammonia to stay afloat. But with his eyes gleaming, he gets ready to cut the beast, because krakens are different. With his magic blade, he slices the monster, explaining that the meat is fresh and good to eat. He recalls that seafood stew was his old army's favorite dish. With that, he prepares an incredible dish with both raw and grilled kraken tentacles. The little dragon's mouth waters, and she quickly asks her daddy for a piece of the food. He then gives her the skewer, and she eats it all with a smile of pure happiness. She hugs him and says he's the best, making our hero very proud. Later, they stay there on the beach, just enjoying the beautiful orange sunset. Suddenly, the sky fills with lights, and Khan is mesmerized by the magical scene. Our hero explains that they are glowing insects that also came from the other world. At that moment, he remembers the salt and figures out the real reason those creatures are there. A flashback begins, and he remembers his father was from Busan, but moved to Seoul. On nights when he came home late, the two of them would eat sliced squid, and it made him think. In high school, he thought college was the finish line for everything. But when he returned from the army, the world was in a job crisis, and it hit him hard. Graduating from college then seemed like the beginning of hell, as his dreams faded away. Nothing seemed to work out, and society called him a failure, constantly criticizing him. He then wondered if it was so wrong to just want a job that paid well. At 30, he gave up on everything and decided to become a civil servant. Then he remembers his father's advice, along with the salty smell of the sea. The old man says that the path he's on is definitely the right one. He swore he would return home a success, but he was never able to fulfill that dream. In the end, he couldn't return and ended up being taken to another world. Back in the present, Khan asks if something is wrong, pulling him from his memories. Our hero then stares at the horizon with a distant look, lost in his past. But he turns with a slight smile and says it's nothing, hiding his pain. On the beach, Khan offers his friend a drink, who immediately accepts. The scene cuts to night, and a giant winged creature flies under the moonlight. We then see that eagles are chasing a criminal monster fleeing at high speed. It's revealed that his cargo is hundreds of mana stones on their way to the lawless zone. The order is clear. They cannot let the crystal monster leave the city, and they begin the capture. Back from the beach, the little dragon lands stylishly in front of the restaurant. Cheolo announces he's going to prepare the kraken and asks Khan to put the little one to bed. Alone in the kitchen, he wonders what delicious dish he'll make with the creature. He imagines various options like a salad or even stuffing the monster with a sundae. But in the end, he already had another very special recipe in mind. He then begins the prep, cutting everything into pieces and making the batter. With the oil piping hot, he fries the kraken pieces until they're golden brown. And just like that, the final dish is ready, a giant portion of crispy fried kraken. He tries a piece and the flavor is simply perfect, just as he imagined. The meat was tender and juicy, and the crispy crust was just right. He then decides this dish calls for a beer and goes to the fridge to get one. But he hears a meow and thinks a stray cat must have wandered into the restaurant. When he turns around, he comes face to face with a giant cat, almost the size of a tiger cub. Using his ability, he sees the creature as a normal cat, but it has swallowed mana. We're told that animals that swallow mana usually die, as they can't handle the power. It's explained that pure mana stones are lethal to living beings. Feeling sorry for the creature, he offers it some cooked kraken. Cheolho notices the cat is quite gentle despite its large size. With that, he relaxes with his beer and snack and starts reading a newspaper. The article is about one of the 5 guardians who survived the Great Invasion. He gets a nagging feeling, as if he's seen that face before. Suddenly, a light bulb goes off, and he finally remembers where he knows him from. He sees another news story about giant cat attacks happening in the city. Hearing this, our hero quickly turns to see where the cat went, but the feline had already vanished, leaving behind only a completely clean plate. The scene changes to morning, with the sun shining and birds singing. Out of nowhere, a huge burst of flame erupts inside the kitchen. The little dragon was all excited, playing with a very strange instrument. Khan explains he's boiling the broth by hand because the brazier is broken. Cheolo can't help himself and starts laughing at the completely bizarre scene. Our hero explains that the brazier will work again if they replace the mana stone. Just then, he hears a meow, and Khan is shocked that the fix was so simple. The giant cat returns, bringing a rat as a gift, but Cheolo isn't thrilled with the idea. The little dragon gets scared and thinks it's a tiger, but he explains it's just a cat. She then approaches and starts petting the creature, even giving it a name. The little girl then mounts the cat and yells, "Attack!" dashing off with the feline. He realizes the cat is too gentle and wonders if other cats have eaten mana. Suddenly, Hodori runs outside, leaving the two of them confused. A man then lands with his eagle, and a new character appears at the restaurant door. The guy approaches and greets the chef, and the little girl is sad that the cat left. He sits at the counter, asks for something light to eat, and is called gentleman. Just then, Hyuk Kang and Shin Ryu show up, and Shin Ryu suggests it's better to just exterminate the cats. Shin Ryu is hungry and asks for something cold, curious about the day's menu. In the kitchen, he thinks about how to prepare a cold, light dish with the kraken he caught, and so he serves a cold kraken soup, that is, sliced squid. Hyuk Kang then asks for some rice, but Shin Ryu finds the idea completely ridiculous. With a little smirk, he mixes the rice into the soup, preparing the perfect spoonful to eat. Hyuk Kang tries it, and the flavor is so good that the other hunter drools beside him. At this, he begs for a bite, but Cheolo tells him to order his own rice. He then asks the gentleman if he's going to hunt the cats that attacked civilians. The man confirms the mission, and the captain of the Temple Guild worries about him going alone. He replies that they are probably the cats from that old case he's been investigating. Cheolo gets curious, and the guy explains that a thief stole a bunch of mana stones. After the robbery, the bandit vanished off the map, leaving no clues behind. We're told his nickname is Beast because he has the power to control animals. We see a flashback as the hunters prepare to capture the beast and the stolen truck. One of the hunters then uses her magic, and several roots burst from the ground with full force. The plants wrap around the truck, crushing it as if it were made of paper. But inside, the mysterious villain lets out a whistle. Out of nowhere, a flock of crows explodes from the truck, surprising the hunters. One of the crows grabs a stolen mana stone and prepares to flee. The gentleman then orders the mage to surround them, and she casts a light spell. But suddenly, her magic fails, and she's left confused about what happened. Just then, a giant black tiger appears and attacks the truck, destroying the roots. He realizes the enemy is a hunter, but one who uses animals to fight. Suddenly, he senses movement and turns, startled by what he sees in the woods. Several cats with golden auras come running out, fleeing the crime scene. He then realizes the crows were just a distraction for the others to escape. On top of the truck, an even larger tiger roars, protecting its master's escape. With a smirk, the beast hides in the shadows, pleased with his plan. And so, he flies away on his eagle, leaving the hunters behind. The gentleman is furious with the situation, unable to believe he let the villain escape. He then announces that the priority is to recover the stones, since the beast has already fled. Back at the restaurant, he explains that the villain fed the stones to 30 cats. Cheolho then comments that few beasts can withstand the power, gaining strength only for a short time. The hunter confirms his mission is to take care of the 4 cats that survived. Cheolho asks about the thief's motive, and he says the guy must be creating something. He also reveals that most hunters in the lawless zone are foreigners. The gentleman then stands up, saying he needs to go before people start hating cats even more. He says his goodbyes and leaves, and the other hunters also decide to leave the restaurant. Alone, the man walks through a forest as the sun sets on the horizon. Suddenly he stops, sensing that something or someone is there, watching from the shadows. He then finds one of the cats, but the poor thing couldn't handle the power and died. Just then, a meow catches his attention, and his eagle lands on his shoulder, startled. It was Hodori who had survived the mana stone and was now there, growling at him. He's shocked at how this is possible, as the cat seems to be in excellent condition. The creature threatens him with its claws, and he realizes the cat is just protecting something. Despite feeling pity, he thinks he just needs one strike to close the case. He tries to convince himself he can't feel pity, because business is business. The cat's reflection shines in his glasses, and he says that this is the right thing to do. In the kitchen, Cheolho washes dishes, thinking about the hunters from the ungoverned zone. The scene shifts to a chaotic world, with open portals and monsters dominating everything. He continues his task, reflecting that any hunter from there must be very strong. Just then, the door chime rings, and a voice calls him Chief, grabbing his attention. Gentleman walks in, and Cheolho asks if business went well. Back at the counter, he offers a strong drink he has, called Huangju. Gentleman accepts, and so he won't drink on an empty stomach. Cheolho decides to fry some meat. Since he didn't have any pork, Cheolho grabs the beef he bought earlier. With a precise cut, he quickly starts slicing the meat to prepare the dish. The meat sizzles in the hot oil, then he takes it out to fry it a second time. Gentleman then asks, a bit curious, if he eats the fried meat with any sauce. Jae-woo says it's on the house, but the man insists on paying for the dish. He then asks for just salt, and Cheolho smiles, as that's the best way to appreciate the meat's flavor. With everything ready, Cheolho hands the bottle of liquor to the customer, who thanks him. Gentleman picks up a piece of fried meat and dips it lightly in salt before eating. He takes a crunchy bite of the meat, clearly enjoying the flavor. Next, the man downs a glass of the drink, feeling the strong alcohol go down. With an expression of relief and satisfaction, he lets out a sigh, relaxing at the counter. Then, the customer calls Cheolho again, who turns to hear what he has to say. He asks what to do when your head says one thing, but your heart says another. Cheolho replies that on the battlefield, such difficult choices were very common. The scene changes to a flashback, where a friend is dying surrounded by enemies. He explains that your heart tells you to save your comrade, without thinking about the consequences, but your head tells you to advance with the troops, as you would save many more lives that way. Back in the present, Cheolho reveals that either way, he always paid a price. Jae-woo listens intently as Cheolho says there was always regret left over, but also a gain. Then he throws the question out there, asking what to do if the loss is only money. Gentleman reflects on this, saying that in hindsight, maybe money doesn't matter that much. With a thoughtful look, he falls silent for a moment, and then he takes another gulp of the drink, downing the glass in one go. After eating, he puts the glass on the table and says he feels more at ease. With that, a memory of Sang-hoo Kim comes to his mind, sitting alone with a drink. Cheolho then smiles, thinking that the spear mage and the gentleman are similar. Just then, Florzinia appears at the door and greets the man, calling him Captain Gentleman. She says she saw his eagles outside, so he asks what she's doing here so late. With a big smile, Florzinia replies that she lives nearby, right in that alley. Seeing the food, she asks for some meat, but Jae-woo dismisses her right away. He then thanks him for the meal, leaving behind the now empty plate and bottles. The girl helps him leave, as he's drunk and staggering through the door. But as they leave, they're startled by Hidori, who appears out of nowhere. She's shocked by the creature's size, while the captain can barely even see it. Hidori then drops 3 rats on the ground, prompting the girl to ask what it said. With an unfriendly look, Hidori just stares at the 2 of them and meows. Jae-woo waves off the rats, saying he's eaten enough and Hidori can have them. The scene pulls away as she helps the captain walk straight down the lit street. Hidori simply observes the city under the moonlight with a superior air. The scene then shifts to a forest, where a meow echoes over warriors' graves. Back in the present, morning arrives and birds are singing outside the restaurant. Inside, Cheolho is carefully brushing the teeth of a small white creature, but Khan panics, yelling at the little creature not to swallow the toothpaste. Cheolho then sits at the table and realizes it was his first night without nightmares. He sees a newspaper story about recovered mana stones, featuring the captain's photo. Remembering their conversation, he understands that the captain paid for the stones out of his own pocket. Cheolho smiles, thinking that Jae-woo is a good man and will be a great guardian. His gaze, however, quickly shifts, turning serious and focusing on something else. The newspaper also mentions the Foreigners, a mysterious group living in the Forbidden Zone. It explains that over the last 30 years, many hunters have emerged and also vanished. During that time, 2 ideological groups were in constant conflict with one another. After a major monster invasion, they finally went their separate ways, and so they became the Foreigners, a problem that causes great concern. In an office, a man wonders if they've finally passed the point of no return. The scene changes to a hangar, where a giant mecha is being analyzed by a technician. Hoon Kim comments that its movement has improved, but new materials will be needed to withstand the strain. He then tells her to keep up the good work, but seems to not fully grasp the situation. Just then, Gentleman appears and hands him a coffee, explaining that the beast won't leave the zone. Hoon Kim takes the opportunity to mention that the Undertaker, one of the Foreigners, is returning to the city. He explains that there is an unofficial Tier 1 hunter, besides the known ones. This hunter was brought in secretly so that Jaeger's disappearance wouldn't cause a panic. Jae-woo grows thoughtful, since Shadowcat and Undertaker are returning from missions abroad. A premonition arises, suggesting that perhaps something very big is about to happen. The scene cuts to the forest, where Gabby is being chased and accused of being from the association. Suddenly, a bat bites her leg. Gabby then darts through the forest, using her agility to escape her pursuers. The scene shifts to Khan, who is carefully studying a map, planning his next move. He decides to head for the northwest gates, since he hasn't investigated that area yet. Khan rides his new motorcycle, happy to finally have some time to himself on the road. But when he reaches a checkpoint, a guard raises the gate and stops him. He gets off his bike, and the guard informs him that an inspection is required. Khan asks about all the checkpoints, and the guard explains that the area has become dangerous. Upon seeing his ID, the guard recognizes him. Khan confirms he's heading out on another trip. He remembers Cheolho's advice as the guard checks for mana stones. Then, he signs a waiver, taking full responsibility for anything that happens inside. The guard wishes him a safe return, and Khan thanks him before speeding off. With a loud roar, the bike accelerates hard, entering the Forbidden Zone for good. He stops in the middle of the forest, thinking he's far enough to get started. With a determined look, he gets ready. The real investigation is about to begin. Using his ability, he flies through the sky, leaping toward the open portals. He checks several portals, but only finds one with plants and another with slimes. He runs out of one, pinching his nose and complaining about the stench of the monsters. Suddenly, his stomach growls loudly and he realizes he's starving. He finds it strange that there are no monsters around, but he senses a dragon's aura that has scared them away. Suddenly, he hears something and spins around, sensing that people are nearby. Just then, several silhouettes appear in the forest, and he counts more than 10 enemies. With a shocked expression, Khan realizes those people are actually hunters. He then sees Gabby cornered, and wonders if she's the elf he's heard about. The scene focuses on the surrounded woman, standing at the edge of a cliff with no escape route. One of the hunters mocks her, saying she's fallen into their trap, making her tense up. She starts to sweat, feeling the vampire bat's venom spreading quickly through her body. She reflects that she spent years hunting the outsiders and has never been cornered like this. The hunters advance, but a voice orders them not to kill her under any circumstances. The leader reveals himself, saying they spent 5 years planning to capture her alive. Then, a man with a giant tiger appears, and the leader orders him to take her alive. He tells the tiger to play with her until she's nearly dead on the ground. Seeing the situation, she thinks jumping off the cliff is her only way out now, but suddenly the ground shakes. shakes, and the hunters are startled, not understanding what's happening. A bright light appears out of nowhere, leaving the warrior confused about what's going on. Just then, a giant sphere of energy explodes, surprising all the hunters with its power. The attack tears through the forest, heading straight for the group of enemies. They are hit head-on by the blast of power, screaming in pain from the impact. Even the leader and his tiger flee in terror, not understanding the reason for the retreat. He's furious, wondering how the association managed to train such a strong hunter. Seeing the surreal power, he orders a retreat and warns that they'll have to redo all their plans. The hunter says she got lucky, then leaves her alone in the burning forest, but she begins to tremble uncontrollably, and the reason isn't the fire around her. It's a much deeper, more primal fear that leaves her dizzy and completely powerless. Before she can fall to the ground, Khan suddenly appears and catches her in his arms. He realizes she's passed out, then notices the bite mark of a vampire bat. With the elf in his arms, he looks at the chaos in the forest and wonders what to do now. The scene changes to a dark, damp cave where he has taken her for shelter. Beside her, he scratches his head and repeats the question, unsure of the next step. He knows that to treat the bite, he needs to cool the wound to drain the poison. Since he has no healing powers, he gulps, knowing he'll have to clean the area himself. Khan is conflicted. He can't bring himself to do it, but he knows the wound will get worse. He then musters his courage and decides to tear just a small piece of the fabric, very slowly. But as he gets closer, the elf suddenly wakes up. Startled, he throws himself back and yells that he can explain as she gets up. She then asks what he's doing there, and he stammers that he found her by chance. The warrior finds it strange for him to be traveling here, and he explains they're in a cave. She notices the pain is fading, and understands he was just trying to help her. The elf thanks him, leaving Khan blushing and flustered, not knowing what to say. He finally manages to say it was nothing, and an awkward silence fills the air. To break the tension, Khan stands up and walks a bit, distancing himself for a moment. He asks if she can stand, but she tries and says she can't walk yet. He then offers to help, but she warns it's dangerous, since he's not a hunter. He says it's fine, and as he calls out for Aunt Gabby, a robot appears. Khan watches with a very suspicious look, trying to understand what's happening. Just then, a giant robot approaches him, and the pilot recognizes him from the restaurant. The elf then explains that he was just traveling, which confuses the pilot. Jae-woo appears, confirming the story, as he saw his name in the Northgate's log. She realizes they all came for her, and Jae-woo calls her the association's treasure. Khan, completely embarrassed, asks if she's okay, and if she needs new clothes. Jae-woo bows and thanks him for taking care of her, promising a reward. But he suggests that Khan should head back soon, making the boy feel awkward. The scene cuts to the restaurant, where a pressure cooker whistles, letting out a lot of steam. Back there, Cheolo finds a dirty Khan, who confirms he really did breathe fire. The little creature sways happily on his shoulder, as Cheolo congratulates Khan on a job well done. Just then, the creature turns into a little girl who celebrates their success, leaving Cheolho worried. Khan asks if it's not tiring to play with the girl like that all day long. Cheolho admits that it's mentally exhausting, while she asks to play just one more time. Then he explains that he needs to tire the girl out, as it's the only way she can sleep well. Outside, Khan starts to laugh, so Cheolho tells him to go help too. The scene changes to the association, where an agent confirms Khan is a civilian with no mana. Jae-woo comments that he has traveled through other zones before, and the elf calls him brave. An officer then hands over his documents, showing the mana scan that was performed. He looks at the records and sees that neither Khan's nor Cheolho's scan detected any mana. With this, Jae-woo confirms that he's really just a civilian, with no special powers. Gabby is lost in thought, wondering who could have used that devastating fire attack. She remembers the fear she felt, and how her instincts screamed at her to run away. It was a primal fear, which makes her question why she felt that aura coming from the owner's nephew. The sound of dragging chains breaks the silence, starting a new dark flashback. The scene reveals Cheolho in his past, looking tired and chained. He narrates that he wandered for 10 long years, always dragging the weight of his chains. On this journey, he crossed deserts, distant kingdoms, and even the vast oceans. But not even the greatest sages or scholars of those lands could give him an answer. Exhausted, he finally collapses to the ground, believing he could never go home again. With trembling hands, he begs the entity that summoned him to finally listen. A light then appears, and he screams that he has fulfilled his duty as Miro-Lycus. The light rejuvenates him, and his eyes fill with hope for an answer. With his eyes glowing blue, he pleads to be sent back now. Just then, a portal of dark purple energy begins to open in the sky. He's confused by what's happening and reaches his hand toward the portal. His hand is yanked inside, sucked in by the mysterious energy. Then, his body is dragged through space, past distant stars and planets. Engulfed in a strange light, he has no idea what's going on. He flies through the cosmos, passing through a portal where a strange creature is also being pulled in. Then, he sees what looks like the demon realm, filled with terrifying beasts. Right after, a portal to the spirit realm appears, with a much calmer landscape. But a bright light catches his attention, making him turn sharply to see what it was. He finds himself facing a world of machines, something he had never seen before. Just then, his body is pulled into this new dimension, falling toward the light. Suddenly his eyes glow with a golden light, signaling a great change. Then, he squeezes his eyes shut, trying to understand what was happening to him. With a jolt, Cheolo wakes up sweating, realizing it was all just a dream. On the bed, the radio starts playing while he and Khan are fast asleep. He gets up with Kyul in his arms, thinking he had that same nightmare again. Sitting on the bed, he hears the news that Sang-Hoo Kim has been promoted to Tier 1. The radio reports there are now 4 Tier 1 hunters, and Cheolho thinks the announcement was too fast. He reflects that a hunter of this level is a security for the people and a warning to their enemies. Cheolho then wonders if this promotion has anything to do with the foreigners problem. Meanwhile, in the association's conference room, an important meeting was underway. Sang-Hoo Kim turns at the sound of a creaking chair, waiting for the person to reveal themselves. Just then, the unofficial hunter Undertaker announces he's back. After a 3-year investigation, Sang-Hoo thinks that this is the first time he's seen him, and that his identity is a mystery. It's explained that his ability is so secret, his voice doesn't even sound human. The sound of the creaking chair echoes through the room, sounding very strange and unique. Leaving the room, Sang-Hoo grabs a coffee, and Gearwork asks if his day has been hectic. He asks why he's not wearing his glasses, and Gearwork explains he wore contacts to impress Yuna. Gearwork calls him a buzzkill and mentions the intel they're getting is terrifying. Tired, Sang-Hoo vents that what he really needs right now is a good beer. Hearing the word beer, Gearwork gets all excited, his eyes sparkling with joy. He then drags Sang-Hoo away, who despairs because the Blade Queen is going to yell at him again. Sang-Hoo can't believe they're drinking in broad daylight, right in the middle of the city. Just then, they find Cheolho with little Kyul getting a pizza delivery at the door. The hunter finds it strange that he'd ordered delivery, but Cheolho explains his daughter wanted it. With a cute little face, Kyul invites them to have some peach za with them. The two are charmed, and ask if they can come in and have pizza and beer too. Cheolho then turns and orders a few more pizzas from the delivery guy, who confirms the order. The delivery guy vents that he's so busy, he barely has time to play with his own daughter. Hearing this, Cheolho invites him to bring his daughter over to eat and play with Kyul. He comments that his daughter and Kyul should get along well since they're the same size. The man thanks him and leaves, while little Kyul waves goodbye. With the boxes in hand, Cheolho turns and announces it's time to set the table. The scene shows a pork pizza with a cheese-stuffed crust, making Kyul excited. She grabs a slice and takes a bite, the cheese stretching out deliciously. Sang-Hoo and Gearwork watch her, finding the little girl absolutely adorable as she eats. Cheolho then serves the beer and asks if it's okay to drink at this hour, but Sang-Hoo says it's perfectly fine. Sang-Hoo Kim explains they use rings that drain the alcohol, but Cheolho doesn't really care. He then gets excited and says he'll show them how to make a somaik cocktail. First, he stacks 2 soju glasses and fills the bottom one to the brim. Then, he drops the shot into a glass of beer and tops it off with the yellow beverage. To finish, he taps it with his chopsticks, making the mixture fizz up instantly. The cocktail is ready, but Sang-Hoo thinks it could use a little more beer. They then make a special toast to the association's newest Tier 1 hunter. They all down their glasses at once, enjoying the celebratory moment among friends. The empty bottles show it was a long afternoon, with plenty of drinks and conversation. Suddenly, Gearworks' watch beeps, signaling it's time for them to go. Their rings glow, and Sang-Hoo admits the cocktail trick was quite useful after all. They say goodbye to the chief and little Kyul, and Cheolho tells them to take care. Kyul asks for more pizza, and Cheolho remembers something important he needed to say. But Gearwork runs back, saying he brought a new pamphlet for him to check out. It's an invitation to the Guardian's seminar, so Cheolho thanks him and keeps it. Kyul sees the photo on the pamphlet and shouts that it's magic, leaving Cheolho very confused. He turns the pamphlet over and sees it's the magician Dog-Young-Han, the guardian of Gangbuk. The little girl then asks if the magician is his friend, and Cheolho awkwardly confirms. The scene changes to a flashback in Seoul, and he thinks about how they were classmates. With a smile on his face, the magician says that the harder things get, the more they should smile. He pulls a crystal ball from his top hat and asks if everyone is ready. Then, an explosion of playing cards flies through the sky, impressing the entire crowd. With a card held to his face, he announces that tonight they will light up all of Gangbuk, promising it will be with dazzling colors. Back at the restaurant, Cheolho confirms to Little Kuel that the man on the flyer is an old friend. He reflects that time has changed his friend's face and aura, but his eyes are still the same. With a smile, he remembers that his friend achieved his dream of becoming a great magician. Then, he grows pensive, having thought about the passage of time before. He lived 30 years in the other world, and 30 in this one, forming bonds and connections in both. Over time, his feelings faded. He never imagined he would meet an old friend again. His memories are fading, but the emotions from that time are still alive. The memory of the warmth, gratitude, and sadness of those days still stays with him. Even so, he looks at the flyer again and thinks about how much his friend has truly changed. The scene cuts back to the show, with the crowd applauding and cheering for the performance. Backstage, the magician pulls back a curtain, preparing for the night's next act. The show's crew congratulates him, and he tells them he's heading out first to take care of something. But he suddenly stops, sensing a strange presence and imminent danger nearby. He looks up and sees a portal opening in the sky, right above a building. An alert comes through on his communicator, warning of a gate on the rooftop of the neutral building. He realizes the damage could be massive, so he decides he needs to clear the area quickly. With that, he summons a giant Ace of Spades card. He hurls it with all his might. The magician then flies at high speed, heading straight for the gate in the sky. Using the card as a platform, he finally manages to enter the gate's mysterious dimension. He looks around and realizes the strange place looks like some kind of machine. The scene then shows a bizarre world, filled with gears and metal parts everywhere. He finds the scene grotesque, an abnormal phenomenon that needs to be dealt with as soon as possible. With that, he decides to clear the place out, preparing his deck for a new attack. Two Joker cards then appear out of nowhere, glowing with a dark purple energy. From them emerge two jesters, who begin to fight the mechanical monsters. With a wave of his hand, the magician prepares to use another of his abilities. The head of one of the monsters begins to swell, about to explode from his power. With a snap of his fingers, he activates the spell, detonating the bizarre creature for good. Several explosions of purple energy destroy the monsters, clearing the path ahead of him. His helpers arrive to fight, but he knows the monsters are weak and this isn't the end. He knows every dungeon has a boss, so he prepares for what's to come. A giant creature begins to form from the wreckage, and he tells everyone to stay alert. With a serious look, the magician says they now have something new to worry about. The scene changes and Hun Kim appears, impressed, looking at the monster's wreckage. He asks if it's a new type of monster, so the magician explains about the gate. Hun Kim analyzes the structure, finding the system too simple and connected like clockwork. He sees that the power source is a mana stone, but the technology is quite primitive, so he wonders how such a basic structure can handle so much pure mana. Hun Kim asks if there wasn't a boss, since the wreckage came from the new dungeon. The magician explains the boss was huge, so the association will send a transport. With the report in hand, he thanks him for his help and rushes off to analyze the parts. He remembers the Undertaker's report, which mentioned other worlds connected to the gates. With a bead of sweat, he thinks the gate could lead to a very advanced world. He bursts into the lab and asks them to analyze the new material's mana reaction. The Ogre project was stalled because they couldn't find a material that could withstand the energy. With the object in his hand, he thinks this gate might be the missing key for the project. He then runs to the magician and asks if he's eaten yet after all that work. With a big smile, Gearwork offers to pay for a meal as a thank you. The scene cuts to dawn with the sun rising and birds singing in the sky. Outside the restaurant, Cheolho smokes a cigarette, enjoying the morning calm. He thinks about his friend Do-gyong and wonders what he would say if they met again now. Looking at the flyer, memories of his past begin to surface. A flashback begins, showing the first grade teacher making an announcement to the class. She announces the family cooking day, something Cheolho hated doing at school. At that time, his family was falling apart and his parents were always busy. To avoid asking for help, he decided to look for a recipe in an old cookbook. But the book only had expensive dishes, with ingredients he barely recognized. Until he finally finds a recipe he recognizes, getting very excited. It was tteokbokki. He was happy thinking he could do it all by himself. He then gathers the rice cakes and sauces, since he had all the ingredients. With everything in hand, He gets ready in the kitchen, prepared to start the recipe from scratch. But when he checks his pocket, he sees his few coins won't be enough for everything. He then runs to the street market, hoping to buy what he was missing. When he gets there, he asks for fish cakes, but the owner tells him he doesn't have enough money. The man then becomes thoughtful, while little Cheolho waits with a heavy heart. Then, the owner has an idea and offers the boy a cabbage to help with his recipe. He puts the cabbage in a black bag and hands it to the boy, who thanks him for the gesture. Cheolho then heads home, happy as can be, whistling because he got some help. Back at school, the mothers help each other, but one warns to be careful not to spill. He, however, remains alone and mutters that he can do it all without anyone's help. But suddenly the pot boils over and the sauce starts to spill onto the stove. He then tastes a little, but realizes the recipe turned out way too salty. To try and fix it, he dumps a bunch of water from his bottle into the pot. He tries it again, but the look on his face shows the mixture is not good at all. In the end, the dish was completely tasteless, like a watery soup. With no more ingredients, he despairs, but tries to convince himself that everything will be okay. But the truth was, he wasn't okay. Feeling all alone in the middle of everyone. Sniffling, he feels defeated, until a voice asks about the tteokbokki. Just then, his friend comes over and excitedly asks to try some of the food. Cheolho tries to stop him, but the boy is faster and already scoops up a spoonful of the dish. After tasting it, he breaks into a huge, bright smile as if he really liked it. The reaction leaves Cheolho completely bewildered, totally confused about what was happening. Suddenly, his friend jumps up and shouts to the whole class that his tteokbokki is amazing. He gets embarrassed and asks why he's lying, so his friend tells him to pay attention. Dog-young says that one day he'll be a magician and use magic to make his food delicious. Then his friend turns the heat all the way up, leaving Cheolho confused about his intentions. He then waves his hands over the pot, as if casting a spell on the dish. Other classmates come over, asking what the two boys are cooking up. One of them complains there are no fish cakes, but Dog-young assures them it's delicious. The boy tries it, and is shocked by the flavor, which greatly surprises Cheolho. Curious, Cheolho also tries a piece, still trying to understand what just happened. He asks how it's possible, and his friend replies that it was real magic. With its success, the other kids rush to the table, asking for some of the food too. Cheolho thanks him and insists on the question, but Dog-young says he won't share the secret for free. Desperate, he offers his coins, but his friend says that's not the right payment. He then makes a proposal, asking Cheolho to walk home with him every day. With a gentle look, Dog-young remains silent, just waiting for his answer. Cheolho realizes that his friend, just like him, was also there all alone. He then accepts the offer, and the two boys finally seal the deal for good. Back in the present, the pot boils on the stove, smelling of delicious food. He remembers that's how he became friends with Dog-young, but they separated soon after. Even though their friendship was short, he remembers that moment with great gratitude. He then tastes the broth and, with a nod, approves of the dish's flavor. With the sauce ready, he throws in the vegetables to cook and absorb the seasoning. Seeing there's still meat, he thinks about frying some bell peppers to go with the tteokbokki. Little Kyul asks if they're going to eat meat, so he tells her to go play for a bit. She runs off excitedly to play, and Khan asks if she's leaving already. But before she goes, he smothers her with kisses, making the little one laugh from the tickles. He says that as the older brother, he has the right to spoil her as much as he wants. Cheolho then asks Kyul for a kiss, which leaves Khan completely shocked by the scene. Jealous, he runs after her, yelling for a kiss from his little sister too. Just then, the door opens, and the magician greets the little lady and his nephew. Hun Kim then arrives with him, announcing to the chef that they're here. With a smile, the magician mentions that Hun Kim has been praising his work quite a lot. A bit awkwardly, Cheolho stammers a little but welcomes the two customers. Hun Kim asks what's on the menu, and he says he can make whatever they want. The magician thinks tteokbokki sounds good, and Gearwork agrees, finding it the perfect choice. So he ties his apron, saying the tteokbokki will be right out for them. As he cooks, he thinks that his friend doesn't recognize him. After all, 50 years have passed. He remembers Dog-young's dream of becoming a magician, and how he envied that. With a heavy heart, he wanted to introduce himself, but knew he wouldn't be remembered. He then clenches his fist, realizing he couldn't say those words out loud. The dish is finally ready, and he serves the special tteokbokki recipe with fries. Hun Kim tries it and is shocked by the flavor, so the magician says now he's curious. Upon tasting it, he becomes thoughtful, trying to figure out the secret behind that taste. Cheolho explains that the secret is that this dish tastes better when everyone is together. Gearwork then asks if the chef has eaten yet, but he replies that he hasn't. Kyul tells the old man he has soup in his beard, and the magician thanks the little one. But he says she got dirty too, and she panics because her clothes were new. With a trick, he pulls a card from inside his handkerchief, leaving little Kyul amazed. He then helps her hold the card, building suspense for his next trick. Just then, The card turns into a purple flower, and she squeals with excitement at the magic. He asks her to take the flower to her father and call him over to eat with them. The little one runs and gives the flower to Cheolho, inviting him to join them at the table. With a smile, he thanks her for the flower and says they will all sit down and eat, but Gearworks' watch beeps again, breaking the restaurant's calm. He jumps and yells, but quickly clarifies it's not an alert, but the results. In a hurry, he says he has to go and pays the bill before rushing out. The magician then comments that young people are full of passion, and Cheolho agrees with him. Cheolho then gets up and goes to the counter, thinking about the tteokbokki sauce. He then asks if the magician used instant noodle seasoning, shocking the man. Dog-young confirms it, and says the nostalgic taste reminds him of an old friend who used to visit. He explains that his family was poor, but his friend's tteokbokki was always very good. Cheolho then asks what they used to talk about, and the magician laughs at the memory. He reveals his dream was to be a magician because he loved seeing people's happy smiles. But he says he had no talent, so he was always jumping from one troupe to another. When the world changed, he gained real powers and became what they call a guardian. And in difficult times, he always remembered the days when they used to dream together. He recalls the innocent days when they would laugh and talk until the sun finally set. Hearing all this, Cheolho remains silent, just processing his friend's memories. He then asks about now, and the magician says that, deep down, nothing has really changed, because he still protects everyone, and his childhood dream is as alive as ever. The promise to use magic on food echoes strongly in Cheolho's mind at that moment. With a big smile, he replies that he's very happy to hear all that from him. The magician then says goodbye, thanking him for the meal and the wonderful time they had. He then introduces himself as Dog-young Han and extends his hand to ask for the chef's name. Shaking his hand, Cheolho introduces himself, saying his name is Cheolho Kang. From the doorway, he says goodbye, watching his old childhood friend leave the restaurant. Outside, the magician finds the name familiar and keeps repeating it, trying to remember. Suddenly, a memory surfaces, and he remembers the boy named Cheolho. He turns around at once, looking back at the restaurant, still in disbelief. At the door, Cheolho holds Kyul, who purrs in his arms, while Khan looks grumpy. Dog-young Han laughs to himself, still thinking that such a coincidence was impossible. Meanwhile, Kyul offers the flower she received to Khan, making him all excited. Cheolho looks up at the sky and thinks, hoping his old friend will come back more often. The scene changes to the lab, where scientists discover the material is very durable. Hun Kim says that if a small piece can withstand a tier 6 stone, the chief will be even stronger. He gets excited, as this could be what they've been looking for all this time. With an admiring look, he says it's terrifying, but he can't wait. Sitting by the riverbank, he takes a moment of peace to gather his thoughts. Remembering the past, he notices how the water, which used to be a sewer, is now surprisingly clean. But as he was relaxing, something nearby catches his attention and breaks the silence. A giant turtle was flipped on its back, struggling to get back to normal. Going to help, he picks up the heavy animal in his hands and prepares to return it to the water. Then he throws the turtle, which swims off at high speed and disappears. Right after, he notices a school of salmon passing right in front of him. In the middle of the water, the fish swim calmly through a whirlpool that forms. Just then, the turtle he saved returns, but now it heads straight for that vortex. Caught by the force of the water, it starts to spin endlessly, completely trapped in the whirlpool. Floating dizzily, the turtle seems unable to escape the current at all, until suddenly, the creature gets out of the water and comes to him, stopping right in front to face him. After thinking for a moment, he decides what he's going to cook and gets ready to head home. His focus now is on one thing, getting a nice salmon for a feast later. And it doesn't take long for him to catch 2 large fish, securing the day's dinner. In the kitchen, he begins to prepare the salmon with a special knife in hand. Then, with a quick movement, he cuts the fish into a precise fillet around the spine. Carefully removing each bone, he cleans the fillet to make the meat perfect. In the end, the piece of salmon is perfectly clean and ready to be used. With the fish ready, he decides to use the leftovers for a broth and starts to separate the cuts. But before he starts cooking, he takes a piece to taste the quality of the meat. Savoring each piece, he notices how tender the meat is and how it melts in his mouth. Meanwhile, upstairs, the rest of the family starts to wake up in a flurry of activity. Suddenly, the door chime rings, indicating a customer has just arrived at the restaurant. Looking at the entrance, he sees a little boy standing there, who timidly asks if he can have something to eat. At that moment, he sizes up the boy and realizes he seems to be one of the beggars from the market. Seeing the look of someone who's been turned away before, he decides not to send him away and invites him in. Going to the counter, he serves the boy a generous bowl of rice topped with fresh salmon. Without wasting time, the boy begins to eat eagerly, enjoying every bite of the meal. In the middle of the meal, the boy asks for more water, and he promptly hands him a bottle. Taking the bottle, the boy drinks all the water in one go, leaving the cook astonished. Then, to thank him, he places a handful of things on the counter as payment, but the cook refuses. Looking at what he left, the man sees it was just a few random shells and rocks. At that moment, his eyes glow in a strange way, as if he had used a skill. As the boy leaves, a status window appears, revealing that he is a mystical creature. Connecting the dots, he understands that the boy is the turtle he saved earlier in the river. Watching the boy run off down the street, he reflects on this new twist of fate. Determined, he decides to gather some ingredients to help the creature cross the whirlpool. Right after, a red portal opens up in front of the restaurant, revealing a passage. Inside the portal, the scene changes to a field where several bull-headed creatures are working. In the middle of them, a minotaur named Mino takes a break from his work on the farm. Just then, a woman approaches and calls out to him, causing him to turn towards her. This woman, who is actually a queen from the demon realm, points in a certain direction. Walking together, the two stroll side by side through the field, as she's now a farmer too. Suddenly, an onion with legs runs past them, leaving the minotaur very confused. Picking up the creature, the minotaur shows the queen that the onion is alive and moving. The queen then pokes the onion and asks if he can cultivate it, and he confirms he can manage it. Excited by the idea, she suggests giving the onion a super long and fancy name, but he finds it too complicated. Thinking the name is bad, he decides to call the creature Shuffle, but the queen doesn't like the idea. Even so, the two decide to go ahead with the plan and walk off to find a place to plant it. Arriving at the spot, Mino looks out at a golden field he had just prepared. At that moment, he gets Queen Sofern's attention to talk about something important. Looking at the field, he says that this farmer's life isn't as bad as he thought, after all. Hearing this, she becomes pensive, reflecting on this new feeling of peace she had never felt before. Flashing back, the scene shows the demon realm, a chaotic place where war never ends. But now, she finally admits with a smile that working hard and eating together feels really good. With that in mind, the Minotaur suggests they start making fertilizer for the new field with the creature's help. But just as he turns to go, a door swings open and hits the little onion square on. Falling to the ground, the creature lies motionless as the two watch, disbelieving what just happened. And at that moment, the expression on their faces changes completely, showing a silent fury. Devastated by the scene, the Minotaur kneels on the ground and screams the creature's name. Appearing suddenly, the cook arrives and calmly asks what's going on. Coming closer, he finds the Minotaur crying over the creature and is confused by the situation. While the queen explains that it was a walking onion, he listens to the whole story with a surprised look on his face. But suddenly the onion comes back to life, and other vegetables appear with it, leaving everyone shocked. Seeing this, he explains that a drunk customer cast a spell on the vegetables, and he forgot about a few. Laughing, he says that if it happens again, he'll send the other creatures straight to her. Shortly after, he turns to the Minotaur and says he came to get ingredients and ask a question. Being blunt, he asks if the Minotaur was one of the former Demon Lord's subordinates. He then questions the queen, wanting to know if the kingdom of Espan was the only place they invaded. Confirming the story, she asks why he wants to know, since they never tried to go anywhere else. At that moment, he discovers they didn't go to Espan by choice, which complicates things. When asked about other realms, she reveals that she knows about the existence of the demon and spirit realms. Remembering something, the scene flashes back to the previous night when he went for a walk after a visit. Walking down the street, he saw a truck carrying a giant robot that was definitely not from this world. Recalling his return, he realizes that a dimensional rift may have connected this world to another one full of machines. Returning to his conversation with the queen, he begins to follow a new line of reasoning on the matter. He then throws out the possibility that the demon lord knew much more about the other realms than she does. Hearing this, she gets all flustered and changes the subject, saying it would be impossible to meet him anyway. But he remains focused, thinking about how the dimensional rift continues to expand little by little. Whether it's to test their growth or to devour the world for good, he knows it's still too early to say anything. The scene returns to the restaurant, where the little boy eats the last spoonful of his meal. As he eats, a friend of the cook whispers, asking if the child is a mystical beast. Finishing his meal, the boy thanks him for the food, and again leaves his shells as payment. Right after he leaves, the cook decides to follow him to see what he'll do next. Arriving at the river, they find the boy getting ready to enter the water near the bridge. He then steps into the river and walks until the water covers most of his body. At that moment, an energy surrounds the boy, and his physical form begins to transform. Before their eyes, the boy turns back into the giant turtle they saw earlier. Seeing the transformation, his friend is completely shocked by the boy's true identity. Suddenly, a blonde man arrives arrives and asks if they've seen the mystical beast that just appeared. Meanwhile, the turtle swims directly to the middle of the river toward the large whirlpool. Caught by the current, it's sucked into the vortex again and gets stuck spinning. Watching the scene, the blonde man asks why the creature doesn't just get out of the water to avoid the problem. He then explains that mystical beasts usually become obsessed with something specific. Remembering the past, he tells them about a mystical dog that waited for its dead owner for decades in the same spot. Continuing, he also recalls a mystical fox that was obsessed with mana stones. Through this kind of repetitive process, mystical beasts manage to evolve and grow stronger over time. But he admits that deep down, he doesn't really understand how this growth logic works. Thus, their behavior has always been a great mystery he could never decipher. A few days pass, and the little boy returns to the same place again. Entering the restaurant, he looks very discouraged and once more asks for food. Seeing his condition, the cook realizes that 6 days of pure failure have passed, so he decides it's time to use the aged salmon he was saving for a special occasion. Cutting the salmon's belly, he prepares the most flavorful and tender part of the fish. Remembering the past, he compares this meal to the food he had to eat on the battlefield. After a while, the spicy salmon stew is finally ready and just right. Serving the special dish, he gives the boy a full feast with rice and sliced salmon. Handing over the food, he says he hopes today will finally be the day of his victory. With these words of encouragement, the boy thanks him with a sincere smile. Back at the river, he prepares once again to enter the water and face the challenge. With the support of the whole crowd on the bank, the turtle gets ready to finally cross the whirlpool. It then starts swimming with all its might, heading straight for its goal. Moving forward without hesitation, it faces the strong current and gets closer and closer to the danger. Meanwhile, everyone on the riverbank watches the scene with great anticipation. At that moment, it's finally swallowed by the force of the vortex, which pulls it in completely. Fighting against the water, the turtle keeps swimming and pushes forward with determination through the chaos. Then, with one last push, it manages to cross and is thrown out of the water by the impact. Seeing its success, everyone joyfully celebrates the small creature's great achievement. Suddenly, a bright light starts to emerge from the turtle's shell, which glows intensely. Coming out of the water, it reappears visibly larger, surprising everyone with its new size. Observing the result, he explains that it will continue to grow every time it overcomes its strange obsessions. Still impressed, his friends finally begin to understand how the whole process works. Remembering his own past, he recalls when his combat skills hit a limit. With the child in his arms, he reflects that his own path to power might have started with something small, perhaps with something that, in the beginning, seemed to be nothing special at all. The scene changes to a dark, abandoned area, where a blue-haired man appears out of nowhere. Walking through the place, he heads towards an ancient temple that serves as a dungeon. Following a dark corridor, he passes a cage where a monstrous creature is trapped. Upon reaching a large hall, he finally finds a group of 3 people waiting for him. In the center, a woman sitting on a throne welcomes him very coldly. Recognizing the group, he identifies the woman as the prophetess Eve and the others as the Shadow Brothers. Just then, one of the guards reveals that the prophetess has just received a new vision of the future. The guard then orders her to show him the prophecy, and she agrees with a nod. In that same instant, a bright light begins to emanate from the prophetess, enveloping the entire place. Struck by the light, he is transported into the vision she is projecting. In the vision, he sees an abandoned area where a rift begins to form in the sky. Soon after, the rift grows absurdly, as if it were splitting the entire world in half. Suddenly, an intense beam of light shoots out from within the crack, tearing reality apart. Opening up in the sky, a massive dark portal releases a strange energy into the air. Seeing everything covered by a purple mist, he reacts in fear to what the prophecy reveals. Coming out of the vision, he is startled to see a sphere of dark energy appearing right in front of him. At the same moment, the prophetess faints from the effort of holding the vision for so long. As one of the guards rushes to help, she starts to cough and becomes visibly weak. Catching her breath, she reveals that something terrible is about to happen to their world. With difficulty, she explains that a powerful entity is coming, and she couldn't see anything else. Furthermore, she says that in the heart of the city, something terrible lies dormant, and no one can find it. Hearing her account, one of the guards confirms that her prophecies have never been wrong before. Analyzing the situation, the blue-haired man prepares to act on the new information. Receiving his mission, he learns that he needs to infiltrate the association's headquarters to investigate. Aware of the danger, he argues that he can't handle a mission of this level alone. So they reveal that they will assign an elite hunter to help with his infiltration. Turning towards the stairs, he then decides to ask for help from a new recruit of the Blade Queen. But upon hearing the name, He's shocked to learn that such power could come from a mere Tier 3. Determined, he decides he will start by investigating the Blade Queen's team up close. Before leaving, he asks how Eve's treatment is going, but the answer is not good at all. Hearing that the mana-suppressing drug is difficult to create, he becomes furious and questions the delay. But even while bleeding, the prophetess smiles and insists she's fine, trying to calm him down. Seeing her condition, he hesitates for a moment, clearly worried about the situation. Soon after, he grits his teeth, making a firm decision about what he needs to do. Changing scenery to a forest, a mysterious assassin steps out of a portal and finds a giant tiger. With a serious face, he puts on a mask and prepares to move forward with the mission. Fully focused, he shows he's ready to do whatever is necessary to succeed. Looking towards the city, he reveals that his only motivation is to do whatever it takes to save Eve. The scene cuts to a bustling night in Hongdae, a famous neighborhood in Seoul. Flying over the city, a crow lands on a power line, watching everything from above. Looking at a flock of them, a huntress remarks that she has a bad feeling about this, but her partner quickly replies that maybe it's just because the team's rookie decided to skip work. Thinking about the kid, she remembers his potential as a rare flame user who had just joined them. Still, she wonders if she wasn't too hard on him the day before. Suddenly, her expression changes completely, as if she sensed something approaching. Releasing her energy, she warns her partner that a threat is coming their way. Immediately after, the teeth of a giant creature appear, revealing a ferocious snarl. Riding a massive tiger, a masked man emerges from the shadows, ready to attack. Recognizing the threat, she gets into a combat stance, preparing for the fight. Still on top of the beast, the assassin stares down the two of them, the tension thick in the air. Then, with a quick gesture, he invokes a skill, unleashing a power from his hand. In the same instant, a horde of rats made of pure energy charges toward the city. Ordering him to protect the civilians, she rushes the creatures, hitting them all with a series of strikes. Meanwhile, her partner tries to guide people to safety amidst the chaos. But right after, the assassin leaps off the tiger and lunges at her with a swift strike. In the middle of the street, the two clash in an intense fight, trading powerful blows. Taking a direct hit, she staggers back from the force of the impact, feeling her opponent's power. Suddenly, the assassin jumps and runs in the opposite direction, leaving the fight behind. Confused, she wonders where he's going in such a hurry, not understanding his strategy. Until, looking toward the horizon, she realizes his true target is the association's building. Inside, an emergency alarm starts to blare, warning of the hunter's approach. Upon receiving the alert, the association's chief learns that the assassin known as Beast is heading for them. Remembering the past, he wonders how a hunter so passionate about protecting people became an enemy. The scene flashes back, showing Beast in action, fighting monsters with a savage style. Even with a slower class evolution, he was always a brute force in urban missions. With a determined look, the chief recalls how he never imagined he would one day switch sides. Still, he deduces that if Beast is the same as he was before, this attack is just a diversion. After all, the foreigners have been trying to steal the association's records, and this is the perfect chance to infiltrate. Remembering the past, he knows the foreigners' two best infiltration specialists are ready to strike. Facing the imminent threat, the association's chief orders the building's protective barrier to be activated. Receiving the order, a hooded mage nods and prepares to use his skill. With a swift movement, he slams his staff on the ground, releasing a large amount of energy. Immediately, a protective barrier with golden gears forms around the entire building. Far away, the cook feels a strange chill, as if he heard something. Walking down the street with the child, he stops for a moment, trying to understand what that was. Seeing her excitement about the food, he promises to make a delicious meal and starts walking again. But suddenly his expression changes and he goes on high alert, sensing a strange presence. Spinning around instantly, he tries to find whatever caught his attention. As he picks up the child, he realizes something just zipped past him at high speed. Knowing the stealth level is extremely high, he decides to take the girl home immediately. As he carries her, he thinks about what just happened and how he should act. Then he imagines himself back in action, flying over the city in his old combat suit. Back at the association building, the invader finally arrives and touches the energy barrier with his hand. Trying to break in, he attacks the wall but is thrown back by the energy barrier. Seeing he can't get through, he realizes the barrier must be the work of a class master. With a smirk on his face, he recalls that the association had no one with this power 10 years ago. Meanwhile, in another part of the city, a woman's eyes glow with a different energy. Just then, she lunges at a hooded invader and strikes him right in the middle. Climbing up the side of the building, the two exchange a series of high-speed blows. After an exchange of blows, he lands on the ground, and she comments that he hasn't changed at all. Revealing his face, he replies with a smile that she's still the same as ever too. Crouching on the ground, she says this isn't the reunion she expected, and that he won't be able to stop her alone. But suddenly, a figure in purple armor lands with a thud, and she warns that there are more people to fight. Next, the new warrior prepares to summon his weapon, which begins to materialize in his hand. Taking its full form, the weapon reveals itself as a giant, detailed spear. Holding the spear, an older man appears and faces the invader, ready for combat. Upon seeing the newcomer, the invader remarks that he doesn't seem to have aged a bit. The scene then cuts to the late afternoon sky, leaving a moment of silence before the battle. Confronting the huntress, the man on the giant tiger orders her to stop immediately. With the chaos created on purpose, she understands that fighting there would be a complete disadvantage. Just then, a new warrior appears and starts using a skill to isolate the city area. Creating a giant ice barrier, she traps the three of them inside a dome so they can fight. Right after, she lands next to her partner and announces she's here to provide some serious backup. Her face filled with rage, she glares at the enemy, ready to start the fight at once, but the masked man recognizes her, calling her by a name that surprises her. Facing them both, he comments on their reunion and says he never liked the nickname they gave her. Without wasting any more time, he gets straight to the point and asks where Eve is now. Faced with the question, she simply says she's under no obligation to tell him. Turning aside, he questions why they took her and decides to abort the mission. Suddenly, he looks up as if he sensed someone's presence approaching. Just then, the other invader appears from the shadows and warns that they have a skilled barrier user. Receiving the information, he orders his partner to retreat with him immediately. Before vanishing, he says his goodbyes and warns that they will definitely meet again. Engulfed in black smoke, the two invaders quickly disappear from the scene. Seeing them retreat so suddenly, the two huntresses stand there, not understanding their actions. With a serious expression, she becomes thoughtful, reflecting on what just happened. As one of them disappears into the sky, the ice barrier remains standing, covering the city. Observing from afar, the cook notices there were no deaths or injuries in the attack. He then notes that despite having the chance, the invader didn't finish off the Blade Queen. Realizing this, he concludes there's much more to this whole story. But for now, he puts that aside, because someone special is waiting for dinner. A moment later, the little child appears at the window, happily calling for her father. At the Temple Guild headquarters, the main topic was the disaster from the previous night. Reading the news, one of them sees that although there were no deaths, residents were complaining about the damage and taxes. At that, a blonde guy slams his hand on the table, annoyed, since the complaint came from an anti-hunter association. Then, his partner, who's cleaning a sword, asks if he's being called ridiculous too. Seeing his own reflection, he explains that their mission is to protect lives, not property. Swinging the blade in the air, he continues his lecture while the blonde guy just scoffs. Just then, the younger guy complains that he can't understand these anti-hunter protesters. Right after, he remembers his own brother sacrificed himself to save all these people during the Great Invasion. Furious at the memory, he wonders if this anti-hunter association actually wants to die. He nearly loses control, clenching his own clothes tightly. But before it's too late, his superior appears and grabs his hand to stop him, saying that in times of chaos, the strong must know how to show mercy. Understanding the scolding, the young man backs down and just nods. Meanwhile, in another room, a cute little creature was sleeping soundly. Waking up on top of its owner, it stretches and lets out a very loud yawn. Waking its owner, the small creature pats his head. At that moment, it remembers a girl kissing his face. So, the little creature rubs its own face against his in a gesture of affection. Placing a camera on his chest, it wishes him sweet dreams. But suddenly, a bright light flashes from the bedroom door. Next, a little girl runs into the room accompanied by a spirit. Going straight to the entrance, she picks up a pair of shoes from the floor. Right after, the girl sits down and struggles to put on the shoes. When she realizes she can't do it, she starts to cry in frustration. Seeing this, the spirit uses its power to slide the shoes onto her feet. Now ready, she claps her hands with a huge smile on her face. Just then, the little girl opens a door leading outside. Looking down, she finds a cat on the street and calls it over. Then, she climbs onto the animal's back and gets ready to leave. Setting off on their journey, the two follow a path through the forest. Arriving in a clearing, the girl gets off the cat and points to some strange bushes. Tilting her head, she notices something shining in the middle of them. So, she holds out her hand, and a floating object flies toward her. Instantly, several other crystals appear floating around her. Holding one of the items, she remembers she needs to repay any favor she receives. Right after, she offers one of the crystals to her cat, which sniffs it curiously. Accepting the gift, the animal bites down on the crystal with all its might. As it does, the cat's body begins to glow and grow in size. Then, it affectionately rubs against her, and she's surprised by the transformation. Taking another crystal from her hand, it tosses it up and swallows it whole. Back in town, the pair decides it's time to leave. So, mounted on her giant companion, she rides through the streets. Passing a sign, they come across a giant ramen challenge. Inside, a strong man was drinking the rest of the broth from a huge bowl. Finishing it all, he slams the empty bowl on the table as people cheer. Impressed by the scene, the little girl's jaw drops and her eyes sparkle. So, she decides she wants to take on the giant ramen challenge too. Back home, the young man listens to her request while wearing cleaning gloves. Suggesting it would be too heavy for the morning, he offers the tonkatsu they bought the day before. But first, he notices she's all dirty and tells her she needs to wash up. Looking at the giant cat, he asks where she got the stone and why the animal grew so much. As long as they're both okay, he tells her to go wash up, and she raises her arm in agreement. With everything settled, he stands up and stretches, ready to start cooking. Remembering the various versions of the dish, he decides on the classic version he used to eat. Right after, he takes out a thick piece of meat he bought especially for the recipe. Thinking about the meat's origin, he wonders if the portal to the demon realm is getting stronger. Just then, the door's bell chimes, and he turns to see who's arrived. Smiling, a customer enters and asks if the place is open yet. Making small talk, the visitor comments that he hasn't seen the guardians around town lately. Hearing this, he remembers seeing a powerful barrier being cast the night before. Changing the subject, he turns and asks the customer to wait a moment. Placing the meat in the hot oil, it starts to brown immediately. While the meat fries, he gets ready to prepare the sauce he bought from an artisan shop. Opening the bottle, he considers using a skill to figure out the ingredients, but decides against it out of principle. Preferring to serve the sauce on the side, he pours it into a small dipping bowl. Just then, the same guy from the ramen challenge walks into the restaurant. Hearing that the special of the day is tonkatsu, the new customer decides to order a serving right away. A short while later, the dish is served, looking juicy and delicious. Picking up the first piece with his fork, the customer is impressed by the thickness of the meat. He then dips the slice generously into the sauce that was served on the side. Taking a bite, he finally tastes the freshly prepared dish. Completely shocked by the flavor, he asks how much a meal like that costs. Hearing it's only 10 silvers, he says the dish would be worth double anywhere else. Liking the price, he stabs his fork into the rest of the food with a smile. Without wasting a second, he practically devours the rest of the tonkatsu in one go. Letting out a satisfied burp, the customer holds up the empty plate and asks for another, leaving the owner impressed. But he actually turns to the other customer who was also eating there. Proudly introducing himself, he says he's In Chang Jiang, the new eating legend in the area. Hearing this, the other guy gets flustered and says he's been dying to meet the god of food in person. Then, he gets excited too and orders another plate, giving the owner a bad feeling. Soon after, he serves both dishes and already feels that things are about to get very busy. Outside the restaurant, the day seemed to be going on peacefully. Inside, the guy in the cap kept devouring tonkatsu without stopping. His opponent was also eating at the same speed, trying to keep up with the challenge. Watching the scene, the owner of the establishment had already counted their 12th plate, until one of them finally drops his fork on the plate, giving up on the competition. Then the winner raises his empty plate and celebrates the good match they had. Following the market's rule, the loser gets ready to pay for both their meals. As he's leaving, the champion waves and promises they'll have a rematch soon. At this, the restaurant owner comments, surprised that someone finally managed to eat more than him. But the guy asks for another plate of tonkatsu, leaving the owner completely confused. Revealing his true nature, he explains that was just his limit as a normal human. With a smile, he assures that if there's a challenger, he'll be ready to compete. He promises himself that next time, victory will be his. A week later, the guy shows up again with a clear look of defeat on his face. While the winner thanked him for the meal, he just muttered that he would win next time. Announcing he's leaving town, the guy explains he's going to work on a dangerous project and will be away for a few months. But he reassures them he'll be fine because of the hunters and the pay, since this will be his last job. Surprised by the news, the other one listens as he explains he's saved up money and now wants to open his own noodle shop. Seeing the little girl excited by the conversation, the owner offers some instant noodles on the house. Holding the girl, who also asks to eat, he realizes he'll need to make a very large portion. Soon after, he serves 2 hot bowls of steaming ramen on the counter. Instantly, the guy in the cap grabs his chopsticks and starts eating with great gusto. Pulling up a huge amount of noodles, he eats the first portion without even taking a breath. Completely satisfied, he praises the dish's flavor while the owner watches modestly. Then, he says he really liked the seasoning and decides to tell a bit of his life story. Going back in time, he reveals he grew up an orphan and left the shelter at 15 to work in construction. Because he had no money, whenever he got something good to eat, he would stuff himself until he couldn't take it anymore. As long as his belly was full, he could endure the heat, the the cold, and the exhaustion of his routine. Back in the present, he confesses that he ate so much ramen because it was cheap that he got sick just looking at it. But after eating it so many times, he not only got used to it, but also grew to like it, making the owner smile. Smiling, the guy thanks him for the support and says there's nothing strange about it. Then, he reveals he's going to open his shop right there in the market to serve mountains of noodles. Before he leaves, the little girl runs towards him to say goodbye. With her hands outstretched, she offers him a gift she was holding. Laughing, he takes the 2 boiled eggs and thanks her, but she shakes her head no. Explaining that one of the eggs is for the food god, she hands it to him. With the girl beaming with pride, the 2 men are amused by her kindness. Holding his egg, the guy promises his rival they'll have a rematch next time. With a smile, the other just agrees as the winner leaves. Holding the gift, the food god looks thoughtful and uneasy at the counter. Worried about his new friend's safety, the restaurant owner knows that the ungoverned zone is dangerous. These expansion projects, usually led by the Hunter Association, are for building walls in new cities. This is how humanity has been trying to expand its reach and reclaim what was lost. To do this, they need to deal with floating crystals that appear in these areas. And then, they must cut down the strange vegetation that grows around these objects. At that very moment, a bull-headed being sniffs out a strange approaching presence. Holding a handful of wheat, she watches a dark energy dissipate into the air. Right behind her, a woman approaches and calls her name, Queen Safrine. With an irritated expression, she turns and stares at the horizon suspiciously. They both agree they felt the same presence for a brief moment. They know the barrier between worlds is thinning, allowing the presence of the demonic realm to leak through. At this, she reveals that she felt the presence of the demon lord himself in that energy. Looking at the floating crystal, they know that if the lord returns, they will have no way to challenge him. Sighing, they just accept that they might have to fight again soon. 3 weeks pass since the project began, and the food god seems quite down. Visiting the restaurant almost every night, he seems lonely without his friend to talk to. Looking out the window, the owner notices that the world has been strangely quiet lately. Despite occasional protests against the hunters, nothing too serious has been happening. While preparing the food, he comments that he hopes his friend is okay, and the other agrees. As time passes, he turns on the air conditioning and picks up a newspaper to distract himself. Listening to the radio, the announcer's voice suggests that on quiet nights like this, people should remember someone special. Then, the announcer introduces the first song of the night, creating a nostalgic mood in the air. As the music plays, he reflects that he's not thinking of just one person, but that many things come to his mind. Remembering his past, he recalls his old companions from Espan sitting around a campfire. Continuing with the memories, he also remembers the wise men of the East and various mystical creatures he met. Then comes the memory of great battles, friendships, and the strong camaraderie that existed between them. He also recalls the stubborn dragons who never listened, and the person he admired so much, Aramir Lantero. But suddenly, a loud beep interrupts the nostalgic moment, coming from the device on his customer's wrist. Noticing the alert, the guy jumps up in a hurry, leaving money on the counter before running out. Left alone in the restaurant, he notices a strange static coming from the radio. Then, the broadcast is interrupted by an urgent news report about a massive gate in the ungoverned zone. Paying attention to the news, he hears that the gate began to release monsters as soon as it formed. Furthermore, the reporter mentions that a purple fog is covering the area and getting denser. Upon hearing about the fog, a dark energy begins to manifest around his face. With the news that the entrance has been blocked, he slams his hands hard on the counter, full of anger. In the restaurant, the radio on the counter finally explodes in a shower of sparks. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a group of creatures cowers in fear amidst the rubble. At this, the woman from before walks slowly towards the danger. Right behind, her companion follows her while looking at an energy ahead. Appearing suddenly, a mysterious figure grabs the creature by the collar. With their faces close, he threatens to end his life right there if he hesitates to answer. Then, revealing his powerful form, he asks if it's the demon lord who is coming. In the ungoverned zone, several portals floated in the middle of a dark forest. A woman ran through the area, dodging several vines that attacked her along the way. Soon after, she stops, breathless, and stares at a giant gate floating in the sky. Realizing the purple mist was making her walk in circles, she focused on rescuing the workers. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and she loses her balance from the strong impact. At the same moment, the gate in the sky also trembles and starts to open slowly. Then, the structure opens completely, pulling her into a new setting. Looking around, she finds herself in a completely purple world and hears a cry for help. Following the voice, she spots a distant silhouette silhouette in the middle of the dark forest. Getting closer, she comes across the young man from the restaurant carrying an injured man. As she was telling him to bring the injured man closer, a noise interrupted their conversation. Just then, a giant monster appears before them and lets out a deafening roar. Startled, she tells the young man to run with the injured person toward her team, but he desperately warns her that more monsters are coming from behind. Turning quickly, she sees a group of smaller creatures completely surrounding the area. Surrounded by 6 creatures, she backs away, unsure of what to do against so many enemies. Drawing 2 daggers, she focuses on saving lives above all else. Then, she charges forward and strikes one of the monsters, shouting for the others to run. Suddenly, an intense flash of light completely illuminates the area. A moment later, the creature hit by the light dissolves into ash in the air. Surprised by what just happened, she freezes for a moment. In the reflection of her eye, the silhouette of a mysterious figure suddenly appears. Completely motionless, she stands amidst the dissipating energy in the air. Not understanding what that flash was, she realizes the monsters turn to dust in seconds. But suddenly, she catches a familiar scent of tonkatsu lingering in the air. The scene changes. A horde of creatures with bizarre feet marches in formation. In the demon realm, an army heads toward a massive dark castle. On the balcony of his fortress, the demon lord observes his kingdom and his army. Standing there, he knows that the demon realm operates on power alone. Going back in time, it's shown that he and the other 4 rulers were defeated and lost all their power. As rumors spread, a war for the throne began among the demons. The greatest threat, however, was a human who appeared 10 years ago and annihilated the entire northern kingdom. Watching the explosions, he wonders if humans grow stronger when they cross into their dimension. Gripping the balcony tightly, he laments that he cannot win in his current state, blaming a man named Miro. Just then, a glowing portal opens right in front of him, making him question if this is the end of his reign. Then, the structure fully materializes, revealing a figure at its center. Recognizing the portal, he realizes it's the same one that dragged him to Espan. Stepping back to gain momentum, he decides he won't make the same mistake this time. Taking a step forward, he vows to get revenge on Miro and Jaeger for invading his castle. Vowing to reclaim his power, he promises to rule the kingdom and all who betrayed him. Outside the gate, a group of people ran desperately for their lives. One of the men was shouting for everyone to hurry and escape as fast as possible, but an imposing silhouette emerges from the portal, hovering in the air with a dark energy. Falling to the ground, the man trembles in fear, not understanding what that creature is. Landing with a firm step, the mysterious figure steps onto the ground in front of him. Staring at the fallen human, the imposing figure slowly approaches to question him. Introducing himself as the 14th Demon Lord, he asked for the name of this world. Seeing the man tremble, unable to answer, the Lord realizes this isn't the language of Espan. At that, a sinister smile appears on his face as he prepares to act. Using his power of subjugation, he creates orbs of energy in his hands. Analyzing the results of the ability, he concludes there are no major demonic forces in this world. Then, his energy projects a map of the world, pinpointing the location of Sofrine Lycée. Ready to teleport to her, he raises his arm and channels his energy. But in that same instant, a bright flash interrupts him before he can finish. Taking a direct hit to the face, the Lord is thrown backward by the impact. Completely shocked by the attack, he asks what the aggressor is doing there. Without giving him time for an answer, the newcomer prepares another strike with his arm. A moment later, he spins his body and lands a blow that creates a wave of energy. Standing amidst the dissipating energy, he just stares at the result of his attack. The scene then shifts to a floating crystal under a starry sky in the Minotaur's labyrinth. In a field, a shovel is used to plow the earth under a night sky. Walking nearby, the bull-headed creature and his companion seem to be in a moment of peace, but suddenly, a strange energy manifests in front of them, shattering the calm. Then, the figure of the demon lord appears, imposing and emanating a powerful purple energy. Instantly, they both kneel and greet the Lord with reverence and fear. Appearing by surprise, the Lord grabs the woman by the shoulders and shouts that Miro is in this world. Trembling, he continues, saying the man hasn't aged a day and still has a dragon under his command. Desperate, the Lord turns his back and complains that even the stubborn lizards have submitted to him. Completely in disbelief, he wonders if this is all just a dream. Gritting his teeth, he refuses to accept the reality of the situation. With his body cloaked in dark energy, he reaffirms his identity as the 14th Demon Lord. But before he could finish his sentence, a clean blow strikes him right in the face. Thrown far back, he collides with a structure and falls falls unconscious to the ground. With a snap of his fingers, the aggressor tells his companion to bring the demon lord to him. Without hesitation, she drags him across the ground toward her leader. Staring at the fallen lord, he asks if he was pulled into this world or if he ran away. Then he grabs the demon by the horns and deduces that he lost the power struggle in his realm. Trying to break free, the lord proudly reaffirms his identity but is cut off. With one blow, he smashes the demon's face into the ground, creating a small crater. Menacingly, he says that if the lord repeats his long name one more time, he will kill him. Looking at him closely, he offers two name options, Echo or Rohan, and tells him to choose. Lying on the ground, the lord remains silent while his servant suggests that Echo sounds better. So, he grumbles that he'll go with Echo, and the man sighs in relief that he wants to live. Using his ability, he opens a portal in front of him with a wave of his hand. From it, a green creature appears and greets the man, calling him Mr. Cheolho Kang. Startled, the green being wonders what the demon lord is doing there. At this, the lord gets up and introduces himself as Echo, but his servant scolds him, telling him not to get himself killed. Reflecting, the man thinks the lord might know more about the other realms. So he decides he needs to confirm something and will take his own measures. Suddenly, he feels a sharp pain in his chest and wonders why trouble always follows him. With his body engulfed in flames, he extends his hand and orders Qasim to bring him an item. A moment later, a golden bracelet floats in the air, emanating a powerful energy. An alert flashes on the monitors as a report details a giant gate appearing in the ungoverned zone. Soon after, the news reveals a mysterious power emerged to resolve the crisis, leaving 87 injured, but no fatalities. The report shows that high-level monsters were eliminated with a single blow of pure physical strength. Watching the monitors, an agent and her colleague wonder whether this force is an ally or an enemy. Expressing her conviction, she decides they must uncover the mysterious being's identity at all costs. In a complete change of scene, a hand adjusts a small bow on a dinosaur doll to pick out the next day's outfit. Then, a white-haired child excitedly points to the chosen item on the table. Insisting, the child shoves the stuffed dinosaur at the young man, who is startled by the gesture. Looking at the child and another person in the background, the purple-haired young man realizes they are both actual dragons. Remembering his condition, he laments being trapped in this small body, his powers sealed by a golden tiara. But suddenly the child pokes his arm to get his attention back. Smiling sweetly, she asks him once more to put on the thing she wants so badly. Pressured by her insistence, the young man flinches again and adjusts his hair, seemingly giving in to her request. In the end, he's left holding the stuffed dinosaur as the child celebrates beside him. Meanwhile, in the corner of the room, a man and a woman whisper about the fact that that kid is the demon lord. Reassuring his colleague, the dark-haired man guarantees they don't need to worry, as he'll be harmless for 10 years. But the woman remains apprehensive, so he points out that the object on the young man's head is a magical containment tiara. Explaining how it works, he reveals that the tiara tightens and causes terrible pain if the wearer even thinks about hurting someone. Even though a demon lord could normally get rid of the item, he can't because he's in a weakened state. At that, the redhead asks about his current strength, and his colleague replies that it's probably the same as his own. With a smile, the redhead seems to get an idea as the other man announces it's time to open the shop and calls for Echo. Right after, he snaps his fingers and orders the young man, now called Echo, to come do the dishes. Outraged by the command, he introduces himself as the 14th Demon Lord and questions who dares to order him around. Instantly, the golden tiara on his head begins to glow intensely with stored energy. Then, the object unleashes a shock that drops him to the floor, writhing as the others watch the outcome. Suddenly, the red-haired man turns around as he hears the shop's door chime ring. Looking at the entrance, he sees the agent from earlier, who greets him as her nephew. Completely flustered, he awkwardly rushes to fulfill her request for a simple salad. While watching the purple-haired young man do the dishes, the agent notices an elf and dragons are there. Realizing this, the dark-haired man approaches from behind as he continues his task. Sitting at a table, the dark-haired man glances to the side, a plate of salad in front of him. Looking closer, he realizes the agent has fallen asleep, slumped over the restaurant counter. The scene pans out, showing the daily routine of the establishment, with the sleeping agent and the others talking in the background. Changing focus focus completely, the story takes us to the facade of a rehabilitation clinic at sunset. Inside one of the rooms, a patient in a red cap flips through a book on his bed. Just then, a knock at the door interrupts his reading of a newspaper article about a hero. Soon after, a young man enters the room holding a fruit basket and asks how he's feeling. As the patient replies, a young woman appears at the door and calls him Dad. Both men turn in surprise, and the visitor asks if she's really his daughter. Playing along, the visitor compliments the young woman's beauty, which makes her feel awkward and want to leave. After she leaves, the patient becomes thoughtful and comments that he's alive today thanks to her. Explaining further, he reveals that after an article about him went viral, he received many donations. But he confesses that he didn't save anyone, and that a hunter named Shadowcat was the one who fought the monsters. Recalling that day, he says that another hunter just showed up and eliminated everything in a flash of light. Hearing the whole story, the visitor looks downcast and says it would be a shame if he had that kind of power. Placing a hand over his, the patient calls him by the name In-Chang. Sitting by the bed, the visitor says he's relieved he survived the attack. With a sincere smile, In-Chang thanks him for the words of support. Back at the restaurant, the agent who was sleeping finally opens her eyes. Noticing she's awake, the man sitting across from her asks if she slept well. Rubbing her eyes, she replies that customers are always welcome to rest a bit. He then places the salad she had ordered on the counter. Tasting the food, she comments that it tastes a little different, and he says he used a special ingredient. As she thanks him, the sound of something breaking comes from the kitchen, and the redhead calls out to him in desperation. Answering the call, he turns around, and the agent looks in their direction, wondering what they're frying. But suddenly, she catches a familiar scent coming from the kitchen. Remembering that smell, she recalls the day she was surrounded by giant reptilian monsters. Startled by the memory, she stands up and slams her hands on the counter. With a slight smile, the man asks if something is wrong. Visibly tense, she says no and tries to hide her suspicion. Sitting back down, she tries to convince herself she's just imagining things due to exhaustion from weeks of meetings. In the end, she concludes it must be just exhaustion as the scene shifts to a sunset over the city. The next morning, life in the city resumes with the sound of birds and rustling leaves. Inside a room, two young men wake up in their beds, complaining about the excessive brightness of the daylight. Sitting up in bed, the purple-haired one reflects on how the bright sun bothers him, since his kingdom is always dark. Getting up to get a glass of water, he feels a touch on his leg and stops to see what it is. Annoyed, he looks at the redhead sleeping peacefully beside him and feels offended by his audacity. But remembering the pain from the tiara, he feels a shiver and gives up on any plan for revenge. Angrily, he leaves the room and walks down the hall, promising himself he'll wait until he regains his powers. Arriving in the kitchen, he starts using the sink and the little white dragon appears to watch him. Suddenly, a noise behind him makes him turn to see the little dragon has fallen to the floor. Standing in the doorway, he stares at the creature, who now stares back, not understanding the situation. Making a shushing gesture, the creature points into the kitchen where someone else is. Then, the little dragon gestures towards the sink, and he gets irritated by the casual way the creature addresses him. Ignoring his irritation, the small creature simply yawns and starts to fall asleep right there. Kneeling beside the little creature, he complains that it can't just pass out and sleep there on the floor. Instantly, a voice interrupts him, saying that if he wants to live, he'll have to follow some rules. Detailing the conditions, the man demands that he take care of Kyul, do all the chores, greet customers, and never use his powers on humans. Furthermore, he threatens him, saying he can imagine what will happen if he breaks any of the rules. With little choice, the young man simply picks up the little dragon and carries it into a bathroom. Holding the creature, he watches it sleep peacefully in his arms as it mumbles a few words. While holding it, he notices the little dragon has a strangely warm and comforting scent. Reflecting on this place, he notes that the scent is reminiscent of flowers, something he's never seen in his own kingdom. Looking at the restaurant's facade, he concludes that this is a very strange place indeed. As the restaurant's routine continues, life goes on outside on a sunny day. Analyzing the situation, the purple-haired boy observes the painfully simple routine of the man named Cheol-ho Kang. As soon as he wakes up, he comes downstairs lighting a cigarette, secretly watched by the boy. As the man smokes, the boy wishes it would just kill him already, showing his complete disdain. But because of that thought, the headband on his head strikes him, sending him tumbling down the stairs. After the incident, the man simply goes back inside and reads the newspaper, ignoring the boy complaining of a headache. After a while, he goes to the market to buy ingredients, taking the dragon kid with him. Back in the kitchen, he starts cooking, and the purple-haired boy's mouth waters just from watching. Trying to hide it, he denies that he's drooling over the delicious smell of the food. With the restaurant open, several human customers start to arrive, and he notices they all seem to be carrying some burden. Despite this, he still sees them only as humans, and at the end of the night, the chef drinks with the dragon boy. Sitting at the table, he finds this routine far too peaceful, completely different from his demonic realm. In his thoughts, he grumbles that these pathetic emotions make him sick. Outside, life in the city goes on as the autumn wind sways the trees. In the end, a dry leaf falls and lands gently on the sidewalk, marking the passage of time. The scene begins with a man stomping hard on the dry leaves, complaining that his entire house collapsed and questioning the hunter's actions. Arguing with an officer, he's clearly irritated as the agent tries to explain that the patrol unit is doing its best despite being short-staffed. With a tired expression, the officer wonders what he's really doing with his life. Remembering a difficult moment, he recalls sometimes being assaulted by civilians, but he always tries to help first before anything else. Walking alone through the city, he vents that his job feels useless since the hunters handle the big cases and get all the credit. Stopping in the middle of the street, he reflects on working himself to death without ever being recognized by anyone. Standing on the sidewalk, he lets out a sigh of exhaustion, completely disheartened by the situation. Looking up at the sky, he finally admits to himself that he doesn't want to work anymore. With a flushed face and a goofy smile, he decides with conviction that he's not working today. Arriving completely drunk in front of the restaurant, he greets the owner, who is with his 2 helpers. Explaining the reason for his celebration, he says he took a day off for the first time and asks if he can come in. With a smile, the owner replies that of course everyone likes it, but quickly corrects himself when he sees his nephew complaining about the salty taste. Presenting the dishes, he reveals he made 2 types, one with sliced kraken meat and another with archer fish roe. To avoid scaring the customer, he decides to call the kraken meat squid and the archer fish roe pollock roe. At this, he reveals that the secret is to use high-quality ingredients and salt, guaranteeing the flavor by using the tear of the sea. Assembling the tray, he serves the complete salted seafood set with rice, soup, and side dishes. Upon receiving the dish, the officer is impressed, having not seen salted seafood in a long time, and the owner suggests he try it. Following the tip, he picks up the small bowl and pours a little sesame oil over the meat. Picking up a piece with his chopsticks, he brings the food to his mouth and tastes it for the first time. The moment he tastes it, his eyes widen completely in reaction to the incredible flavor. Chewing the meat, he notices the springy texture and the savory taste that intensifies, leaving him wanting more. This craving puts him in a dilemma, wondering if he should eat it with rice or with an alcoholic drink. Satisfied, he eats with a smile on his face, savoring the food's perfect flavor. With a sigh of relief, he says that now that his stomach is full, he can finally think straight. Hearing this, the owner asks if the officer would be willing to share his long story. He begins by revealing that his family was never anything special and that his father grew up in a small town. Back then, going to college in the big city was like studying abroad, so his father worked very hard to get in. After being hired by a company, he settled down and always said that you needed to study to have a successful life. But unlike his father, he admits he was never the best student, nor was he good at sports or with words. As the purple-haired boy listens, he thinks that this story sounds familiar. Continuing his account, he says he managed to get into a mediocre college, and that's where everything changed. With a panicked expression, he remembers that terrifying day. Suddenly, the world fell apart as giant monsters appeared and destroyed everything. Hunters awakened and portals opened, but even in this new world, he remained unspecial. Always outside the spotlight, he saw himself as just another extra in the crowd. Listening to the man vent, the restaurant owner reflects on the feeling of questioning one's own life. In his thoughts, he admits that listening to others' worries is harder than it seems. After hearing the story, he decides to share the words his own father once told him. He advises that life is a thorny path, like navigating stormy seas, and that the path you choose is the right one. Explaining further, he says that since no one can predict the future, believing in your own path and moving forward is the only answer. At that moment, he concludes that this belief will become your beacon, a light to guide you through the chaos. After giving the advice, he apologizes for butting in, leaving the officer speechless for a moment. Thanking him for the words, the officer goes back to eating his meal, touched by what he just heard. Upon trying the other dish, he is impressed again and praises the incredible flavor of the roe. As he eats, he compliments the texture and the mild aroma, and the owner reveals that the secret was the high-quality salt. Questioning this, the officer asks if salt is really that important, and the owner replies that for cooks, it's everything. Giving an example, he explains that salted seafood would spoil without salt, since it's what preserves it. He then adds that salt, despite seeming insignificant, is essential for finishing any dish. Reflecting on the lesson, the officer understands that something small can become extremely valuable. Then, visibly emotional, he asks the owner if he thinks he's doing a good job. Answering the question, the owner says he's always grateful for what he does, Jae-woo, which brings him to the verge of tears. Unable to hold back, he says thank you and apologizes as he starts to cry, finally releasing all his pent-up emotion. Awkwardly apologizing, the purple-haired boy bows to the officer, who assures him it's okay. With a relieved smile, the officer thanks them for the words and the meal. Then he says goodbye and promises to come back during his patrol, leaving the boy confused about the reason for the thanks. Watching the officer leave, the restaurant owner reflects on how his role is important for maintaining order. Thinking about how they connect two different worlds, he concludes that people like him help make the world bearable. For that reason, he's certain that the path that man chose to follow is the right one. Across the street, a mysterious hooded figure watches the restaurant from a distance. Soon after, the figure turns and begins to walk away from the place in silence. Running at high speed, the hooded person vanishes down a dark alley, leaving a trail of energy behind. In a bustling forge at the Hunters Association, a blacksmith endlessly pounds hot metal on an anvil. Turning to the young man, the master blacksmith named Smith asks what size he wants for the tip of his new spear. Pointing to his weapon, the young man replies that he can keep the same length, and the blacksmith details the materials he'll use. Smiling proudly, the blacksmith explains that the weapon's resonance will be incredible because of a monostone he added. Showing a bag full of rare materials, he says that's why he's so excited, as it's hard to find items so well preserved. Looking at the monitors, the blacksmith comments that all the monsters were eliminated with a single blow, probably painlessly. The young man says he's not complaining about the items, but he wonders who could have been responsible for such a feat. With a hand on his chin, the blacksmith replies that it's exactly who they've been looking for, and that only a level 0 hunter could pull off such a feat. Then, the hunter adds that whoever it is must have mastered at least 3 classes, and that the association thinks so too. However, it's revealed that no one has ever been known to master 3 classes, which raises the question of how someone like that could even exist. Putting a hand to his head, the young man wonders why this powerful person hasn't revealed themselves yet, and only shows up to save the day. Sighing in frustration, he says it's hard not to know where to start, but the blacksmith simply states that his job is just to make good equipment. Soon after, the blacksmith asks about his old weapons, and the young man looks at the spear he's holding. Holding the weapon fondly, he decides to keep them, and the blacksmith informs him that the new ones will be ready in a week. As the young man thanks him for his service, the scene ends by showing the quiet workshop from the outside. Running through the forest, a child rushes through the undergrowth. Riding a giant cat, she celebrates finding another precious gem it dug up from the ground. Right after, the child offers a piece of the item to the animal, which eats it immediately. Suddenly, the cat's ears twitch as it hears a strange noise coming from the bushes. Stopping abruptly, the animal turns towards the sound while the child watches, confused. Then, it lunges forward and strikes a creature that was hiding in the grass. Holding the small creature, the cat reveals it to be a goblin that the child seems to recognize. As the goblin struggles desperately, the child just sits and watches the scene. Remembering a piece of advice, she decides she should help those in need. So she approaches and holds the goblin, who is startled by her action. Placing the creature on top of the cat, she orders her companion to take them back home. Changing scenes, the purple-haired young man appears wearing sunglasses, looking nauseous. At that moment, the child enters the room holding the goblin, and the purple-haired guy gets scared, while the redhead doesn't understand his reaction. With a disgusted expression, he yells that he hates goblins and finds that particular creature especially horrible. Explaining his hatred, he says he detests treasure goblins because they steal rare items, but is glad to see that this one has lost its bag. Completely overcome, the purple-haired guy kneels on the floor because of the tiara's strike, while the child holds out the goblin. Kneeling beside the goblin, the child says it's hungry, and the redhead remembers that the boss is at the market. At that, he realizes he's been living there for a while and imagines himself being a great cook like his boss. With a confident smile, he gets ready to show off his culinary skills. Pointing firmly, he enthusiastically declares that today he will be the master chef of the kitchen. Meanwhile, the restaurant owner walks back to the establishment, with autumn leaves falling around him. As he opens the door, he's met with black smoke pouring out from inside. Looking at the chaotic scene, he sees the redhead spitting fire, the child trying to feed the goblin, and the purple-haired guy panicking. Startled by the boss's presence, the goblin raises its hands while the redhead shrinks in shame. Analyzing the creature, He discovers it's a gourmet goblin, and the purple-haired guy is surprised it's not a treasure goblin. This reminds him that goblins evolve in unpredictable ways to survive, which is why they were heavily studied in Espan. Recognizing the creature, he recalls that gourmet goblins only eat the most delicious dishes and offer a reward in return. With a smile, the child explains she just wanted to help, and the boss deduces she must have found the goblin right after it came out of a gate. After praising her actions, he allows her to have a snack as a reward for her effort. Smiling happily, the child receives a plate with a delicious homemade fruit jelly. Thanking him with a kiss on the cheek, the child makes the restaurant owner happy, who then decides to make more jelly. With a strange item in his hand, he turns to find out what the gourmet goblin wants to eat, and the purple-haired guy is startled by the object. Using a spirit as an interpreter, the owner asks it to translate what the goblin is saying. As the goblin gestures, the interpreter explains that if it is served a delicious meal, it will offer its treasure in exchange. Waving its arms, the goblin explains that it lived on a very high mountain with a giant bird. Hearing the story, the owner deduces the monster bird must be the Alberon, which is the size of a building. With a plan in mind, he leans over a freezer and says he knows he has a monster egg somewhere. Searching the freezer, he says he doesn't have any Alberon eggs, but he's found a suitable substitute. Revealing the item, he explains that it's an egg from a level 3 phoenix monster, much tastier than a common monster's. Remembering his notes, he decides the best choice is to make an omuris, since the egg is the star of the meal. Starting the preparation, he fries the egg into an oval shape instead of a thin sheet. Using the leftover egg, he pours the rest into another pan to make a rolled omelet and a soup. Once it's ready, he cuts the fluffy omuris in half, revealing the creamy interior. Finishing the dish, he serves the complete brutal egg omuris set, accompanied by the other items. As the goblin trembles in a corner, the owner asks why, and the interpreter explains that brutal was the strongest monster where they came from. Still afraid, the goblin backs away upon hearing the message that it can enjoy the meal and its treasure isn't necessary. Hesitantly, it approaches the table and climbs onto the chair to look at the dish. With utensils in hand, it prepares to taste the meal, its eyes shining with anticipation. Picking up a piece of the omelet, it brings it to its mouth and tastes it for the first time. Instantly, its eyes widen at the incredible flavor it has never experienced before. With an explosion of flavor in its mouth, it stands up and shouts with pure satisfaction and happiness. The others in the room are surprised and amazed by the small goblin's over-the-top reaction. Satisfied, it wipes its mouth with a napkin and a mustache appears on its face, making the purple-haired guy even more disgusted. With a more confident posture, it gets off the chair and stops in front of the restaurant owner. Kneeling, it offers a small white jar to the owner, who is surprised by the gesture. With a slight smile, the owner accepts the offer and thanks it, while the goblin seems to laugh strangely. After the goblin leaves, the purple-haired guy says he now hates goblins even more. Then, the owner explains that the goblin will simply look for another restaurant when it gets hungry. Turning to the jar, he decides to see what treasure the gourmet goblin offered him. On the wall, a framed photo shows the restaurant owner with other people, celebrating the opening of his business. In another restaurant, a young man in a red cap stirs a large pot, letting out a tired sigh. Hearing the door's bell, he turns with a smile to welcome whoever has arrived. But as he looks at the entrance, he is surprised to see a small child entering the establishment. Cutting to the storefront, the sign reveals the place's name is actually Daily Noodles. Completely changing focus, a hand jots down in a notebook the connection between the death of the Veltos and the disappearance of the Mandragora in Sinchon. Right after, the note continues, connecting the mana mine and the city's expansion to the same Siodamun district. Continuing to write, the person remembers the man who helped her when she was being chased by a foreigner. By circling the word restaurant, the note connects all the locations to the owner's nephew, Khan Ekmund. Then, the scene reveals it's the agent from before, who now suspects the restaurant is connected to the mysterious power. Analyzing the information, she starts to connect the dots about recent events. Remembering the attack, she recalls that a strange fire first hit the foreigners, and then the restaurant owner's nephew showed up. Right after, the image shows the red-haired guy appearing out of nowhere to help her. While filling out his form, she wonders how he appeared right at that moment, and if he was really traveling. Shifting her focus, she begins to analyze the file file of the restaurant owner, Cheolo Kang, who is 30 years old. The file reveals he lived in Paju, an ungoverned zone, and has no family except for his nephew. Continuing her analysis, she adds the child named Kuel Ekmund and melts at her cuteness. Next, she analyzes the newcomer Echo, who has no resident registration, which she finds strange. Jotting down the information, she notes that he seems younger than the redhead and is also the owner's nephew. With a thoughtful expression, she finds it strange that the two don't look alike, but quickly dismisses the thought. In the end, she returns to the main point. The red-haired guy was traveling alone in an ungoverned zone, despite having no detectable mana. Suddenly, she has an epiphany, and her eyes widen as she remembers a crucial detail. Getting up from her chair, she realizes that the owner of the mysterious power has 3 classes, but the mana scanner only detects up to 2. Recalling her past, she reflects that such powerful beings don't exist in this world. In her thoughts, she reveals that they existed in the world she came from, and they weren't among those who arrived with her 30 years ago. Remembering an old enemy, she recalls that the strongest of them ended up turning against her. With a determined expression, she concludes that if these people really master more than 2 classes, all her paperwork is useless. Looking out the window, she decides she needs to investigate further and find concrete evidence. In another scene, the restaurant owner picks up a piece of meat and says it should be enough for today. Walking through the city, he thinks that maybe he should get a few more ingredients, since he has more mouths to feed. Realizing his own thoughts, he wonders when he started to care about the people waiting for him at home. In a flashback, he remembers they were all once his enemies and fought against him. Back then, all he wanted was to defeat them, or even eliminate them forever. But now, he can't help but identify with them, seeing them lost in an unknown world. Observing the scene, he recalls how they were alone and aimless when they arrived. Recalling a specific moment, he remembers the words of a mysterious figure who questioned him about his arrival in that kingdom. With a melancholic expression, he thinks that he never imagined his family would be like this. Turning his back, he lets out a sigh and grumbles to himself. Walking down the street, he reflects that he's really getting old. Back at the restaurant, 2 men struggle over a mysterious jar. As the purple-haired guy and the redhead try to take a sip, they're interrupted by the owner. Startled, they try to play it cool, but he quickly notices the jar on the table. The scene reveals the item, a delicate plum blossom jar. He explains it's a goblin's treasure, an artifact that turns water into rice wine. Excited, he suggests pairing the drink with some snacks, and the redhead agrees instantly. Opening the jar, the owner calls for Miro Lycus, but the purple-haired guy corrects him. Sitting down with the drink, the owner scolds him, saying he can't just be drinking right now. Revealing the reason, he says an elf is watching them, and her stealth skills are impressive. With a smile, he says he knows she's there, but it's better to leave her alone, since Shadowcat is suspicious of the restaurant. Remembering that day, he thinks her suspicion is adorable, like a child trying to trick her parents. With the jar in hand, he decides the best thing to do is simply ignore the situation. Annoyed, the purple-haired guy questions the decision, saying he despises elves for being calculating. But as he wishes for their extermination, the tiara strikes him, knocking him to the ground. Taking advantage of the situation, the child climbs on top of him and starts patting him with her dinosaur toy. With a cute smile, the child reveals that her name is now Giol, his little sister. Still on the floor, the guy complains about the tiara, and the restaurant owner grabs him by the hair. With his eyes glowing, he says he could say the same about demons, leaving the purple-haired guy speechless. Sitting on the floor, the guy asks him why he doesn't rule the world, since he's powerful enough. With an air of superiority, the owner asks why he should do that, and the guy insists he's wasting his potential. Not understanding the answer, the purple-haired guy is confused to hear that he's no longer interested in such things. Arguing that the strong should rule, he claims that power brings responsibility, and without it, there is no order. Hearing this speech, the restaurant owner is disappointed to see that a worthy opponent is so weak and indecisive. Ignored, the purple-haired guy gives up on the argument and decides to reveal something else. Explaining his ability, he says he can smell the demon realm, just as dragons can shapeshift. Holding the child in his lap, he reveals he can smell mana, and that this world is connected to the demon realm. Agreeing, the owner says he can also smell spirits and machines. With an air of mystery, the purple-haired guy says that, however, he smells something dangerous nearby. Looking around, the owner asks what this dangerous thing he's sensing could be. Pointing to the window, the guy indicates the threat is right there outside. With his hand towards the window, he adds that the smell is similar to that of demons. Looking out the window, the restaurant owner realizes he's pointing to the ungoverned zone, where there are countless portals. Arguing his point, the guy says it's not a demon, as his subjugation power would have sensed it, but rather something he's encountered many times in his own realm. With a serious expression, he reveals that what he smells is dark magic. Holding the child in his lap, he adds that he can also smell a lot of blood. In a flashback, a bloody hand is seen in a green puddle, and he wonders how humans started meddling with this. With a sinister smile, he thinks this should be fun and that there's no reason to warn the other about the danger. Back to the scene, the restaurant owner stares at him, waiting for an answer. With a sideways glance, he asks if he's finally interested in what the humans are up to. The scene shifts to the northeastern ungoverned zone, with the sky darkening at dusk. There, a mysterious figure finishes installing a device and confirms the installation is complete. Yawning, another person beside him orders him to activate the equipment. At that, the device begins to emit an intense blue light, creating a pillar of energy. The pillar expands and forms a huge magic circle on the ground, covering the entire area. The earth begins to tremble and break apart from the force of the activated magic. In the center of the circle, a large purple crystal emerges from the ground, glowing with a powerful energy. With a great impact, the giant crystal embeds itself in the ground, causing a strong tremor. Observing the scene, the two mysterious figures notice a sword stuck in the top of the crystal. Then, the woman gives the order to call the strong guy to deal with the situation. Elsewhere, a hunter and her companion arrive on the scene, thinking it was an earthquake. Soon after, they encounter two other hunters, Nightmare and Archer, who were also drawn by the tremor. Impressed, the spear-wielding hunter comments on the size of the mana stone, concluding it's level 0. But what catches his attention most is the mysterious sword stuck in the top of the crystal. Feeling he couldn't handle it alone, he activates his communicator. Looking at the immense mana stone, he requests backup in the northeastern ungoverned zone. Appearing in front of a portal, he decides it's time to get moving, but he knows that a life that's too sedentary can consume you from within. So he enters an already cleared dungeon, a perfect place to train without interruptions. Getting ready to start, he stretches his body and focuses on using his abilities. With a firm stomp on the ground, he activates a power that spreads through the soil. Using a technique, he launches himself into the sky at high speed. As he ascends, he gestures toward the ground. At that, all the swords scattered across the battlefield begin to tremble and float. Soon after, the blades are pulled from the ground and fly toward him. Clenching his fist in the air, he commands the weapons to attack him. Immediately, all the swords turn and charge at him with full force. But as they touch his body, they simply shatter on impact. With another one of his skills, he withstands the barrage of blows without a scratch. To finish his training, he concentrates a new energy in his palm. Floating, he releases the accumulated power, illuminating the entire area. Creating a field of swords stuck in the ground, the scenery around him transforms. He then walks through this new world, a place where he has absolute power. At that moment, a memory comes to mind of someone questioning his aimless power. Remembering that he now masters 6 classes, he reflects on the immensity of his strength. But even with all this power, he stares at the horizon and feels completely empty. Sitting on a rock, he admits that he still can't control the dimensional rifts. Thinking about the gods, he wonders what their purpose was in connecting Earth with so many realms. And if there is an omnipotent being writing destiny, he doesn't understand why he was given so much power. For a moment, he feels stagnant, like a game character who has beaten everything. Then, looking at the landscape, he feels that sometimes it all seems meaningless. Searching for an answer, he reaches his hand to the sky as if trying to grasp something. He wonders if this lack of direction will prevent him from mastering a 7th class. Back in reality, he finally exits the portal and returns to the ungoverned zone. Seeing that the sun will soon rise, he decides it's best to head home before anyone wakes up. Suddenly, the ground begins to shake, and a heavy rain starts to fall, catching him by surprise. Worried about the tremor, he plants his feet on the ground and prepares to head home. Launching himself into the sky, he flies at high speed toward his home. Meanwhile, the small creature he protects is sleeping peacefully. Upon arriving, he finds his red-haired friend on the ground.